And so now he's up his daughter. What happens? What happens? So now he's got to go ahead and pay 14 months to tell. So the lady's marrying her up for his own benefit. When the father does that, so it's interesting from the mother's perspective, what that's also going to do is set her up possibly for his loss. She's going to take everything, she's going to create that closeness, and if her what makes it is setting her up for his loss. We'll see what that does just a moment. So he says, I'm not planning, sure that you're two lines, the last two lines. So what this is not going up for the same concept, right? So at the color, it's going to have no stuff. You want to thing with water by putting it into a light bulb. What does it mean? So first of all, don't marry your daughter up to a much older man. Because again, the drives are not aligned if she's going to seek fulfillment outside the confines of marriage. But we don't delay marrying off your daughter for your own purposes because you're going to drive her to this. Okay, but I'm not kind of showing up to them. Listen to this. In the Ha'ari Yisrael, Ella Rasha Arim, Ma'amasha Mitoberes. So it's fascinating. There is no third person in class with that. A Rasha Arim, according to Rasha, someone believes his daughter for getting ready. So Moses, I'm not going to get that shot. I'm looking at what it means. Every single poor person is a cunning Russia. What it means is every cunning Russia ultimately becomes impoverished. Just like every single man who believes marrying off his daughter for his own purposes ultimately becomes impoverished. What's the says, we won't finish the other. You might just have to. I'm actually going to get that Russia. Understand? The guy who believes marrying off his daughter isn't here cunning Russia. No, 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 say, we're talking about a guy. He's actually finding out shit. Meanwhile, his purpose is sexuality because he wants to go ahead and have a conversation. That's what's happening over here. That's driving out of this. Is that not a cunning Russia? Rabbi was down with this. Rabbi is coming to say, basically, Russia. Like an example of this, who is election waiting that contract less. He's ultimately someone who intentionally believes marrying off his daughter to go ahead and satisfy his own needs. So let's say, just help us find the decision. What does this mean? Is someone who believes marrying off his own daughter, right, is going to go and become honey, or someone turning that she's going to become an uninterrupted attractive to it, cutting around the things to people, cutting around what it is, cutting around your own needs before the needs of the other. And so your father is going to help, your father is going to help, and says, you know what, I don't want to marry my daughter, I'm not going to get married, I don't want to marry you off here, because again, it doesn't suit my needs. It doesn't suit my needs. So it's like that's pretty low needs before your child needs. Who's becoming Russia? Becoming Russia is a person, as you'll see in just a moment, it's a person who puts his own needs in front of other people's needs. So it's like, so a person who prioritizes his needs over other people's needs. There's a cosmic justice in the world. It says, you're putting your own agenda of self-advancement in front of your own child in front of other people. What ends up happening to such a person? What ends up happening? You become impoverished. You become poor. Maybe not maybe. Over time. Why? Because that's not how the Father wants the youth to act. The Devotion does not want us to be self-serving. The Devotion, this is incredibly important. So, first of all, there's a tremendous parenting lesson that's involved here. A lot of times as parents, without even realizing it, we put our own needs before our children's needs. Like we have this vision for our children, that is what we want them to become. Right? And I need them to become educated like this. I want them professionally to do this. And they can't get married until they reach this threshold, or this or this or that. Now, by the way, sometimes that's great. But sometimes what we don't realize is that's not what my kid needs. That's what I need. That's what I need. And that's selfish behavior. That's putting you only before your child. It's one of the hardest things I have to figure out. Like, am I taking these positions because they're actually better for my child? Or am I taking these positions because they're actually better for me? And it's Because a lot of times our own needs and our children here kind of become intertwined with entertainment. But you seem to me like one of the things that we so careful about is making sure what the mistakes are and what's one of the great is often a time when we think like our kids represent a tool for ourselves, right? Everything that I did wrong in life, I'm going to get right through my kids. Well, that's fine, but your kids don't do it. And your kids didn't sign up to become a better version of you. My child is something different. I know they're different than you. Different cultures, different abilities, and different things. We have to be so careful. See, have these incredible, beautiful dream chocolates are so beautiful. Only issue is they never check with the kid whether or not that's what the kid wants to do. Does the kid want to go down this path? Does the kid want this kind of thing? Does the kid want this kind of education? Does the kid want this kind of career? But then we just walk away. But then we just don't check with the child. Let's put in parental desire, parental objectives before the child, and that's because I'll say it's fundamentally selfish. And when you're selfish, you like just understand invariably. Exactly. The Russia alone wants his own needs, before the needs of others. You could try that, and you may be successful in the short term, but in the long term, ultimately, again, you become accomplished. And that's what you so imperative is making sure that the decisions you're making are the ones that are good for your child, and not the ones that system benefit you. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. So you might also kind of fall in love with it. The United States. Love that China, we should be Cuba. Have you observed? It's going to be careful. Be careful about getting advice from someone who is only giving you advice ultimately, again, because it benefits them. That's how you start. Someone gives you a step. So this is incredible caveat. Russia already is. Russia already is not saying you just stuff in casually to it. Russia already is a person who might be giving advice, and it may not be even the worst advice for you, but it's not the best advice for you. Which one is the best advice for? For him. For him. And so I guess sometimes without even realizing it, what we give to our children, or the advice we give to our children, is the advice that benefits us. That is me as a parent, not that that benefits my child. So what's it? So that you keep this as kind of a follow-up. Be careful with someone who gives you advice in accordance with their life. And also that is also that profound. Here it is, when you come back with Kiva. Remember again, Kiva knows what it's like to get advice from different people. Because Kivas like two different groups of people. Three is one group is one person. There was one group of people who constantly get advice from children. You will never amount to anything more than a shepherd. That's what you want. That's what you want to do. Just be the best shepherd you can be. And those people, and then keep out one person who is doing his work, that one person happened to be his wife. And the heart can't give you help. You can do whatever you want to do. Right? You want to become a good right now, or you want to become the best that you best. You can do that. You can do that. So you keep on saying, you have to say, just be careful who you get advice from. Because I have listened to the majority of people who whisper in my ear. I really get about the shepherd, me as a shepherd, and that's it. But by Hashem, I took advice from someone who wasn't self-serving, but rather I took advice from someone who really and truly cared about me, and as a result, he really did it. All of you know, I'm not saying people are something, but the person goes in and they sit back to this. Which a man up and talk to a much older man. But not see you show with no papa. And then what's the reverse is a man marries the woman to remind her son. My son is not the kid you've got last, right? But my son represents again a child. So he's married off again an adult woman to remind her son. So it's when they're going to come together and use all the work. It's again, you're going to be unfulfilling marriages, right? And the first, the They barely know as much as you know. They don't have the same drive. And then the second, the son, who's a child, who's married to a woman, now don't have the same drive. Or listen to this. Not sir, I think they were pussy. If somebody get down his way to return a lost object to an Andrew. What's the Gemara says? Another person will learn about such a person. Once it says, the mind is Halava Esatsera, Yoga Hashsela, the rest of that way, the person Hashsela. The way that the mind is going to this concept over here, which is really quite profound. The mind supposed Halava Esatsera, that to look at it, you can actually, says the mind supposed to look what? Rashi understands supposed means to connect. To be like, yeah, let's be, she says. That's why that in Hashem is out. Because it's had Smear, Savea the Davar, in Semi the Davar. Zokir Gila is a Smear Hashish, Zokir Tzivah and Kata. Quite frequently, you might say as follows. You can't connect someone who is thirsty with someone who is sated and expect them to go ahead and complement each other. So, in other words, the idea over here is, right? So, the young woman is thirsty, she wants intimacy. The younger man is sated. The young boy is sated. The woman is thirsty. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. Work to pair up. Someone who is safety with someone who is saving. That's what I say again. It's just because what's the bad way? If the man is thinking, this is a profound soul, not just by eating, but also by marriage. As we say, when you have true shamayas, when you have true love in a marriage, both parties in marriage have to love growth. Like the worst thing that can happen is when a wife becomes mashkiach. Like, it's 50 people asking about it, get up this year, get up this year, get up this year. That's it, it's a mistake. That's the last thing. The sooner if I could just kind of like, people to the concept of saying Shabbos, the Shabbos set up midday on Friday. That's a disaster. What do I say for success? Both have to be thirsty. Both have to be thirsty. Husband has to be thirsty for growth. A wife has to be thirsty for growth. That's a successful marriage. If one is thirsty and one is saving, the one is out of position, one is always going to be working, and the other one ultimately is going to come to sinful. If both are thirsty, then the nice and after that's for success. If both are saving, if both are saving what? Other disaster also. Because if both are saving, that represents a life of complacency, a life of mediocrity. Both are thirsty, with success. Both are saving, abusing the failure. One is thirsty, one is saving. A lot of shalom bias issues. So we know what about the not second what's wrong in your head? What's wrong in your head and returning a lost object to an Andrew? I don't know what's wrong with this. What's wrong with that? So what's the reason actually is that we are not supposed to see Christian, we do that Christian in this out. But not like a husband, Shabbos, I made the angel of us in this business. That's like this. We should return the lost objects to Andrew. That's what we're saying. Something like this. That the person who thinks that returning a lost object to a non-Jew is just as important as the mitzvah of Hashara Safeda, that's wrong. That's wrong. That's what I'm saying. We're going to say something that is incredibly politically incorrect, which is Jews and non-Jews are not the same. We're not the same. And we should not put your act with each other if we are the same. You have to have respect for all of humanity. You have to treat everyone with dignity. There is a different level of interaction and a different level of devotion that we must have to each other. And the reason we don't have to be apologetic about saying it. What's the reason? No one looks out for us except us. And no one has our back except us. And I will say, for so many of us, our senses were dulled to this, right? We thought again, after the Holocaust, never again, everybody loves us, anti-Semitism is not what it used to be, and then October 7th happened, and we realized the world is the same exact world that it has been for thousands of years. And give the world a chance to annihilate the Jews, and we did it. And give the world a chance to go ahead and turn into anti-Semitic rituals, and you do it. And it doesn't matter matter what country it is, and even as great as this hope is to us, the anti-Semitism is rampant, and teaching us one simple lesson: circle the wagons. Look out for each other, because no one else is going to look out for us but us. So if you're one of those cool people, right? Anti-cool alone, and everything else, and we're one big community of humanity, you're a fool. We're not one big community of humanity. We're not. There's us, and there's them. And that's the way the world works. Like when the Mashiach comes, and when Hashem, that'll change. And when the Mashiach comes, it will be the last of the Apos. Humanity will become one. But until that day, humanity is not one. There's Klal Yisrael, and there's everyone else. It's unbelievable about that. We are the only this world. But again, we don't want to be a nation. So Shabbos, I really go, oh, okay, community is on that side, right? You know what I'm saying? You're fool. That's not true. There's not one thing that will be mankind. Again, to be clear, we should respect every single person, but just understand that there's a different system of teachers and a different system of commitment. And we have that parallel because all we have is each other. We have no one else but each other. And the way we forget that is the moment we put ourselves in a overwhelmingly precarious situation. Second, changing of tune. I think you see. If you get extra change at the supermarket, should you get extra change? $1,000. Yes, and don't tell me because if you get extra money, right? You be a shopper, but just understand that there's a difference between that and the reason Hashem said it was represents the personal contract that we have with one another. Incredible. So once a mês, les achats, ah oui, ben c'est je peux vous faire, mais c'est ce qui m'a fait difference. I'm not even looks his wife, like his own body, that you don't say himself. And when he gives you cover, for yourself, you have to love your life like yourself, right? You have to honor yourself. And also, what is that? What is that? Well, I say, you have to go ahead and so many person that have some connections. And so what is first of all, why don't we say love you like more than yourself? What's the answer? See what I told you? Because you can't. You put yourself. Because listen, the thing that I have more than everything is myself. The strongest reflex we have within ourselves is self-preservation. Right? Because deep down, like, the most important, we're essential beings. So the says, if you could love your wife as much as you love yourself, that's godless. That's godless. Now, what does it mean to be having that? Because love is an emotion. So from an emotional level, you can feel that sense of love to your wife. And you can feel you care about her as much as you care about yourself. Fantastic. The fact covered is our physical behaviors. Right? So then it becomes something interesting. When it comes to physical behaviors, then you have to do more for your wife than what you do for yourself. And listen, that's on a very like individual level. So if you for yourself, you get a present on your birthday, so you actually get a present on your birthday, you usually get a present multiple other times. You never cover. You take for yourself. You like certain things, whatever you like, make sure that your life has even more than that. Because cover is physically measurable. So Ava, which is an emotion, because I know if you could care about your life as much as you care yourself, you can last it. But cover that you give, that's the cover you give to your life has to surpass the cover you give for yourself. And you watch yourself. Now, imagine one of the girls that we shot, and I'll say again, this is so beautiful, and when he leads his children in a proper path. So listen, these captivities and these demands that we can spend all the time, these matches. So what do you think? What's my dream? God, what is my dream? Shows leads. Right? the most annoying guys in one Zoom talk too much. Just be quiet and move. Right? Trust, right? Simple parenting. Effective parenting. Much less talking, much more doing. Be magic. Don't tell them to get tell your kids what to do. Show them what to do. They said, I'm talking to you over here. Like this is a motivated group. Whether your kids are asleep or not asleep, you think they don't know on some level that you're waking up early to come to shit, to learn, to dive into tzibur, that you're mostly that fresh, even if it's no joke about it. It's tremendously serious. Not that none of us are going to sleep at 8 o'clock at night or get up and no one night sleep getting up at 5 o'clock in the morning. It's all about the drug. At the same time, I think it's nice and running, we do all that stuff. It's very nice, it's very beautiful. All of it. The most important thing is how you lead. What is the example that you set? And if you lead your children by example on a ground you show up, that's guaranteed. Someone put people like this is really early. And someone put people needs a little bit before they reach adulthood. Right? Which again, today's age is about 25, right? So marry them up a little bit before they reach adulthood. I love a person all right. So that's such a person was I see it's four ingredients over there. Number one, love your wife as much as you love because you said, you know, like this, yeah, I love my wife more than I love myself. I don't like you. Hands out, calm down, right? If you could love your wife as much as you love yourself, that's an accomplishment. That's an accomplishment, right? That's as much as you love yourself. Number two, but give them more cover, which is behavior stuff. Give them more cover, then the cover you take for yourself. Number three, don't tell your kids what to do, but be magic. Be a good guide. Be a leader, show them what to do. And number four, marry your children up a little bit before adulthood. And that goes into what it says, Pasuk says, no, that in Eretz Hashem, everything is going to be good. There's going to be peace in your tent. Your home will be remembered for good, and all them will not come to sin. So the earth is about to rise over this background, because again, we just saw before, and the Gemara said that you shouldn't marry a kid before adulthood. So it's actually another two. So Gemara says, nevertheless, not kasha. Gemara says, someone looking at their shari. No, ultimately, again, this is really talking about right before they reach the age of adulthood. So again, they're on the cusp of adulthood. So it might say, again, that's not a deal. Speaking about not marrying up your child as a couple, that's not an issue. You're still very incredible. And once you know, we'll stop a bit for today. We'll find tomorrow. Tomorrow's a very short document session. It's kind of a short doc. What's that tremendous little stuff? All right, guys, have a great day, everyone. Are you sure? Why did you bring this up? I don't think I think they had the ones for the mouth. Did you even take it out of this one? Did you ever give them a little ATM thermometer check? The 6,000 ever spray the enema against the thermometer and then all right, it's been so much fun. Now, you guys are all legends. How loud can this guy get for the Montgomerys, huh? All right, folks, good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. To thank our commentary sponsors for the month of Adar. Annual commentary sponsor, Tashin Tehei, Filson Shbacha, for dedicating all the Shemur Drushes this year. Wishing a mazel tov to Yoshua Mordechai Tolson on his engagement to Amit Cohen. Mazel tov to the Chazon Economy, the Shulchan Aruch to build a Bayis Neman Yisrael, which endures at Meda Esim Shem. Our commentary sponsor for the month of Adar, Haba Arum Tova, Stephen, and loving memory of Tai's father, Kahari Khan, C. Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, and the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zev Shmuel ben Yisrael ben Rafa. Then married to Talmud Torah. All the Jewish Hamasada, the families and the Chama, all of those who wish to have a good all of our hostages be shalom and be caught up, and our holy soldiers should be successful. The whole mass. With that, let us begin about some really incredible Gemara ahead of us. In fact, is Hayim Tov 76. 76, and we are picking up actually on Hayim Tov. We left off Ima, which is on RPR 76A, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up at the top, last word on the line. So just remember again, we were introduced over here to the topic of Sreifa. Again, which types of relationships are punishable by Sreifa. And by the way, you've seen already the common denominator, the types of infractions punishable by Sreifa, some again are infractions which deal with immorality, which is the common denominator everything over here. Remember again, when that explicitly speaks about two relationships: a man marrying a white woman and her mother, or a woman and her daughter. So now we're building out the framework in there. So the Gemara says as follows: so we should say that just as a man is prohibited to his son's wife, so too he should be prohibited biblically to his wife's son's wife. So the Gemara is right. In other words, the same way that he's prohibited to his daughter-in-law, that daughter-in-law through his son, he should be prohibited to his daughter-in-law through her son. To which the Gemara says, Ashes bin Choli. I'm sorry, Ashes bin Choli. In response to his daughter-in-law. Why? Because she is the wife of his son. One is chayiv ultimately again because a woman is the wife of his son, but not chayiv because she is the wife of his wife's son. So you see what we're doing over here? We're just trying to kind of figure out parallel relationships. So we know that a man is prohibited to his daughter-in-law. What's the definition of a daughter-in-law? Your son's wife. So that Gemara said, okay, so why do we say the parallel relationship? Again, your wife's son's wife should also be asur too. Listen, I want to be clear. All of these relationships are asur. They're asur. The shaila is, are they asur d'Rabbanan or are they asur d'Oraisa? So your daughter-in-law through your son's wife is obviously asur d'Oraisa. So the shaila is your wife's son's daughter, your wife's son's wife also asur? Alright, so Christian say no, as the passage says, Rabbi says, so Rabbi says like this. The truth is, this goes back to yesterday's stuff. Remember, again, we have fundamental focus in general. How do you darshan Zera Shabbos? How do you darshan Zera Shabbos? Do we say, don't me know, which means again about saying, remember that the target of the shape. So the defining definition of the example comes from the source item. Or no, don't mean love. The asra means ultimately the result to be fun because we really focus is on the destination of the exertion, or the second half of the exertion. We'll see inside in just a moment. Yours love is in reality. Anyway, Rabbi says the truth is, can't really learn out this prohibition ultimately of wife's son's wife. Why? Whereas the Mandama don't we know. So what it says ultimately when an exam Shabbat, focus on the initial halacha. That really determines the defining characteristics and qualities. So he said this, Mahu halas lasura. Just as man, so just goes a typical case, right? Ruben's married to Rachel. Again, Ruben's Kala, who says Kala? His Kala is his daughter-in-law. Right? So remember again, his son's wife. Mahu halas lasura. Just as Ruben, his daughter-in-law is asura to him. After Nabi halas lasura, so too, Rachel's son's wife should also be prohibited to Ruben. The Gemara says if that's the case, Mahu b'skila, so we should say the same way if Ruben has relations with his daughter-in-law, i.e. his son's wife, that is punishable by skila. So too again, if he has relations with his wife's son's wife, his daughter-in-law through his wife, it should also be punishable by skila. So Gemara says, okay, the man do Amar Skila Chamura Ikor Micha. According to the opinion that says that Skila is the most common form of penalty. I will say first wide line, Ayin Vav on the ballot, 76A. What's the problem? Magu Shikin Imo. Again, I want to say for Ruben himself. So remember again, relationship with his mother, punishment by Skila. Tomar Behi Shikima B'Seifa. So the Bible says, see, relationships don't line up. Right? Remember that again, we're trying to create a certain symmetry. And granted, it's an immoral symmetry, but it's a symmetry nevertheless between relations. Immoral, right? Probably relationships on this side versus first side. So we're trying to line up essentially to say that just like he can't have relations with his daughter, i.e., his son's wife, so to again on his wife's son, he also is credited to his wife's son's wife. The problem just is, you see that the symmetry doesn't line up. Why not? Take a look at mother for just a moment. If he has relations with his mother, it's Skila. If he has relations with her mother, it's Tzrifa. It's Tzrifa, right? That's one of the explicit suiting that we saw yesterday, is that you can't go ahead and marry, have relations with a woman and her mother. It's not a Tzrifa. So you see that the symmetry doesn't line up. Come on, be usually the Tzrifa, called furthermore, second white line, called Bita the Tzrifa, Zikalas of the Skila. Furthermore, again, if this construct would remain true, it means that if we're going to have relations with Rachel's daughter, in connection by Sreifa, again, that's an explicit pasuk, a woman and her daughter, that's Sreifa, and yet, again, Kalasa, according to this logic, if you have relations with Rachel's son's wife, i.e. his girl through his wife, it would be by Skila. So again, just the punishments don't seem to line up. Which Gemara says it's not a problem. That's lo yochiach. The truth is that's not such a question. Why? The beat of Israel, the kalos of Skila. We already see that the punishments are asymmetrical. Why? Because if we're going to have relations with his daughter, it's straight up, and yet to get into relations with his daughter-in-law, meaning his son's wife, ultimately, look, Elamah lo charakta bo bein imo la kaloso. The issue just is that, at least from Ruben's perspective, what's symmetrical is the prohibition a generation above and a generation below. Right? So in other words, for example, his mother and his daughter-in-law from his son are symmetrical. They're both the straight up. So just like for Ruben himself. Again, it was remember we saw yesterday's math, so he's forbidden relationship with continuity with generations up and generations below. So we look from Lutheran's perspective. So again, we look at the prohibition regarding his mother and his daughter-in-law, i.e. his son's wife, which are the same. So again, her side, it should be the same thing. We should say it should be the same punishment. Ruben has relations with Rachel's mother, or Rachel's daughter-in-law through her son. Gemara says, "Remando Amar Sreifa Chamura Mehagdashiloni." According to the Indian, it says that Sreifa is more Chamar. Ultimately, again, based on this question, we will not be able to capture this in time. Okay, so Gemara says, that's the first side of this. The second side of this is Remando Amar Uki Ba'asra. Again, this is all Yahweh's construct. All of his countries. So remember, just to keep our eye on the ball over here. So remember, we're trying to figure out over here, we must make a suggestion that just as Ruben is not allowed to have relations with his daughter-in-law, in other words, the daughter-in-law is defined by his son's wife, Ruben wants to suggest that there should be a symmetrical prohibition to his wife's son's wife. His daughter-in-law through his wife. The Gemara suggesting that the Rav is saying the truth is, whichever way you dash from Xer Shav, it's not going to work. This female is not going to work. So, for example, man Damar, don't we know about Uki Bas? So again, according to the opinion that the action is complicated by saying that literally, again, the defining characteristics ultimately of the Xer Shav are going to be defined by what we call the destination of the Xer Shav. So it's like this, Mahu Kalos Asura, just as Ruben, right? Ruben is going on spending relations with his son's wife. Ahi Kalos Asura. So we just say the same thing. He can't have relations with Rachel's son's wife. Ruki Ba'asura. So we said, okay, then let's focus on the destination of like Xer Shav. possibly with the skila. So remember again, if Reuben were to have relations with Rachel's son's wife, that would be skila. That would be skila. Aval halcha b'sreifa. But over here, if he were to have relations with his own daughter-in-law, i.e. his son's wife, that's sreifa. As we find with his mother, because we also remember again, on Reuben's side, things are symmetrical. Because remember, if Reuben has relations with his mother, generation up, or has relations with his daughter-in-law, generation down, same punishment, sreifa. Sreifa. He says, Laman Damar, Lamura, the lift. So according to the king that says that it is more Chamar, he could ask the following question. Right? So like right? So with his mother will be skila Tamar Bihi, she will be Sreifa. Yeah, with her with Rachel will be the Sreifa. No, Mahu Chalak the bow, Bein Bito La Kalasa, Afi Kathla Ba Bein Bito La Kalasa. So she says the same way that there's a distinction in the prohibition for Ruvain between his daughter and his daughter-in-law. So to Rachel's side, there should be a distinction between his daughter and his daughter-in-law. According to the opinion that says that Sreifa ultimately is not someone in Skila, and I push you no Nukurim. And this, based on this question, we can't darshan the proper halacha. So therefore, we'll say, interestingly enough, the Gemara does not seem to be able to prove this idea. Let's remember, what's the idea the Gemara wanted to do? The Gemara wanted to say that the same way that Reuben's daughter-in-law from his son, right, his son's wife, is controlled by Sreifa. So too, again, his daughter-in-law through his wife. Reuben's daughter-in-law, i.e., his son's wife is controlled by Sreifa. So you should give parallel prohibition that his daughter-in-law from his wife, Rachel's son's wife, should also be controlled by Sreifa. So again, both Abaye and Rava agree that is not halacha. Abaye says it. Rava says either way, the Xer Shabbat is not going to work. Xer Shabbat doesn't work. Okay. So the Gemara asks, so once again, it doesn't mean it's still us, it just means the Gemara is suggesting that it may not be a prohibition of Sreifa. Okay, so the Gemara goes back there. The Gemara says, let's see an interesting case. What happens if Reuven violates Rachel? He violates her, and then what happens? He violates, and they have a daughter. So how do I know that halal myself, if Reuven has relations with that daughter, punishable by Sreifa? He told me I'm a sussor. So as a result of doing everything, Mina, I had a relationship like that. It's punishable by Sreifa. Which the Gemara says, "Hey, Kavachomer." It's Kavachomer. What's the Kavachomer? Albas Bito Punish Albito Latoshakim Tatius. If Lamaisa, Reuven is held liable for relations with his granddaughter, Bas Bito, then what? Allah has come all the more so, he is held accountable for relations with his daughter, even if that daughter ultimately again is the result of a violation of violating her mother. So the Gemara says, so if he owns you, I didn't go inside, you can't create, once you have this concept, that you can't create kavachomas through you can't create capital punishment through a kavachomer. Capital punishment has to be understood directly. So you might say, give me most of the no, it's not really a kavachomer, it's obvious. The Torah holds a man accountable for relations with his daughter. It's punished by Sreifa. It doesn't even make a difference how this woman is his daughter, or from a legitimate marriage, or whether she's his daughter because he violated her mother. Either way, a daughter is a daughter, and therefore there's going to be liability for relations with her. Incredible. Rav Brother says, I'm already Yitzchak Baratini, Asya Hina, Asya Zima. Okay, Rav on the hand disagrees. You know, learns out from the double Zer Shava of Hina, Zima. Okay, Tani Avua de Rabbi Adam. The fish Shalom Lamadu, the Pita Measasu, Chutzraf Hakasav Lomar, Ubas Ish Kohen. Let's listen to this. So the Gemara says, because we do not learn out, right? We don't have an explicit Russia. There's no explicit concept that says that if a man has relations with his daughter, who he fathered through violating her mother, that if he has relations with her, he is tied. Because there's no explicit concept that says that. Chutzrach HaKosel Lomar, the concept means to say Bas ish kohen. So the Gemara says, Bas kohen ibisrael vein ball of a seifa. So this was this. Remember the pasuk over here is talking about a Bas ish kohen, right? So again, this is the daughter of a kohen who commits this. So we had this sugya a while back. Is this talking about Irisin? Is it talking about Yisrael? So the Pashtus is talking about Harusa. Right, and if a Bas kohen who is in Harusa commits adultery, the Allah is she is judged with Srefa. Are you unique halacha? So the Gemara says, "Ima Bas kohen he Sreifa being born of the Sreifa." So now Bas kohen, she herself is judged with Sreifa. But the Maisa, interestingly enough, the man which commits adultery is not judged at Bitami Anas. So to again, the gas from violating her mother. He is Sreifa, she is judged with Sreifa. The aim ball of the Sreifa. But ultimately, again, her or the man with whom she commits adultery is not judged with Sreifa. I'm not by it says, I'm not going to pass. It says, as Aviha, she mechaleres. She's profaning her father. She mechaleres as Aviha. So who is judged with Sreifa? One who profanes her father. Yosas azu sha'am mechalah. This would come to exclude one, not the girl who's profaning her father, but rather what? It's the father who's profaning her. Rava Amarav says, Bishlam achasam afiksi midin Bas kohen. But we killed the idea of the Bas Yisrael. So okay. In that case, it's like the girl is being removed from the typical case of the Bas kohen, and she's being judged in accordance with the standards of the typical Bas Yisrael. Hacha, adina demand muknesla. Adina demand muknesla. Here in the case of Bita Manasaso. So again, when the daughter of a woman who we violated, so again, where are you going to put her? Right, you're going to put her in the category of just a regular single woman. That doesn't make any sense. As far so it's therefore again, Gemara learns that I love for myself. Just as a man is high streifa for violating his daughter, for having relations with his daughter, so too is high for relations with his daughter, even if she is the daughter of a woman whom he violated. That's the statement. As far as the becoming a sussman, where's the law? Where's the most number again? As we see the way the Torah is structured is, in order to hold someone liable in a capital case, there needs to be two things. There needs to be a law, right? And there needs to be a prohibition, and there needs to be an oath. So where's the law? Where's the law? As far as the becoming a sussman, you show that by Rava. So going to by Rava, the Hechad Dinafkulu Onesh. They also not last part. So according to Naya Rava, the same passage that teaches us the punishment is the very same passage that teaches us the law. Ella, with the Tani Davod Rabbi Adin, I will say, what about the time of Rabbi Adin? Where is he from? Rabbi Loy, I'm a crow, Heller as Bitchol, that has no son. Plus it says, do not profane your daughter and have her commit an act of immorality, or literally again, it's literally translated, do not profane your daughter that has no son, have her become a harlot. Okay, so again, that passage is going to teach us that a father can't have relations with his daughter, even if that daughter is not in a marriage, if that daughter herself is from a woman's body. Okay, incredible. So Maskef Rabbi Yaakov, Rabbi Yaakov, Hi Atachal. It will say that is for something else. In other words, now look what's happening over here. We're trying to figure out, right? We've established that halacha itself, if a man violates of his daughter, who he fathered with a woman whom he violated, he is chayiv l'sefra. He's chayiv straight up. Where's the law? Where's the law? It's according to Abaye and Rava. It's the same. The law is the same source as the actual ownership. Okay. According to the other opinions plus the law is in the passage of Atachala as Bitchala has no son. Do not profane your daughter by having her engage in acts of harlotry. What's the harlotry over here? What's this gross relation with her? Tushma says, well, hold up. We use that passage for something totally different. We use it for something totally different. So it says, hi, no, we actually need that passage for something dramatically different. Here we go with the Sanya. As we learned, has no son. Do not have your daughter engage in an act of harlotry. Listen to this. Yaakov Cohen, Hamas is Bito Lulin. Levi, the Israel, so we'll say this is fascinating. One might have thought that the concept is actually talking about that a Kohen is not allowed to have his daughter marry a lady or a Yisrael. Wow. Right? When I think about the preservation of Yichus, then maybe again to preserve property Yichus, a Bas Kohen should only marry a Kohen. And marrying a lady or a Yisrael, the Chas Shalom be like an act of harlotry, to which the Gemara says, Hamomar has no son. Therefore, the Pasuk says the father should not be with the Rabban has no son. The Chilo should be no sakasa. We're talking about the idea that most it's not being much understanding over here. But Allah Khalamai says giving your daughter over into a context where ultimately again she's going to be engaged in snus. So what does this refer to? The Moser as people shalom issues. Giving over one's daughter not for the sake of marriage. Not for the sake of marriage. The Allah said again, so it's the prohibition of a father to give his daughter over a man, not in the context of marriage, for some immoral purposes, to which the Gemara says, Imke lemakra al tachel. If that's the case, let the pasuk just say al tachel, singular. Do not profane your daughter singular by giving her over to a non in a non-marital context. My aunt will mean teach me two things. So number one, you can't go ahead and give your daughter over to a man in a non-marriage context. And also number two, it also teaches me that what a father can't have relations with his daughter, even if he found her by violating her mother, because sexual relations will be an act of profanation. It will be an act of profanity. That's halacha. Okay. So the Gemara says, now this is actually fascinating. A little bit of detail over here. Rabbi Rava, hi out the fellas, has no son. I was saying, remember source, right? That beaten on such a foundation they derive the onesh. So that's what Abaye and Rabbi do with this pasuk. It's interesting. So Abaye tells I'm money. Zeh masi is beaten is fascinating. This refers to someone who marries off his daughter to an older man. But Akhala is Bitchala Mosa to profane her by giving her over to morality. Rabbi Eliezer Omer Zahamasi es Bitol Zakim. This refers to someone who goes ahead and marries off his daughter to an older man. Now, what's the concern? We're going to deal with Rashi. She says, Masi Bitol Zakim. It's two from the bottom. When we talk Sheina Mekabaso, Mizana Alafu. Mizana Yalav. What's the concern over here? If she's very young and he's very old, what's the issue? Which is going to be is she's going to have a desire for intimacy. She's not going to have a desire for intimacy. So what's going to happen? She is going to seek fulfillment outside of her marriage. So you're setting up a situation that is going to put her in a very precarious state. So therefore, Torah says when marrying off your daughter, do not put her in a situation where she's going to put it this way. It's really fascinating. Just the Torah understands human nature. I was just created us. The Torah understands that people crave intimacy. And if they can't find it in the context of their marriage, just the way it's going to work is they can look for it elsewhere. Again, Torah obviously is not condoning that type of behavior, but the Torah's understanding that that's just the way people work. Or again, Torah's telling the father, marry your daughter off to an older man, because if you do that, you are setting almost as a you are setting it up ultimately you're going to seek outside intimacy outside of the permitted confines of the man. So Rabbi Kiva from Giva Omer Zahamasi. Zahamash Ito Bulgaris. Fascinating. This refers to someone who delayed marrying off his daughter until she's a Bulgaris. The idea is to marry off your children early, a father delays bringing up his children, that's ultimately again setting the life of business. This is very interesting as well. Actually, Masha Vito Gares, actually pull up 2 lines up from the bottom. Zah Masha Vito Gares, she's actually a fascinating hearsay here now. She actually says, Shemisada Lahafkira Umizana. So let's say, so the wording of Rashi itself is very strange. What does it mean? Shemisada means desires, Lahafkira, to make her hefker, Umizana, and therefore she commits znus. What does that mean? So if you look, by the way, at most it's unity. They change it by the letter K, close to Rashash, who says Rashash, Magia, Kido, with Lipidasa. So let's say, as we're going to see on the base a little bit, it's fascinating. Why would a father delay marrying off his daughter? Because, listen to this, from the Gemara's perspective, when there's a daughter in the house, the father has free domestic help. Free domestic help. If he goes ahead and he marries off his daughter, what happens? What happens? So now he's got to go ahead and pay for domestic help. He delays marrying her off for his own benefit. When a father does that, so it's interesting. From my perspective, what that's also going to do is set her up for this. She's going to see, going to crave that closeness. And therefore, he's setting her up for Znus. We'll see more about that in just a moment. So the Gemara says, I'm Rav Khan, and we show Rabbi Akiva, it's the last 2 lines. On, from the same process, right? So, Al-Takhala has no son. Do not profane your daughter by putting her in front of Znus. What does it mean? So first thing, it means don't marry to a much older man, because again, their drives are not alone. She's going to see only marriage. Rabbi Akiva, don't delay marrying off your daughter for your own purposes, because you're going to drive her to Znus. Incredible. I'm not kind of Rabbi Akiva. Listen to this. Yisrael, Ella Rasha Arum, Lahamasha Ita Bogeres. What's this fascinating? There is no poor person in Klal Yisrael who is not a Rasha Arum, a cunning evildoer, right? A cunning Rasha, or someone who delays his daughter from getting married. So he says, Amasha Ita Bogeres, La Rasha. And listen out, what does this mean? Does it mean every single poor person is a cunning Rasha? What it means is every cunning Rasha ultimately becomes an onion, becomes impoverished. Just like every single man who delays marrying off his daughter for his own purposes ultimately becomes impoverished. Why? So Gemara says, you won't clear just a moment. Gemara says, Atu, Hamasha Bitu against Abrasha. Understand, the guy who delays marrying off his daughter, is he a cunning Rasha? In other words, we'll say, we're talking about here. We're talking about a guy, Father, I haven't found the right shidduch. My daughter's son. Meanwhile, he's purposely delaying her prospects. Why? Because he wants to go ahead and suit his own needs. That's what's happening over here. That's what's driving all of this. Is that the cunning Rabbi, Hagim was to say, what's an example of a person who is a cunning Rasha, who's going to be impoverished? This ultimately is someone who intentionally delays marrying off his daughter to go ahead and satisfy his needs. So let's say, I just want to point out just how profound this is. What is this mean? This is marrying off his own daughter, right? Or someone who's a cunning Rasha is going to become an onion. What's the shepherd? What's coming around people? Coming around later is putting the own needs of people. And so the father goes ahead and says, you know what? I don't want to marry my daughter. I'm not going to marry. I don't want to marry her. It doesn't suit my mind. Person that's cunning for your child. Who is the cunning Rasha? The cunning Rasha is a person, as we'll see in just a moment, is a person who puts his own needs in front of other people's needs. So let's say, so a person who prioritizes his needs over other people's needs. There's a cosmic justice in the world. says you're putting your own self-advancement in front of your own child, in front of other people. What ends up happening to such a person? Become impoverished. Become poor, maybe not immediately, over time, because that's not how the Baruch Hu the emotion that want us to be self-serving. And those say, this is incredibly important. First of all, there's a tremendous parenting lesson that's involved here. A lot of times as parents, we're not even realizing we our needs before our children's needs. Like we have this vision for our children about what we want them to become. Right? And they do like this. I want them professionally to do this. And they can't get married until they reach professional or this or this or that. Now, by the way, sometimes that's great. But sometimes what we don't realize is that's not what my kid needs. That's what I need. That's what I need. And that's selfish behavior. Putting your own needs before your child. I think it's one of the hardest things I have to figure out. Like, am I taking these positions because they're actually better for my child? Or am I taking these positions because they're actually better for me? And it's funny because a lot of times our own needs and our children's needs kind of become intertwined and intertwined. One of the things we have to be so careful about in parenting is making sure, listen, one of the greatest ways to hire us in parenting, that's one of the greatest ways of parenting, is often as parenting we think like our kids represent a do-over for ourselves, right? Everything that I did wrong in life, I'm going to get right through my kids. Well, that's fine, but your kid's not you. And your kid didn't sign up to become a better version of you. My child is someone different, fundamentally different than me, with different profiles, different abilities, and a different destiny. So you have to be so careful. I see all my parents like have these incredible, beautiful dreams, which are so beautiful. Only issue is they never check with kid or not that's what the kid wants to do. Does the kid want to go down this path? Does the kid want this kind of career? Does the kid want this kind of education? Does the kid want this kind of career? This is what the kid's going to do. You just never check with the child. Not putting parental desires and life objectives before the child, and that is up, I'll say, is fundamentally selfish. And when you're selfish in life, just understand it never worked out. The Russia Arum with his own needs, before the needs of others. You can try that, and you may be successful in the short term, but in the long term, ultimately, you become impoverished. But also, but to be so imperative is make sure that the decisions you make are the ones that are good for your child, and not the ones that simply benefit you. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. So you might as well say, kind of following up on what the Gemara says. Be careful about getting advice from someone who is only giving you advice ultimately because it benefits them. That's how you atzkal, someone gives you itzah, the feed down code. According to the Shabbosai. So this is an incredible caveat. In fact, what does the Russia Arum do? The Russia Arum is not someone who's just stuffing chazer into your mouth. The Russia Arum is a person very often will be giving you advice, and it may not be even the worst advice for you, but it's not the best advice for you. But you know who is the best advice for? For him. For him. It's the same idea sometimes without even realizing it. The people we give to our children, or the advice we give to our children, is the advice that benefits us. Benefits me as the parent, not that benefits my child. So what's this? This is kind of the follow-up. Be careful with someone who gives you advice in accordance with their definition. By the way, it's also important to hear this from Rabbi Akiva. Right? Remember again, Rabbi Akiva knows what it's like to get advice from different people. Because in Rabbi Akiva's life, there were two different groups of people. Really just one group than one person. There was one group of Rabbi Akiva who constantly actually told him, you will never amount to anything more than a shepherd. That's what you were. That's what you will be. Just be the best shepherd. And those are people, and Rabbi Akiva had one person who whispered in his ear, that one person happened to be his wife, Rachel. Right? And Rachel told him, you can do whatever you want to do. Right? You want to become a good brother, and you want to become the best of the best. You can do that. You can do that. So the Akiva essentially says, just be careful who you get advice from. Because had I listened to the majority of people who were whispering in my ear, I would have been a very good shepherd. A very good shepherd. And that's it. The Baruch Hashem, I took advice from someone who wasn't self-serving, but rather I took advice from someone who really and truly cared about you. As a result, the Akiva became the Akiva. Incredible. Incredible. I'm not going to I'm not saying people something, and the person goes there and married, let's go back to this. Listen, a man marries off in front to a much older man. Now, Nasi Isha with no kata, or there was a reverse case, a man marries a woman to his minor son. Remember, as we spoke about, minor son is not the kid who loved less, right? A minor son represents again a child. So he's married off again an adult woman to his minor son. Remember again, coming along with it's again, you're going to be unfulfilling marriages, right? First, his brother's married to much older man, you don't have the same drive. Again, the second, his son, who's a child, is married to a woman, not going to have the same drive. Well, listen to this. If someone who goes out of his way to return a lost object to a non-Jew. What's the Gemara says? Allah Kasimomer, about such a person as Pasuk says, L'man Safos Harava Asat Smaya, Lo Yova Hashem Salawat Lo. They must say that the way the Pasuk, the way that the Gemara is understanding this Pasuk every day, which is really quite profound. L'man Safos Harava Asat Smaya means that, look at Rashi. Rashi says, L'man Safos Liftah. Rashi understands Safos means now what's being connected over here? Rashi says, last part of Rashi and it's out. The voice had smell, Sabeh bin Navar, in some of the Zakri the Yalda, Zosnia and Pashish, Zak and say, God, Kata. So this. According to the Immersion saying as follows: you can't connect someone who is thirsty with someone who is sated and expect them to go ahead and complement each other. So another word for that over here is, right? So the young woman is thirsty. She wants intimacy. The older man is sated. The young boy is sated. The woman is thirsty. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't work to pair up someone who is thirsty with someone who is sated, because halacha l'maisa again, it doesn't work. I must say, by the way, it happens to be that this is a profound so not just by intimacy, but also by marriage. In order to have true shalom Bibles, in order to have true growth in a marriage, both parties in the marriage has to want growth. Like the worst thing that can happen comes her husband's mashkiach. If a wife is keeping her husband out of bed in the morning, get up, push her, that's a disaster. That's a disaster. The same way the husband is telling his wife, you didn't get enough on Sunday. You need to be starting Shabbos, you need to be ready for Shabbos at midday on Friday. That's what. What's the recipe for success? Both have to be thirsty. Both have to be thirsty. Thirsty for growth. A wife has to be thirsty for growth. That's a successful marriage. If one is thirsty and one is sated, it's very difficult. Very difficult. Because one always going to be pushing, one always going to be wanting, and the other one ultimately is resentful. If both are thirsty, then the man said that's the recipe for success. If both are sated, then what? Utter disaster. Because if both are sated, then that represents a life of complacency, a life of mediocrity. Both are thirsty, ridiculous success. Both are sated, abysmal failure. One is thirsty, sated, a lot of shalom bias issues. What about the matzah? What's wrong with going ahead? What's wrong with going ahead and returning a lost object to a non-Jew? I don't know. That sounds like a nice thing. What's wrong with that? So if you look at Rashi, Rashi says over here, matzah videl kusi, heshva v'hiber kusi liyisrael. So, Shabbos Aveda in a chill. What's this? I said, of course, you should return lost objects to them. That's what Moshe saying. Moshe saying like this: that a person who thinks that returning a lost object to a non-Jew is just as important as the mitzvah of Shabbos Aveda, that's wrong. That's wrong. As you say, we're going to say something that is incredibly politically incorrect, which is Jews and non-Jews are not the same. we're not the same. And we should not interact with each other as if we are the same. You have to have respect for all of humanity. You have to treat all humanity with dignity. So listen, but there is a different level of interaction and a different level of devotion that we must have to each other. And the said we don't have to be apologetic about saying it. For one simple reason. For one simple reason. No one looks out for us except us. And no one has our back except us. And I will say, for so many of us, our senses were dulled to this. Like we fought again after the Holocaust, never again. Everybody loves us, and anti-Semitism is not what it used to be. And then October 7th happened, and we realized the world is the same exact world that we have been for thousands of years. And give the world a chance to annihilate the Jews, and they'll take it. And give the world a chance to go ahead and turn into anti-Semitic lynch mobs, and they'll do it. And it doesn't matter what believers, and even as great as this hope is to us, the anti-Semitism is rampant, and it teaches us one simple lesson: circle the wagons, look out for each other, because no one else is going to look out for us but us. So if you're one of those right, and tikkun olam, and everything, yes, and we're one big community, humanity, you're a fool. We're not one big community of humanity. We're not. There's us and there's them. And that's the way the world works. Now, when Mashiach comes, and Eretz Hashem, that'll change. And when Mashiach comes, it will be v'yasa kula maguda achos. Humanity will become one. But until that day, humanity is not one. There's Klal Yisrael, and there's everyone else. It's Am Levatai Yishkon. We are alone in this world. And again, the beautiful part is we're alone as a nation. We're not alone as individuals. Because we have each other. Always. This is what the Gemara says. If you think just like if you watch a Shabbos, I think, unity of mankind. Right? It says, there's not saying there will be a community of mankind. And I want to say again, to be clear, the obligation of dignity, every single person, but just understand that there is a different system of conduct in other regions and a different system of conduct that we have one another because only position. We have no one else but each other. And when we get to that, we can put ourselves in only one situation. You are the return plus object of pussy. You should. If you get extra change at the supermarket, should you return the extra change? 1,000 people will say. Yes. And don't tell us after you get this account, you get extra money, right? You be a proper human being. But just understand that there's a difference between that and the mitzvah of Hashem Basariku, which represents the interpersonal contract that we have with one another. Incredible. So what's amazing is where there's a kasha, however, basically, a man who loves his wife like his own body, no sin. And one who gives you covered more than it's. You hear this? You have to love your wife like yourself, right? You have to honor her more than yourself. And once in a while, what does that mean? Why doesn't it say you have to go ahead? Hey, so what does this mean? First of all, why don't you say love your wife more than yourself? What's the simple answer? Because you can't. It's important to say. The framework of love that I have more than anything is myself. In other words, the strongest reflex we have in ourselves is self-preservation. Right? Because deep down, like the most important, we're very sentient beings. So the Gemara says, if you could love your wife as much as you love yourself, that's godless. That's godless. Now, what does it mean to be mechanech? That because love is an emotion. So, from an emotional perspective, you can feel that sense of love to your wife, and you can feel you care about her as much as you care about yourself. That's fantastic. The fact that covet is our physical behaviors. Right? So then when it comes to physical behaviors, then you have to do more for your wife than what you do for yourself. And it was like that's on a very like mutual level. So again, so you for yourself, you get a present on your birthday, so you're actually going to get whatever you get a present, clothes, whatever cover you take for you. If you like certain things, whatever you like, make sure that your wife has more than that. This covet is physically measurable. So avo, which is emotion, chazal felt, if you care about your wife as much as you care about yourself, that's fantastic. But covet that you give, that's behavioral. The covet you give to your wife has to surpass the covet you give for yourself. You would want for yourself. Now, imagine one of the knows of Derek Ishara. I was saying again, this is so beautiful. And one who leads his children in a proper path. So let's say these captions, these gimmars, and you can spend a week on these gimmars. What does it mean magic? What does it mean magic? What does it mean? What's the magic? What's the magic? God. What does the guy do? Shows you the way. Leads. Right? What's it? The most annoying guys are the ones who talk too much. Like, just be quiet and move. Talk, right? Same thing. Keep that much less talking, much more. Be a mattress. Don't tell your kids what to do. Don't tell your kids what to do. Show them to do. Show them what to do. I'm talking to anyone else over here. Right? This is a motivated group. Whether you are asleep or not, you think they don't know on some level to waking up early, to come to shul, to learn about it, to your most nefesh, to be sleep is true. It's tremendous stress nefesh. None of us are going to sleep at 8 o'clock at night. We're getting home and sleep, getting up at 5. Imagine. It's all about the hadracha. You can say whatever you can say nice about people, you can say shemiras, do all that stuff. It's very nice. It's very beautiful. All the parts. The most important thing is how what is said that you said. If you shut up, that's incredible. Now, I'm serious someone for peer pressure. Marry them off early. Like I said, someone for peer pressure. And someone for peer pressure a little bit before they reach adulthood, right? Which again, today's age is about 25, right? So nice, so marry them off a little bit before they reach adulthood. I love our custom Omer. So that's such a person was like, see, it's four ingredients over here. Number one, love your wife as much as you love yourself. You reach out to people like this, I love myself. I love my kid. Because I'll say, calm down, right? If you could love your wife as much as you love yourself, that's an accomplishment, right? Love her as much as you love yourself. Number two, give her more cover, which is behavioral stuff. Give her more cover than the cover you take for yourself. Number three, don't tell your kids what to do, but be a mentor. Be a good guide. Be a good leader. Show them what to do. And number four, marry your children off a little bit before adulthood. That goes into the Pasuk says, yeah, that's all. You show them all, that's all. The character, that's all. The little tactile. Pasuk says, no, that I'm going to show you repent. Right? That's all. Your home will be remembered for good, and ultimately, again, you will not come to sin. So, what's this about a wise all of this brought down? Because again, we just saw before, the marriage couldn't marry up before adults. So what's happening? The Gemara says, no, it's not a kasha. It's not a kasha. The Gemara says, some of them are going to shine. No, ultimately, again, this is literally talking about right before they reach the age of adulthood. So again, they're on the cusp of adulthood. So the nice again, that's not speaking about marrying up each other's that's not really still incredible. And we'll say, we'll stop here for today. We're fine. Tomorrow's very short session. Kind of short that. Was that tremendous? Tremendous way to start the week. Shkai. Nature. A wolf loses his hair, but not his nature. A leopard cannot change his status. Having a secret, as long as you're healthy. Responsibility.
Doss hit him. He thinks everyone knows he committed a crime. A thief's hat groans. Of me are just blood. Dash, I wish it could be said about me. Source, in trouble. FEN stuck his guts of action. Someone else's ass is easy to smack. Salacious, spiteful, lit, just to get someone angry. Anti-washed, disappointed. Causes Puna, impotent filler. Culture or finicky. Judge delicately brought up. Son-in-law. Say, advice. Every talent, absent-minded, mixed up. Unusual, GBPs, used in response to the rage of Charlotte Mulligan. Alphabet, the first two letters of the Jewish alphabet.
All learning together.
Dash
And by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share. We thank our annual commentary sponsor of the dedicated all the show instructions this year, wishing the Mazel Tov to Yeshua Attention on the ancient one, it's called Mazel Tov and Mazel Tov. Our commentary sponsors for the month of Adar, Abba October. Carries the Zing Lamonius Times Father, Dr. Harry Karen, Sweet Hirsch, Ben Yossi Kapori. These Levine and Bernie families remember of the Williamsburg, Yeshua and Israel. Our day of learning sponsors, Maya Happy, in its works of Adler Bay, Shulani, Baskudelia, Lina, Nara, Ben, Shulanis, Health and Hatzlacha. Beautiful. From this time today, Aaron Wiseman, and his father, Charles Wheeler, is the Ben Israel, Steve, and Rothschild, in honor of the girl to Zanzi and Michelle Rothschild, Mazel Tov to Zanzi's girlfriend, Simon Khan Rothschild, and sister Laura Moshe, and Yadina Gordon, and Mazel Tov. She was working for 15 years for the Making that, that's the great back to the show. I apologize that we have to issue a few minutes for you. But we have to thank you. I wasn't planning to say anything about it. Thank you. Let's pack it up. We're actually also going to start from the top of the iron head. My son Adam did cheers for the great job. Actually, very good notice. I'm sorry. You did a good job. I think you're really showing off a little bit of the face. You have to get from like, I'm doing on the face to the middle of iron head and out. So you're showing up the old it's okay. It's good. Alright, so just for the sake of the fact that wasn't there, for the sake of having the people recording as well, just to start the top of $9 million. 75 days. The third one goes to sleep. When two people confirm something, it's true. Husband, Dash release. Hispanic protest. Dash, that's how it goes. It's breakage. Dash is so soon. Officially for adults kitchen description. Dash, that's how the cookie crumbles. You're a hero. Coffee cake, style pastry. Just for preparing for Thursday place that are waiting for him at the end of the meal, he announces the presence. Where was the mistake? Where is the mistake? Should not some aid. Folks, one of the reasons that we have to search up was US how you what with that is because as the mayor says, the mayor knows once you make something, it unleashes a certain concept going forward. So it's incredible to see over here just what it's doing where the mistake was. Shemason Elia Rudy Shahas. Why was that close? Why not be careful with your why not use the word that's the name of this song, this song, but when I suspect if the sometimes when things go off the rails, and you're not exactly sure where it went off the rails. And there are times that I've been so abundantly clear where exactly things that off the rest of the year. Let's say A-Love. So you want to go and try to relocate the video of the doctor's value. A-Love has 100 actual people out. And that's the set that this guy is not exactly right. The only possibility, the only report you can have is if he has relations with this woman. Okay, and look up for me. And then we see don't stop the dial. No, crazy guys. Great, yeah. So again, I will say some conscious and not making the assumption over here that it must be some type of a random situation. So again, so along the way of things that you have to soon give your life for. Then she's going to change yes. So exactly said, okay. Download the one of our music. So okay, fine, yeah, that's our age. We just have to be able to see it and quote. We can see it and quote. So you might say, yes, when we start coming from about it comes to the you can't know this is not how you operate. So I said, this operating on that point, I get it. So you don't talk with her. Okay, so you can't have a relationship with her. You can't see her unquote. You gotta talk with her. And it's interesting at this point you've actually already understood that there is a serious issue here. So it's like, she wanted these people to be face to face. Corey, I got it. But if you can like give them a relationship, so you know, right? Exactly, yeah, I said, look, you make the chocolate, you know, let him go. Let him go. But let them not go ahead and have this conversation. Let's talk about the conversation. Remember, again, context is everything. That's the context of this. The context of this was in an illicit, immoral urge. Nothing in the ball solution. So again, you know, this entire thing took on an air of immorality about it. So you know, it's about a real she was single. So this one of my dumb she's in China. So going to the she was like, shut that's funny, so I said, I don't know if you realize myself, my life, if she's single, I don't understand why is she back there? What is it exactly that's unfolding over here? So you must see, like, I'm sure to down in the spotlight. That's how I said, ultimately, again, because of the damage spotlight, now, use the damage spotlight, not so the end should be damage spotlight. Even if she was a single woman, it would have been embarrassing for her friends and reputationally that potentially damaging for her to go ahead and shift over. Maybe shift over their imagination. Okay. I'm a junior in this, so just a try to get you through that situation. It's really right. Okay. Got it. It's shifted this thing, right? Okay. So, anyway, so the issue over here is that I like on the side, is that I feel this is if this girl would get even if she was single, if she would be engaged in this type of behavior, it would have significant reputational damage upon her and upon her mishpacha. Not only the weaker armor, she recently was shut into lives. So that was we see that setting an example. Let's set an example. Let's say, you know, one of the things that we this way, right? We live in this type of society who seems to be the proposal and religious screaming back the other way. Where there's no code of morality. And whatever you feel or however you identify, whatever you say, that becomes the truth. When you feel morality, there's no morality. That's the truth. So, as I was saying, that's why he's still over here. Hello, Melissa. You twist the lines, these kind of things. You see, again, the way you're talking about nature.
Mysticism that assigns American value to each letter and became powerful in their time. Values of words. The letter J is a very value-based. Letter R is the value until 1418.
And suddenly again, us catering to that desire. That is an illicit, immoral desire. And what do you do to illicit, immoral desire? When you do it, you shut it down. You cater to it. You don't send it to it. And you don't pretend that it's okay. Society, in order to preserve a system of morality, must take delineation between what is wrong and what is right. And if that means that the guy's gonna die, what's wrong, the reality is, the needs of the Muslim
with the exception of Pesach,
always outweighs the needs of the few. That is the cloud together. Just because somebody says this, something or wants something, doesn't mean that everyone else has to cater to it. There's a system, there's a society, there's a kind of conduct, and that has to preserve all costs. Even if it means the guy's gonna die, the guy's gonna die. So you know, right? So it's like, I said that it's far from what she's saying. So there's as much as you gotta do everywhere. There you go. There you go, man. So the Gemara says, no. This sucks, let me ask the doctor, because if they get married, they don't fun about it. In other words, if they get married, so then what's the point of all this? I thought, so that he's controlling this stuff. The name Shakara thinks in the flesh, he's not on the ark, he's not on the Avera. But these stuff said, this is a fascinating statement. The reason is Lincoln destroyed. Which means the whole pleasure of Biyah was the pleasure of the nations was removed and was only given over to sinful behavior. Now we're going to come up to what that means in just a moment. Shana now, again, later the black water is sweeter and pretty well is more pleasant. So the idea being part of what's really this loss is that it could be better. That's part of what drove this. It wasn't like if you marry her, it's not the same satisfaction of love. So even though Yitzchak says one idea, there's different concepts in this. This concept is this idea that the full pleasure of Biyah has been removed, sometimes it's been destroyed, and it's been given over to only over Avera. So it's actually the story. It's so beautiful idea, but it's simply not as and he says, listen to this idea. He says, Kasher is a little higher higher. And it is a little still. Tashrin higher short in Israel, Shabi Shamshaya, is in Khan Israel. Shabi higher Adler Kaddish, Atzman Kiroi, the Hazibah. Which is the this idea of basically the Kaddish themselves, sanctifying themselves to perform and during the act of relations. So I think the many of us, I think a lot of us are familiar with this concept, but one of the basic ideas, because again, intimacy could be beautiful, obviously should be beautiful, should be meaningful, but Kaddish and holy, it's strange, it's a strange concept. It's a strange concept. That it should be very still in the contextually holy because there's marriage, and hopefully creates future genders. One of them who says, when this understood, there's the ability to infuse a dynamic of holiness even into intimacy. He says, the holiness of Kasha is this. Kasha me'od l'kayim shnei hadvarim and what is it that was destroyed? It's very difficult to experience pleasure and holiness at the same time. Okay, pleasure and holiness. Pleasure and holiness simultaneously, something not regarded. It's very, very difficult to come by in a world without this much. So that's pleasure and pleasure and holiness is that pleasure and holiness and then intimacy. In other areas of life, pleasure and holiness go very well together. But in intimacy, sometimes again, it's hard to distinguish, it's hard to feel both that feeling of personal pleasure and holiness interwoven together. So that's what Yitzchak says. He says in Yom Shachar B'Samikdash, and this is destroyed. Nikna Kam Biyah, the Nikna L'Avera. What does that mean? That somehow if we enjoy the Biyah, we come about intimacy has taken over the realm of holiness and has made a bit of it. We need a bit more holiness. Let's put a bit more on the category seeking type of activity. It's fascinating. Then he goes on and says, why couldn't this guy marry this girl? But not even you talk, because part of his love, part of his desire, is that he couldn't have it. He was about to say, he wanted to say, if I couldn't feel desire to see it, the standing water of sea, where did this come from? Where did it come from? Where did it come from? It's not it's observation. That's what it is. It's observation. Every nation has anything and everything that it takes. There's one thing he wasn't allowed for. One thing he could have. The exact Kabbalah. That was the only thing he couldn't have. And that was the one thing that he took. That's the shot. What's the better word? It's for all of us. For all of us. There are so many little things in this world. Yet, we are constantly inconsistent in terms of it. What's the shot? There's so many more things that we're allowed to do. Why are we drunk that way? So let's say it's so big that you see scary. It actually comes up everything I do is exactly everything that we want is desire always comes from a good place. See, my most innate desire is for growth. I constantly want to be more. I constantly want to become more. I want to live in a consistent state of growth. So that's what the Shema says is more, and more. But what happens in life? Too often in life, you know, it's like when Shema goes ahead, dispatches a message. Right? When Shema dispatches it to the body, what's the challenge? The challenge is that the body often corrupts the message in different ways. We see this a lot in life. Let's say what everything is these days. When people get to me, my mother is speaking. She's speaking of that. As a high school, so making me look like my mother actually changed the exactly what it was. That is the family so we moved up about 21 years ago. For my mother, it was like a tremendous circle. Like it's like so she was speaking about nothing beautiful. She was beautiful. It was beautiful. Much stronger than my brother. She was much like beautiful. And she was speaking about homesickness. Homesickness, it was so beautiful. Homesickness, it related to my brother, to the power. And what's homesickness? So here's homesickness come from. The Shema gives to the poor. The Shema always gives to the poor. For when you start getting a consequent thing, calling the Shema to halal cost, and every Shema to praise God. And it's not the rights, it's from the Shema in the Shema to halal cost. Every single time a person expands, the Shema wants to jump out of the body or go back to Shema. And it goes back to the Shema inside of the body. So the Rabbi said that's why every single time you breathe, you have to think after the Shema, because he's keeping the Shema in the body. Right? Because the Shema is homesick. So what happens? The Shema, that's a message of homesickness to the body. So how does the body relate to it? How does the body relate to it? The body relates to it ultimately again as physical homesickness. That's why we experience it. It's a vacation. So what happens in revocation? Revocation. That gives you a reason. So it's interesting, right? Broadcast the message to the body. I want to see so many things alike. So one of the most fascinating dynamics of human behavior is window shopping. Window shopping. I can never understand. So like people enjoy window shopping. I think it's the same soul that showing us to acquire more misses. So there's a broadcast the message of acquisition to the body. So when the body gets that, the body often converts these messages into something physical. So shopping people like to shop, people like to acquire. It's a singularity over here. Why are we drawn to the forbidden items? Because come from a bad place, okay? Once you get to a place, you someone wants to acquire more and more and more. And it's completely broadcast into the body. You need more. You need more. Don't content yourself with what you have now. I want more power. I want more resources. I want more to do stuff. But all the ones that have body corrupts our body, corrupts the message of the Shema. So when the Shema says, you know what, let's do it. Let's do it. You want more. I'm going to give you more. The body corrupts the message. And the body takes the message of more, including that which is forbidden. That's why, again, it's so often led to remind the living couple to the forbidden waters, to the stolen waters, because that's the body's corrupting the message of the Shema for more. And that's why it's so important, because a lot of those are told certain things in life. We recognize the faith and we often conditions the faith that the things that come to you are a result of certain carnal desires. Yes, and that may be true. As long as we surprise those desires, we are coming from the Shema. But it's the body that is corrupting the message and taking you all the wrong directions. Incredible. I said, how does that smell? But actually, finish it. Here are the instructions. All right, I'm going to topics. Let's straight up. So as I said, you're going to be able to experience straight up. Execution message. We're talking about we're going to get into the dynamics of straight up. Remember, straight up is not bringing someone, but rather the straight up is internal. Internal straight up is what we spoke about this already before. Let's speak about it more in the concept about it. I don't know what's these people who are executing straight up. You show yourself. A man who has relations with a woman and her daughter, the best cases himself, and the best family with women that he's having circumstances. Maybe split up, you show yourself. There was other people included in this category of women and their daughter. They were happy to find a lot of these ones in the world. Detail, who's a of your daughter, must detail masculine the daughter of his son, must destroy the daughter of his wife, must detail the daughter of his daughter, the best, the not the daughter of his son, Kameson's mother-in-law, name Kamesong, the mother of your mother-in-law, name Kama, and the mother of your father-in-law. So again, we'll have to break out these categories. I think that these categories into a little more detail. Also, the bottom line, all the dead eyes. Relations with a woman whose daughter he married. But it doesn't say that relations with the mother of sorry. Right, you have a relationship with a woman's daughter, which is essentially love. So it doesn't say that. And also, the issue is the man's relations with the woman and her daughter. This loud, which are violently serious. Which indicates that both of these women are prohibited. And not only, so who are these women that we are discussing? Kamoso and Kamoso. I'm talking about one's mother-in-law and the mother of one's mother-in-law. Which have honey in the event. We should love to show you that there are other people included in this category of the woman and her daughter. The clown, the Kaibali, so let's say the influence that these two, whether it's Kamoso and Kamoso, are really different, but that's not true. But Hana Midrasha Asya, the ones who did it when after Midrasha, so when you call out that Allah Abai, the one that's your relation, you can imagine. So what is Abai? So it's just a lot of things, because Abai says that fear of another like this over here is the ability to swing prohibitions. Like this, that you keep on I will never say Kamoso, and you see the Makinson. But when it's lovely, says that no, it's coming to the mother-in-law, even after the death of a wife, such a means man to Rahel, that's a means man to Rahel, he's bringing to Rahel's mother. Let's say Rahel dies. So Rahel dies, he's reborn and moves to marry his former mother-in-law. So that's a point that we mentioned. And with a lover, turning our body section of something, so for example, I would say, one of the equals for as with our body, what the Mita, one of the religion with a woman, whose daughter he married. They represent the mother-in-law. Yes, with Rafi Shafi Mita, how many of the income is another time? So again, we're treating in the category of a woman and her daughter. Or including the Kamoso mother-in-law, then Kamoso the mother of the mother-in-law, then come up and the mother of your and the mother of the mother of your father. So we have a lot here. I used to talk about it with Mr. Income of how you learn the most of income is Sabani says, really what the mission said to teach me of yours, the principle of income of the mother of your mother-in-law. Mother of your mother-in-law. So Sid said, mother of your mother-in-law, you know, Sid is mother-in-law, and mother of your father-in-law. So the Gemara says, sorry, Charles, I said it right. Call the Bible, what teach you income of the English is the mother of your father-in-law. That's the but since it's said that, the mother-in-law and mother-in-law. Okay, the rabbi, I want to mix it in the income. So, when you learn that, so tell me come over. So, the same secret, it doesn't mean to teach me. The mother of my father-in-law, it also includes the mother-in-law, and, sorry, mother of mother-in-law, and mother-in-law. So, now so how do you know all these propositions? We tell that Ish Ashalika as Isha Basima. So the passage says if a woman, sorry, if a man, if they are married, a woman and her mother. So it says, remember again, so here the passage is quite explicit. Isha Ashalika as Isha Basima, the Zima is the Isha Smart. So here, this is an explicit passage. If a man will marry a woman and her mother. So we're going to marry Rachel, and Rachel the Gemara says Zima is this, but it's just local. Ultimately, together, it's local. So this is what we explicit to do about it. So there's a Isha Shulchan as Isha Basima. Any other Isha Basima. I didn't know that it applies to women and their mother. Bas Isha, Bas Ita. How do we know about the relationships? What about Bas Isha? So then there's a say, yeah, the positive teaches me that. It's really very rough. We can't be married. We can't be married. Married is Rachel's mother. Generally Rachel's mother, okay? How do I know that he also can't marry? Right? How do I know that he also can't marry? He's Shamila. Bas Isha, Rachel's daughter. Bas Ita, the daughter of Rachel's daughter. Bas Bina, the daughter of Rachel's son, he married. So again, Torah tells me about Rachel's mother. How do I know about the generations down below Rachel? That the prohibition was. So we mentioned very simple. Nehemiah Zima says over here by mother-in-law Zima. The Nehemiah Nahron Zima. It says again, this is the case of Bas Ishta, the brother of the one's wife. This is also Bas Ishta. It's Ita, not Sigara. That's the explicit passage as well. You can't marry both a woman and her daughter. So it says Zima by mother-in-law, and it says Zima by Bas Ishta, the brother of the one's wife. Not Nahron Ita, the Bas Ita, just like the brother. First, you want to be your daughter, and you're going with your daughter, the basketball brother of the son. Concept. Maybe here, Ita, it's like the daughter, basketball, it's the daughter of the daughter, the basketball. You got to remind the process of parting tables. How do you really choose the woman now? At first, that's the other way that look like straight to you. Let's just leave it. How do you really try to treat them as women? Now, my friends, you know that? Says that you know, going back from the third, and the back from the third, because, you know, now I've come to tables, at first, then you get the first of the year. The truth is homework and tables, so the truth is homework and tables. So, you know, okay, like I said, you don't know what that means yet. You know what that means yet, well, we'll get to this today. Now, so for not to kill about, how do I know that we should make the language to below, which is mentioned above, once again, no idea what that phrase means. So, the interesting about it is stylistically, so does this kind of like self, you did like self, you don't know what it means, you know what it means, and then you explain it later on. You don't think about it stylistically, why don't you explain it where it is? So remember, I just so found pieces of life in this life, even in that nuanced ways. So much of life is being able to follow if you don't understand something. Your life, you're conscious, but the danger of the conscious is sometimes you get so caught on the question that you become immobilized. Then when you become so bothered by things that you're executing, I can't follow, do that way. Yes, it's no. You know what to do, you use your right side. If you don't say no to do, no to do, keep going, keep going. That's what we're going to do. You'll understand it. Or not. Or not, and you know, whether you understand it or you don't understand it, you're going to have to move forward one way or the other. But one thing is clear, just because there's a good kasha doesn't allow you to get stuck in things. It's like, what is important to life It's situation, right? Because we all come up on those situations where, like, and what is very what this is, it's like passion, not like passion. And it is so easy to lose yourself under that abyss of life questions. Yeah, very good likely when you get to that life crisis that you don't understand, ask the question, move forward. More often than not, when you move forward, you find the answers you're looking for. And even if you don't find the answers that you're looking for, you still need to do those. You've got to work. So you might as well take those. You know, not that we're not looking at that. How do you like to take that which is mentioned below without explanation? Just to understand that you see exactly what all of this is referring to. The amount of and here's the point that you remember. We have secret, right? Now the country especially speaks about two relationships that all come to a very big relationship. Number one is the socialita married and mother, right? And then the other is all about Isha Ubita, a woman and her daughter. Those are you have explicit. Other things we're extrapolating from there. The way it goes is a process of extrapolation. Like I said, extrapolation. So the rest of this virus, extrapolation sounds so much more like methodical. Everyone can extrapolate. Extrapolation, it's, yeah. Okay, there you go. So the rest of this virus. Come on, sorry. How do you know? Excuse me.
A catastrophe.
I'm not picking them out. I don't want to equate that which is mentioned below that which is mentioned above. Nama kind zima and nama lahavan zima. That's the real zero zima zima. Nama lahavan and nama kilamala. Akana nama kilamala. Umakana nama kilamata. Akana nama kilamata. Let's see exactly what this means. Alright. Okay, so now let's unlock this website. So the first thing you guys like to say was we have to make Sekhoi like the cables. So the Gemara says, what is that? So the Gemara says, I'm going to memorize the country to us. Let's go to the cables. What does that mean? It means to come to the cables. So it is like this. It's like this. That we already learned that Ruffles' daughter's brother is crazy, right? That Ruffles' daughter's brother is crazy. So too, maybe again, maybe with men like women, that Ruffles' son's daughter is also crazy. Okay, so just like Ruffles' daughter's brother, like Ruffles' granddaughter from his daughter from the TV, so too Ruffles' granddaughter from his son is also crazy. So your mental is given the possibility that we talk about the very possible. Right? Okay, again, I'll bring that together. And the income came from us. God is going to include instead the mother income, the mother of Ruben's father-in-law, like the mother of Ruben's mother-in-law. So the verse is second. We haven't established this. We have not fully established the condition of my mother-in-law's mother. Right? We have not fully established that. So now we said it, but we didn't establish it. So how can we go out and start having on a weekend soon, like again, the mother of father-in-law, but fully established my mother-in-law on the base. So I'm not buying a like this little argument is what to say. So now like this. How do we know that the same way that her relatives are related to him, so to again, his relatives are related to as well? Remember, hands you it says that we went through that, remember okay, I the heart, the shout, the game, let's see what they see. When it comes to his own relatives, there is no option of seeing that is not true. And remember, I mean, if you said that, he said, I'm ready.
Delicately brought up hotels. Mixed is to be found in real life.
Anyone who comes from her right and the mother would be a mother and so like mother's father's mother, so on and so forth. So they're coming to say they were coming from her now, mother of the mother and mother of the father-in-law. That's not, you're not the Kilamara, but rather what? That's the Mara. Kilamara. Remember, the top is down. So you might say, kind of another thing. Yes, two elections, and rather it should be the Mama Kilamara. So that's the only message. How do you know? To me, the coefficients of mother-in-law, mother of mother-in-law, and mother of father-in-law, just like the coefficient of what is relative. That essentially, maybe relationship to Ruffles service. This whole thing is not true. Mother to his mother-in-law's mother, and his father-in-law's mother, is just like his relationship to Ruffles' wife's daughter. Okay, similarly to his wife's daughter, it's also related to his mother-in-law's mother and to his father-in-law's mother. And therefore, the Gemara says that's what it means to say, how do you know to read Lamala? Lamala means, again, the generations of Bucky's wife, his mother-in-law's mother, and his father-in-law's mother, just like Lamata, to his wife's daughter. That's it. Yafi. Yafi, that's the case. Mama comes in the Mama. Like a teacher as you was, once it's one again. You look really like your home, if you meet your it's ever on the reason you have, right? I will go back to the home, so how do I know I get my work like the kid? The three generations of that home, and then you three generations in the home. And just like you said, the three generations of the home are all black people. To you as a home. Such a way of three generations of top rock, and we all should be going to the right. It should be not looking at my job. So when it comes to the law, the law will also apply to the law, killing my boss. So let's say, so you're 15 enough. You seem to have this fascinating relationship between the three alliance generations. Above the whole, and below the whole. So let's say, again, it really was quite fascinating because essentially what you can see with that lifestyle, two six-month relationships. Can't marry rough or algebra. That's number one. And number two, ultimately, you're going to get married a woman outside. Can't marry rough or algebra. And one you can marry a woman on stage one. So that's what I got. And now what we do, what we're about to say, us about the knowledge and the mouth and the knowledge and the mouth is we're building up the framework. Ultimately, again, to two generations above, three generations above. Beautiful. Beautiful. So Nancy, what Ashley says, no. The other thing, let's go back to what we said at the beginning. We're not going to be this. What's the name? We're not going to be this. It's not going to be this. We're not going to use a lesser isser. A lesser isser. You know, the I'm gonna buy you, I'm gonna crawl. It's a pretty size of the positive is your mother. You should not have to make it because you never really tell you. You have to look at you should put it in life. But the same with this whole mission is about the mother. Love and being around Dharma, so it's very interesting. So what is this follows? Being around Dharma, don't you not what we know. Being around Dharma, don't you not what we know about what that's right. So as we've seen this community for our baby, that's what it is. In general, we look at zero Shabbat. So the shining is greatly focused on the zero Shabbat. So don't you know what we know really well. Allah was a little zero Shabbat. So you, Allah will know Shabbat. All the children legal. Versus if you don't really know what we know, it's like stress. Means that ultimately the real tool is much more focused on the insurance. So we do much use of this. So we do not know so it's like, so again, so what we're not going to change every way we understand the zero Shabbat. Ultimately, again, it's not going to what the it's not going to work. But I don't finish, we're not going to do nothing good to really it's about changing the number of people. Why not? So the number of people we know, so the number of people we focus. The result is very much talking about the origin of the so you know what I'm saying? Just like by law, ultimately again, my mother is going to be ascertained. So there is his grandmother, his mother goes out by the answer. Who you know? And you look on this, again, you look on the personality, not super straight up, just like again, you do have a new doesn't make sense. But if we didn't have relations with his own mother, it's a skill. But ultimately, again, the mother was going to straight up. So it's no for Mahito Salanta. Not no Palata. But they know what they do. Just like from Salata, there's no distinction between her mother and her mother's mother. You know that word called, they know what they do. So it's like different. Just like by reference, the mother's also. his mother's also going to be
Jazz,
after
swirl,
Gucci Basra,
pasty,
and that's
jewelry,
direct
bag,
direct from that
palette,
result. Possibly with the safer. So there's a young man of the safer.
this
About
work
how
is
it's
simply
killer.
used to
And also
display
the
soft
original
cast
is
hair
the
jewelry
aspect of the
combination. Jazz
and he
worship,
finds the
pigment,
country by his mother
flutter
sister.
kept
So
room,
remember,
house,
you must be
sea,
reminded of the
Jacob,
Camilla, you can live
Tucker,
her. And what
Fluffy,
do you think of says that
Infinitesimal,
three was more fun than the other person? One of the
Roulette,
was a copy by
Huron Dove,
76 days.
Chevron, Buddy,
She's really
Chimney,
lovely people.
Dashway,
I love
Punch,
I love what they do
Slam,
with Ruffles
Wallet,
Money that strip us.
Choke,
Tomer, the
Wise
Wolves, she
Man,
was
Slam,
I hate
Wise
it. She
Guy,
mentioned that. You
Chill,
know, but always,
Wisdom, Right Side,
so
Racism,
why she is
Color,
what the people
Color
in
Up,
hers.
Curse,
It's actually
Plague,
theirs. Machismo, carácter,
Extra Shovel
baby,
Notes,
child,
Damn,
just like
Difficult,
I love her.
Person,
It is
Respect, Person,
you the love revolution with what they
Chelsea,
were, or
Rapid
what has
Fame,
mother. You
Tri-City,
know, they did a great history, but
Tri-Star County, Life and Growth, Engaged Couple, Choice of Nature, Make Fun of, Take Care, Cream, Horseradish, Dead Open, Swarm, Sugar, Rams, Half Grenade, Chuck, Activity, Shabbat, Younger, Light, Grams, Tantra, Largest Arrow, Pennsylvania, Phrase, Big Sun, Eminent Fellow, Sperm, Ocean Wave, Talking God, Sleep God, Talking 80 to college. Usually said when describing a New York task. W, Degeneration, still for, daily extract of goes on, pancakes, pounds, badass, terror, ice, time, terror, politics. The world is steaming. So take 20 items just like his father. Terry Riverside Tent, First, Focus on, Old Man, Terry Heads, Respect, Journalist, Authenticity, Washington's Food, CME, Arrest, Database, Phoenix Records, Tercenes All-Star, Dash, Sherman, History, Tape,
Understanding is those who are above her, those generations above her, two generations below her, essentially all those that have the same framework for our eyes. Now again, only to those who are there, it's mostly through this process of trying to figure out how to get to the place because we got the mission, Now it's just trying to figure out how to get this because you always have that
it's starting to stop.
you know, if you notice, you see it get all like this.
Dissipating from hurricane, it's starting to rain. Lost checking to beer. This case is me. My heart told me. Infinite. Das ist alles. That's all. Das ist away. The same. American hate. Dash don't ever. Don't place my head. Trace Dash key. Trade Scam. Triple respect. Top Houston. It's associated with holiday. D. Drug. Huron Dove. Respect. Imperial Washington's Armor. Insensate. Talk excessive. Flattery. Triple. Tell. Spirit. Valuables that don't grow on a plate. Drug. Fever. Absolutely. It's not what they think. Judges. Distance. Wait. Why? It's true. Dash. Study. Official years that we process for list. You can't pay for my medical tell me that it's real. Don't live, don't fall. Some content to wander for a time, small because of its sense. To save the perpetual toilets and friends to pocket like prostitutes. People see its refuge in the documents of pious manful demons having a power. It's a capitalistic conception. Spiritual explanation. Panics, human unfortunately forgotten. For example, yet I am mural dash wish exclamation count me show stop page comment date stop
because he can't get to the conclusion unless, of course, you're first ready to go through the process of talking and re-talking and re-discussing. So, because I'm not just giving us information about how to get to the conclusion, it's going to take but rather than how to tell us how to address, how to deal with, and how to answer issues. So, each last time I said today, what's a really good idea? You don't have a lot to talk about, but you just recite this here. This is just what's up.
He has nothing at all. He has a boil or hobby absorb. He hasn't got out of worry. Bird is the nitrate tiger pearl. Dash she's a low down good for nothing. Should we do? Dare nothing. Dash the nuisance is here already. Don't talk right down. He ruins it. Zaglish flies a bit. He pretends he doesn't know he is doing something wrong. Example, sneaking into a movie theater or sneaking to the front of the line. Toy type. He's no good. Worthless. Large sack, red, he's throwing himself. Example, he's getting angry, agitated, pissed off. Its toy Irish spills. He's restless. Lit. He sits on the rails.
The first part of the show to begin a new week of learning together. Thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share. We thank our annual commentary sponsor of Restream Hey, for dedicating all sugar crushers this year, wishing a mazel tov to Yeshua Mordechai Tilson, engagement to our meet Kohen, mazel tov, mazel tov. Our commentary sponsors for the month of Adar, Abaldin and Lutova, Terry Steve Zinn, Luxury of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve Bush, and Yosef HaKohen. Zib of the King and Berman families in memory of William Zib of Zeshua Ben Yisrael, our day of learning sponsors. Maya Hafni, in the schools of Avram Ben Yadina, Shulamit Bas Ibrahim Amina, Baruch Rafael Melech Ben Shulamis. May we all have health and hatzlacha. Beautiful. Our Kachnomi sponsor today, Alan Wiseman, in memory of his father-in-law, Charles Newman, Zechariah Ben Yisrael C. and Ali Rothschild, in honor of the new baby girl, to Zazie and Michelle Rothschild, Mazel Tov, Zazie's grandparents, Hyman Khan Rothschild, and sister Lama Moshe, and Yardina Garden, and Ben. Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov. We talk to the two Bishoros Tovos to Child Yisrael. With that, let us begin. Today's topic is Ayin Hey. I apologize in advance. We're going to have to end the shira a few minutes early. Thank you. I wasn't planned. I just want to point out it was not planned. Thank you. So let's up over here. Packing a lot. Well, I think also going to start from the top of Ayin Hey. My son Abram did yesterday. Did a great job. I'm very, very little notice. I'm sorry. He did a really good job. I do feel he was showing off a little bit at the end with the pace. He had to get from Ayin Gimel on the base to the middle of Ayin Hey on the album. So he was showing up the old man a little bit. But whatever, it's fine. It's okay. All right, so just for the sake of the camera that wasn't there, for the sake of having this recording as well, I'm just going to start from the top of Ayin Hey with album. 75 days. I'm going to leave them around. I'm going to read them around. What's going to happen? There was once a striped man who set his eyes upon a woman. The hella libaviti, right? And what happened? His heart was filled with incredible desire. Now, it actually points out that here, hella libaviti, hava, it tempted me to hella. Ultimately, again, he became lovesick. Probably better state with lust-sick. But ultimately, again, it becomes infatuated with this one. By the way, a tremendous motion asked you just in the beginning. Where was the mistake? Where was the mistake? Where was the mistake? Shinasan Ain't. It's like one of the reasons that we have to be so careful with Shmiras Einayim, what we look at. It's like the Gemara says, Einayim knows that the eyes see the Halev Chomet. Once you look at something, it unleashes a certain process going forward. So it's incredible how you still hear this from the beginning where the mistake was. Shenasan Einav Bi'isha Achas. Why look that way? Why not be careful with Shmiras Einayim? Why not be a bit more vigilant? Well, again, listen, we all know this sign. We know this sign incredibly well. But the life is fascinating to see. Sometimes in life, things go off the rails, and you're not exactly sure, like, where the rails. And then there are other times in life where it's so abundant, where exactly things went off the rails. Here, Nasan Einav. So you must be called trouble with all things. Kimberly asked the doctor for Amru, Ain't Takana actually people. This guy is the only possibility, the only referral you can have is if he has relations with this woman. Okay, come see Yomo start to follow. No, can't do that. So again, we'll say, so the first just imagine that it must be some type of a rhinos situation. So okay, so a rhinos here is that you have to swing give you for then to go and dress. So the doctor said, okay, so okay, fine, doesn't have to have relations with you. He just has to be able to see her unclothed. Ultimately, again, be fine. So the Gemara says, young stock, I'm on the phone about Rima. So the phone said, no, it's not. You can't get this is not how we operate. So Gemara says, this operating only had that. So let him talk with her. Okay, so you can't have relations with her, you can't see her unclothed. Let's talk with her. And it's interesting, at this point the doctor's already understood that there's a sneeze issue here. So he said, she not have to speak with him in the face. Or let her speak with like. So the Gemara says, Chazal, the rabbi said, Yamos like Yisachar Imam Mechol. Ultimately, let him die, but let them not go ahead and have this conversation. What's the bad about the conversation? The context is everything. What's the context of this? The context of this was in a illicit, immoral urge. Nasan Einav Ba'osi Isha. So again, to be honest, this entire thing took on an air of immorality. So the Gemara says, who was the woman? Who was the woman? Chad Amar Ishes Ish Isa. So once Ish was married, that makes a lot of sense. If you're a married woman, so you can understand the incredible resistance that the rabbis had to any level of interaction between this man and this. However, the other says, no, she's single. She's single. So Bishop man Gamma Ish Isa. So according to this meaning, says that she is a married woman, Shakir. The whole story makes a lot of sense. If she was single, I don't understand why this should happen. What is it exactly that's unfolding here? So the Gemara says, Papa Amar Mishum Pigam Mishpacha. The Papa said ultimately again, because of Pigam Mishpacha. Now, who's Pigam Mishpacha? Rashi said the Mishum Pigam Mishpacha. Ha'isha Shahayu Koshi V'Davar. Even if she was a single woman, it would have been embarrassing for her family and reputationally that potentially damaging for her to go ahead and shift her. So it might be the shift I've been drilling a lesson seriously, so just to try to figure out which way we're going. Okay, got it. Right, it's shifted this way, right? Yeah, this is a very wide. Okay. So, anyways, the Gemara says as follows. So the issue over here is that halacha l'maisa. There is if this girl would get engaged, in other words, even if she was single, if she would be engaged in this type of behavior, it can have significant reputational damage upon her and upon her mishpacha. So this is about setting an example. Let's say, one of the things we live this now, right? We live in this type of society. This seems to be the potential of maybe swinging back the other way. But like where there's no code of morality, and whatever you feel or however you identify, whatever you say, that becomes the truth. Then when there's fluid morality, there's no morality. That's the truth. So Chazal, when we say the rabbis and the Sefis and the over here, the halacha l'maisa, you just allow these kind of things to go on. Even though, again, in one mikvah code argument, just let the guy speak to the woman from behind the wall. What is the big deal over here? He's not going to see her. He's not going to drive. But it's about what it represents. And what it represents is this guy becoming lustfully infatuated with a woman and suddenly, again, us catering to that desire. That is an illicit, immoral desire. And what do we do with illicit, immoral desires? What do we do with it? We shut it down. We don't cater to it. We don't tend to it. And we don't pretend that it's okay. In order to preserve a system of morality, must have a clear delineation between what is wrong and what is right. And if that means that the guy's going to die, listen, you know what the reality is? The needs of the many always outweigh the needs of the few. That is the crowd problem. Just because someone thinks something or wants something doesn't mean that everyone else has to give it to it. There is a system, there is a society, there's a code of conduct, and that has to preserve you at all costs, even if it means the guy's gonna die, the guy's gonna die. The guy's gonna die. So the Gemara says, but then Sabah, I should listen, hold on a second, if you're single, there's much easier remedy. There's much easier remedy over here. Let him get married. Let him get married. So the Gemara says, no. Minsav, let me ask the diet. No, because if they get married, then all the fun's about it. In other words, right? So in other words, if they get married, so then what's the point about this? After the domestic abuse, Yom Shekara based on the dish, Nikla Kambiya, and Nikla La'oveh. Yitzchak said, this is a thanks. The base Mikdash was destroyed. Literally, Nikla Kambiya, which means the pleasure of biyah was removed, full pleasure of relations was removed, and was only given over to sinful behavior. We'll talk what that means in just a moment. Shnei Amar, Mayim Gimim Yitaku, they left him starting none. Again, literally, water is sweeter, and eating bread is more pleasant. And so the idea over here is part of all of this lust. That's part of it drove this. It wasn't, if you marry her, it's permitted. If it's permitted, it's not the same type of satisfaction of lust. Only waters are sweeter. So what they say, this is actually, even though Yitzchak saying this as one idea, is really two different concepts here. The first concept is this idea of Nikla Kambiya, the Nikla Oveh. What does that mean? That the full pleasure of Biyah has been removed, society based on has been destroyed, and it's been given over to only Oveh Avera, just as Sasaki is sworn. It's a beautiful idea that we see the wrong with and he says this, listen to this idea. He says, Kashar Beis HaMikdash Hayotani, when the Beis HaMikdash stood, Bashina Hayashor B'Yisrael, Hayashor B'Yisrael, Mishina, is in the Yisrael, Efshari Haya Ad Hadish Atzman Kiroi, Beis HaZibot. This is interesting. I've always wanted to say, one of the most fascinating things is this idea of a person being Kaddish themselves, sanctifying themselves before and during the act of relations. So I think a lot of us are familiar with this concept, but it's one of the most elusive ideas. Because again, intimacy could be beautiful, obviously should be beautiful, should be meaningful, but kadosh and holy, it's strange concept. It's a strange concept. So it should be more. We understand in the contextually it's holy because it builds marriage, it hopefully creates future girls. If Ramadan says, when the Beis HaMikdash stood, there was a dynamic of holiness, even in the intimacy. He says, in Korban Beis HaMikdash, Kasha Ma'od Chayim Shnei HaDvarim, and Niskarim La'el, Gam Yachad. Once the Beis HaMikdash was destroyed, it's very difficult to experience pleasure and holiness at the same time. There can be pleasure, but there can be holiness. Pleasure and holiness simultaneously, says the Noam Megadim, is very, very difficult to come by in a world without a Beis HaMikdash. So this is such a profound reason. Now again, When we talk about pleasure and holiness, it's got kind of pleasure and holiness in the realm of intimacy. In other areas of life, pleasure and holiness go very well together. But in intimacy, sometimes again, it's hard to distinguish, or it's hard to feel both that feeling of personal pleasure and holiness woven together. Woven together. So that's what Yitzchak says. That our base of Mikdash, when the base of Mikdash was destroyed, but beyond the Nikla the Obrei. What does that mean? That somehow the enjoyment of the enjoyment of intimacy was taken out of the realm of holiness and was made a bit more illicit. Was made a bit more carnal. Was put on the category of just a pleasure-seeking type of activity. It's fascinating. Then he goes on and he says, that again, why couldn't this guy marry this girl? Because not even in couple. Because part of his lust and part of his desire was that he couldn't have it. Let's say, we know this in right, we know this in life, we know this in life. What is it? The forbidden fruit is always sweeter. Sweet, stolen waters are sweeter. Where does this come from? So let's say, where does it come from? Where does it come from? As marriage is this, she's evolution. But this is not evolution. Evolution had anything and everything at his fingertips. There was one thing he wasn't allowed to have. One thing he couldn't have. The Eitzdas Tobara. That was the only thing he couldn't have. And that was the one thing that he did. What's the pshat? Let's say, by the way, it's for all of us. It's for all of us. There are so many permitted things in this world. We are constantly and consistently trying to avoid. What's the pshat? There's so many more things that we're allowed to do. They're great. They're fun. They're pleasurable. Why are we drawn to this? So listen, something deep down. It actually comes like everything. Like, you know, this. Everything that we want and we desire always comes from a good place. See, my most innate desire is to grow. I constantly want to be more. I constantly want to become more. I want to live in a consistent state of bliss. So this dispatches a message. Right? The Neshama dispatches it to the. What's the challenge? The challenge is that the body often corrupts the message in different ways. We see this a lot in life. Like, let's see, it's interesting that people get. My mother was speaking on Shabbos. I love to so beautifully. She was speaking about that. My mother actually grew up, when she was born, she grew up after the war, and my grandparents set up in Binding, New Jersey, and my grandpa was growing up in Baruch Hashem, had a family really big in the Jewish community there. What we didn't have there was a high school. So amazingly enough, like my mother actually came to the exact Baltimore. So we moved to Baltimore 21 years ago. And my mother was like a tremendous servant. That's his last years. I shared this book, and she was speaking about nothing to do with it. It was beautiful. It was beautiful. Much further than my book, but beautiful. And she was speaking about homesickness. So homesickness, was really so homesickness relating it to my brother, to Hala. And what's homesickness? Where does homesickness come from? The neshama yearns to go home. The neshama always wants to go home. The way you speak right now, how the neshama to halal talk. Every neshama has to praise God. And the Zohar Kadosh writes, every breath you have to praise Hashem. Every single time a person exhales, the neshama wants to jump out of the body and go back to Shemayim. So there's a lot of neshama inside of the body. So the Rebbe said that's why every single time you breathe, you have to thank HaKadosh Baruch Hu, because He's keeping your neshama in your body. Why? Because the neshama is homesick. So what happens? The neshama broadcasts a message of homesickness to the body. So how does the body relate to it? How does the body relate to it? The body relates to it ultimately again as physical homesickness. That's why we experience this. It's interesting. You usually go on vacation. So what happens? What happens when you're on vacation? That's your vacation. Right? After a few days, you want to come home. Right? It's interesting, right? Especially when you're with kids. Right? In other words, after it's fascinating. If you have the most incredible vacation in the world, if there's a certain moment you're like, okay, I'm done. Like I really want to go. Why? Like it's beautiful, it's fantastic. Because you know what's something that comes from the Neshama. The Neshama says, I want to go home. Every Neshama wants to go home. And it broadcasts the message to the body. Let's say, Father, you see these things in life. Let's say one of the most fascinating dynamics of human behavior to me is window shopping. Window shopping. I can't understand. Like, people enjoy window shopping. The Shema wants to acquire more and more and more and more mitzvahs. So what happens? It broadcasts the message of the body. So when the body gets that, the body often converts these messages into something physical. So shopping, people like to shop, people like to acquire. It's the same dynamic over here. Why are we drawn? Why are we drawn to the forbidden items? It doesn't come from a bad place, but yeah, that should be so place for this. And the Shema wants to acquire more and more and more. And it's constantly broadcasting to the body. Give me more. Give me more. Don't content yourself with what you have now. I want more Torah. I want more mitzvahs. I want more Torah. It's all too often what is happening. The body corrupts the message of the Neshama. So the Neshama is saying, give me more. Let's do it. Let's do it. You want more? I'm going to give you more. The problem is, the body often corrupts the message. And the body takes the message of more, including that which is forbidden. That's why, again, we're so often drawn to the mind-reading pockets, the forbidden waters, to the stolen waters, because that's the body's corrupting the message of the Neshama for more. And I will say it's so important because a lot of times when we're told certain things in life, we often like to think, or we often conditioned to think, that the things we're told to are a result of certain carnal desires, wants, and wants that may be true. Sometimes you'd be surprised that those desires really are coming from you, but it's the body that is corrupting the message. Wrong direction. Let's say, Alright, those I saw again, these are the people who experience straight execution by certain. We spoke a little bit about, we're going to get into the dynamics of straight is not burning someone, but rather I guess straight is eternal straight. We spoke about this already before. We'll speak about it more in the Gemara. Let's go back there. Anyway, these are the people who are executing with straight up. A man who has relations with a woman and her daughter, the Bas pinches himself, and the Bas calling him committed adultery. So we saw that extensively. There are other people including this category of woman and daughter. We'll have to define a lot of these lines in the Gemara. Bito, who's included over here, his daughter, Bas Bito, the daughter of his daughter, Bas Bino, the daughter of his son, Bas Rishon, the daughter of his wife, Bas Bito, the daughter of his daughter, Bas Bino, the daughter of his son, Kamoso, mother-in-law, Zayn Kamoso, the mother of your mother-in-law, Zayn Kamot, and the mother of your father-in-law. So again, we'll have to break out these categories. Into a little bit more depth. So the bottom line, all of these arayos are forbidden and the penalty is extreme. So let's analyze. Now, it's interesting. The Mishnah doesn't say that if a man has relations with a woman whose daughter he married. Right? So in other words, it doesn't say if you have relations with the mother of sorry. Right. If you have Abba, you should have relations with a woman whose daughter you married. So it doesn't say that. Abba, Russian the Mishnah is a man has relations with a woman and her daughter. Well, the indicates that both of these women are prohibited. So who are these women that we are discussing? Chamoso and Chamoso. It's actually talking about one's mother-in-law and the mother of one's mother-in-law. Nikatoni, and we learned, that there are other people included in this category of a woman and her daughter. So I must say the inference is that these two women, in other words, Chamoso and Chamoso, are written explicitly, but that's not true. But Hana Midrasha Isra, and all the things that learned out from Midrasha, Shahani Kala, La'abai, Da'or Mashmal, Darshan, Utemenadu. So going to Abaye, so this makes a lot of sense, because Abaye says that the fundamental focus over here is the book between two certain prohibitions. Rabbi Akiva Rava Dama Famoso, La Akramisi, according to Rava, who says that no, it's coming to prohibit the mother-in-law even after the death of a wife. So let's say he is married to Rachel. So obviously, when he's married to Rachel, he's prohibited to Rachel's mother. Let's say Rachel dies. When Rachel dies, is Reuben permitted to marry his former mother? So apparently that's a point of contention. So Rava would say one has to read the Mishnah as the one who has relations with a woman whose daughter he married. The reference ultimately against the mother. Okay. So again, included in the category woman and her daughter are included against the mother-in-law, the mother of the mother-in-law, the mother of your and the mother of your father. So the Gemara says, I declare the Mishnah in Kamov, Tani Nami Kamosa Vein Kamosa. Abaye says, really, what the Mishnah is trying to teach you here is the case of in Kamov, the mother of your mother-in-law. Mother of your mother-in-law. But since it said mother of your mother-in-law, it also means English mother-in-law and mother of your father-in-law. So the Gemara says, sorry, I read that wrong. According to Abaye, what's teaching in Kamov? The Kiddush over here is the mother of my father. That's the position. But since it said that, it also included mother-in-law and mother of the mother-in-law. Okay, the Rava, I think Kabbalah is missing in Kamov. The Kamov, so Tani Nam Bless you. Tani Kamov. So never say no. Since the Mishnah wants to teach me, mother of my father-in-law, it also includes Kamov, mother-in-law, and mother of mother-in-law and mother-in-law. So how do you mean? So how do you know all these propositions? The Pasuk says if a woman, a man will go ahead and you can't marry a woman and her mother. So remember again. So here the Pasuk is quite explicit. The Isha Shayika is Isha Betzima, Zima Hi, Ba'Ish Yisrof. So again, here this is an explicit Pasuk. A man will marry a woman and her mother. So Reuben marries Rachel and Rachel's mother. You see the Gemara says Zima Hi is Ishnus, Ba'Ish Yisrof. Ultimately then straight up. So this is one of the explicit speaking about Seifa. The Gemara says, I only know that it applies to a woman and her mother. Bas Isha, Bas Ita, I don't know about the close relationships. What about Bas Isha? Women married, so again, the Pasuk teaches me that what? If women marries Rachel, who can't he marry? He can't marry Rachel's mother. He can't marry Rachel's mother. Okay. How do I know that he also can't marry, right? How do I know that he also elegant Ishavila? Bas Rachel's daughter, Bas Bita, the daughter of Rachel's daughter, Bas Bina, the daughter of Rachel's son, Minai. So again, talk to me about Rachel's. How do I know about the generations down below Rachel? That the prohibition applies. It must be very simple. Ne'emar kan Zima says over here by mother-in-law Zima. The Ne'emar lahalon Zima. And it says again, it was later on, this is the case of Bas Ishto, the daughter of one's wife. This is also Bas Isha Bita Lo Sigala. That's an explicit pasuk as well. You cannot go ahead and marry both your woman and her daughter. So it says Zima by mother-in-law, and it says Zima by Bas Ishto, the daughter of one's wife. Malahalon Bita, Ubas Bita, just like over there, first floor. With her daughter and the daughter of her daughter, the Bas son, Afghan. So here, Bita, my daughter, Bas Bita, the daughter of daughter, and Bas Bina. Incredible. 9 Lasos, Safari, Kinikabos. How do we know to treat men like women now? At first glance, we don't know what that phrase means. How do you know to treat men like women? Ne'emar kan Zima, but Ne'emar lahalon Zima. It says over here Zima, again by Hamoso, and by Bas Ishto it says Zima. Not lahalon Sham Kinikabos, Afghan. Just like over here, we treat this comment indicators. So over here, we treat this comment indicators. So like I said, we don't know what that means yet. We don't know what that means yet, but we'll get to it today. How do I know that we should make that which is mentioned below, like that which is mentioned above. Once again, no idea what that phrase means. We'll say, it's interesting that it's stylistically, if you know like this, we know how to Raisa, and we read the Raisa, we have no idea what it means, we have no idea what it means, and then we explain it later on. You think about it stylistically, why not just explain it where it is? Remember, Al teaches us so many profound pieces of life in Muslim, even in very nuanced ways. So much of life is being able to continue forward, even if you don't understand it. Things happen in life, you're conscious. But the danger of being conscious is sometimes you get so hung up on the question that you become immobile. Sometimes you become so bothered by the things you can't answer. I can't move forward. I can't graduate. Do you know what you do when you read through a Raisa that you don't understand? You know what you do? You know what you do? Keep going. But I don't understand it. You understand it. Or not. But you realize, whether you understand it or you don't understand it, you're going to have to move forward one way or the other. But one thing is clear. Just because there's a good kasha doesn't allow you to get stuck in things. And we'll say, one of the most important life nuggets of information, right? Because we all come up on situations where like, what is going on? What is my passion, my life passion? And it is so easy to lose yourself under the net of life question. Yeah, but life is, and you get to that life crisis that you don't understand, ask the question, move forward. More often than not, when you move forward, you find what you're looking for. And when you don't find what you're looking for, you still need to move forward. Incredible. So the Gemara says, how do we know to equate that which is mentioned below with that which is mentioned above? מה כאן למעלה כלמטה, אף לעולם כלמעלה כלמטה. So again, just to understand over here, we'll see exactly what this is referring to, the למעלה and למטה. And here's the point that I want you to remember. We have two sutras, right? While we come to over here, Torah explicitly speaks about two relationships that ultimately are going to be punishable. Number one is Isha Shayikaf as Isha Das Ima, married a woman and her mother, right? And then the other is Ervas Isha Utita, a woman and her daughter. Those are the ones we have the tradition else we're extrapolating from them. The Gemara is not going through the process of extrapolation. Extrapolation is the word. Yeah. Right? I'm sorry? Yeah, like I said, extrapolation. Right. So the Gemara says as follows. Extrapolation sounds so much more like methodical. Anyone could extrapolate. Extrapolation, that's, Okay, anyway. So the Gemara says as follows. Six lines up on the bottom. How do we know?
It's getting dark in my eyes. Let's just go and help him.
How do I know to equate that which is mentioned below to that which is mentioned above? That's going to be our Xer Shalom, Sima. Mala Halon, Lamata Kilamala, Afka Lamata Kilamala, Umakan Lamala Kilamata, Afka Lamala Kilamata. Again, we'll see exactly what this means. All right, okay, so now let's unravel this price. So the first thing the price said was we have to make Saharim like Nikki. To make men. So the Gemara says, what is that? So the Gemara says, what the world does that mean? It means come in the case. So maybe you'll see like this. That the son, right? So remember, let's just go with Rachel. Right? So Reuben's married to Rachel. So maybe it's like this, that we already learned that Rachel's daughter's daughter is related to Reuben. Right? Rachel's daughter's daughter is related to Reuben. So too, maybe again, what is going to make men like Reuben? That Rachel's son's daughter is also related to Reuben. Okay, so just like Rachel's daughter's daughter, right? Rachel's granddaughter from her daughter related to Reuben, so too Rachel's granddaughter from her son is also related to Reuben. So the Gemara says, so the Gemara is coming here, is Ilay Mabas, Kivas Vita, Right? Ultimately, again, are those learned out together? And the Ein Chamav Kein Chamosa. Brothers came to include instead the mother Ein Chamav, the mother of Reuven's father-in-law, like the mother of Reuven's mother-in-law. Verses 1 second. Hashta in chamoso lo kamalon, in chamav mechadrava. We haven't established, also we have not firmly established a prohibition of my mother-in-law's mother. Right? We have not firmly established that. So now that we said it, but we didn't establish it, so how can we go ahead and now start adding on additional soon? Like again, the mother of my mother-in-law, before we firmly establish the mother of my mother-in-law on the base. So I'm not high advice like this. All people is what to say. No, so share habamenu, share habamenu. No, what it means is like this. How do we know that the same way that our relatives are prohibited to him, so to again his relatives are prohibited to him as well? Neymar kind Zemo, it says over here Zemo, but Neymar Lahalo Zemo. Okay. I Baha Shai Gay Lokasima Zemo. When it comes to his own relatives, there is no option of Zemo that is mentioned. Amirava, I'm going to be Sakaduni, Asia, Heno, Asia, Zemo. Okay, so what's the name of the cover of the other shop? Hena is in the Zemo. Omar, Hinayla says the Mata Shilamala, was beforehand, he said, how do you know to live? That which is mentioned below, like that, which is mentioned above. Once again, my lamata kilamala. What does that mean? What does that mean? Ilema, baskinov, baskikal, skipikal. So maybe it's like this. Maybe let's say, so I'm trying to figure out the lesson of lamata kilamala. I'm trying to equate arayos that are lamata below to that which is above. Okay, so maybe it means like this. Maybe it's going to teach me that right within that Rachel's daughter and Rachel's daughter's daughter have the same status as Rachel's daughter vis-a-vis Reuben. Okay. So you know, if that's the case, it's all in every single source. Hello, in Hamosa Kikamos. Rather, it's going to be saying like this. Saying that we then can't marry his mother-in-law, like so again, he also can't have relations with the mother of his mother-in-law and the mother of his father-in-law. If that's the case, I lamata kilamala, lamala kilamata. Then we'll say Russian is good. Because the Russian of lamata kilamala sounds like, if you understand what I was like, let's assume the midpoint. Who's the midpoint of all of these alliance relationships? Like the middle, the wife, Rachel, right? So lamata would be anyone who comes, right? Her kids, grandkids, and the mother would be the mother, right? Mother's mother, father's mother, so and so. So if we're coming to say that we're coming right now, mother of the mother-in-law, mother of the father-in-law, then I will say that's not lemata to lemala, but rather what? That's lemala to lemata. Remember, we're going from the top down. So the Gemara says, you're right, tiny lemala to lemata. Yeah, you're right. Change the option, and that it should be lemala to lemata. So this is very much. How do we know to make the prohibitions of mother-in-law or mother-in-law's explicit, right? Or really mother of mother-in-law and mother of father-in-law, just like the prohibition of Rachel's daughter to you. But essentially, Reuven's relationship to Rachel's Reuven's relationship. This whole thing is just one big mess. And I was like, that Reuven's relationship, what? No, here it is. Reuven's relationship to his mother, to his mother-in-law's mother, and his father-in-law's mother, is just like his relationship to Rachel, his wife's daughter. That's it. Same way that he's prohibited to his wife's daughter, he's also prohibited to his mother-in-law's mother and to his father-in-law's mother. And therefore the Gemara says that's what it means to say, how do you know to make Lamala? Lamala means again, the generations above his wife, i.e. his mother-in-law's mother and his father-in-law's mother, just like Lamata to his wife's daughter. That's it. Yafi, that's the case. Neymar comes in the Neymar Lala. Says over here, Zima says, there's your Zima. Ma hashta was a book by life. Uma hashta in Zima, Zima, and it doesn't say Zima here because he was going to her. And Rabbi Rankin was going to say, I am not serious. Minasos, Moshe Doros Lemalon, Tishrosha Doros Lemata. How do I know to go ahead and make the 3 generations above like the 3 generations below? So what's this? Remember again, if you look at Ruiz Metrachol, if you make although all this other Ruiz Metrachol, right? And Ruiz Rachel. So how do I know I get a to take the 3 generations of Rachel and equate them with the 3 generations below Rachel? It's just like the 3 generations below Rachel are all being prohibited to Ruvain husband. So too again the 3 generations above Rachel will also be prohibited to Ruvain husband. Which the Gemara says, Ne'emar Lemata Zimo, the Ne'emar Lemala Zimo. It says Lemala, that which are the generations above Rachel. It says Lashon of Zimo, and it says Rachel Zimo as well. The Gemara says, Lemala Shloshim Doros, Lemala Shloshim Doros. So just like below Rachel, there's 3 generations. So to be applied the Zimo metric to the 3 generations above Rachel as well. Uma Ba'oneh, I'm sorry, Lemala Shloshim Doros. Uma Ba'oneh. Also, the matter to the malo, and just like when it comes to punishment, how you straight that. We made again of us like the mato to the malo. We made the 3 generations below Rachel, just like the 3 generations above Rachel. After us, all right, now we also the malo to the malo. So too, when it comes to the lav will also apply ultimately again the malo to the malo. So that's interesting enough. We seem to have this fascinating relationship between the 3 Arayos generations above Rachel and below Rachel. So again, it really becomes quite fascinating because essentially what we begin to see is mid-Araisa, we have 2 explicit relationships. You can't marry Rachel and her daughter, that's number 1. And number 2, ultimately again, you can't marry a woman, you can't marry Rachel and her mother, and Rachel can't marry a woman and her daughter. So that's what I got. Now what we're doing, we're going to see Asabel and Malak Kilamata is we're building a tree, ultimately again to 3 generations above, 3 generations below. Beautiful. So Rashi says, no. The other kid itself, that's what they said of the truth. Lemata is. Lemata means is not going down in Jewish. Lemata means a lesser isser. A lesser isser. The Gemara says, it's just like when it comes to Rachel, right? The mother of her mother is Rachel. So to again to look at it, right? The mother of his mother is just I'm gonna buy it, I'm gonna buy it. Sabai says the house says your mother, you should his mother will be fired. The Akama Kaiba should aim him like the same difficult prohibition is verified to grandmother. Rabbi says, Bing and Amr, Charles says, so Rabbi says as follows. So what we've seen is many characters in that film. Zero Shabbat. So she's already moved to Shabbat. So don't we know that Shabbat. So really, halacha l'meisa, the result is very much rooted in the original meaning. Versus don't we know the asra means that ultimately the real meaning is much more focused on the result. So we must listen to this. So, so again, so whether or not, whichever way you understand the Torah, ultimately, again, it's not going to be like a new system. Now, I'm not going to learn Isser about the mother of his mother. Why not? So the mother so the word says ultimately again, don't remember which was ultimately focused. The result is very much reflective of the origin of the word. So the Gemara says, not he, just like by Rachel. Ultimately again, her mother's mother was going to be so to remember, his grandmother, mother was also going to be so we learn from this. In other words, again, we learn from the place of origin. not keep it straight up. Just like again, moving with calculations, which Rachel's mother's mother, like Rachel's maternal grandmother, we control by straight up. Now we straight up. So if Reuben has relations with his grandmother, it also does straight up. The Mandamar says, the Mandamar straight up from your even with up. But according to the opinion that says that straight up is more hammer than skiba, you can ask the straight up. Normally, Shikun, you know, the straight up. So I say ultimately again, when it comes to Rachel, their relations with her mother, who has relations with her straight up, Tamar Baruch, she loves Skila. Who has relations with his mother, comes from a Skila. Called Emo Beskila, Emo Beskila, doesn't make sense that Ruben has relations with his own mother, is with Skila, but with ultimately again the mother, his mother is straight up. So it's followed furthermore, Mahid of Falaka, Mahid of Falaka, they more than just like when it comes to Rachel, there's no distinction between Akuna not so more than so to say there should not be a between the prohibition between his mother and his mother's mother. And the Omer's the Hakosha Lemuna that says ultimately again the skill is more hammer, you don't have to go with the same question. Finally, that's part one. Part two. Don't you know, don't you guys, right? I go to the opinion that says when it comes to the Zero Shabbat, we're much more focused from now the entire Zero Shabbat on the short of the Zero Shabbat. Just like by Rachel, from not his mother is also so to again remain his mother's mother is also going to be also and let's derive that from that result. Plus, we do the straight up. So, the rest of the other is by straight up. About how to speed up. But looking at here, she was here. The Ashkish and the Imam. As we find the person by his mother to steal up. So the man does the man that was Sheikh Kamura, he can live from. According to the opinion that says that Shrefa is more Kamura, we have another miracle. Also, we have also top of 176 days. Malusi, Shekuni, Mama Shrefa. About by Rachel relations with Rachel's mother is doing that Shrefa. Omar Bahu, Share with Skila, and him relation must be that Skila. Okay. Furthermore, I was saying, why should his halakha be different than hers? Or his hers, mahi, the halakha, pain itan, the aim, just like by Rachel, I will say, there is no distinction between that you doing, whether he has relations with Rachel's daughter or Rachel's mother. Either way, again, it's going to be straight up. Afu, no time, no bone, pain itan, the aim. Pain itan, the aim. So to by Ruvain, there should be no fully relations with daughter, or they should the mother of his mother, and the man does he left from dog. But according to what it says that he was not hammer, may I push up when ultimately again we don't have this same kasha about the issue of aim. Alright, so we're going to stop over here for today. I feel like we've reached real clarity with this. So we're going to this is a good place to just okay, so bottom line, what's the takeaway? So so maybe stay away from family gatherings. I don't know, maybe that's the thing, right? So just understand. To really simplify this, you actually remember, listen, this is just one of these classic situations where the Gemara is working together. Let's say, found this. So, let me first make that up. No problem. So it says over here, right? We thought I saw two relationships and other explicit. What are the two relationships? A woman and her mother, a woman and her brother. That's we are explicit. What our mission is doing is building out a framework. It's building out a framework of other relationships, ultimately again, that will be treated like wife's mother, wife. Using the wife as the Avaya over here. What we're understanding is those who are above her, and we're going 3 generations above her, 3 generations below her, essentially are all going to have the same framework for Avayas. Now again, all the Gemara is doing right now is working through this process of trying to figure out how to get. The good part is, I know what the conclusion is because you got the mission. Now we're just trying to figure out ultimately again how to get this control. So what I will end up with is a tremendous amount of skill over this. You know, if you notice, you see a Gemara like this. Went through a lot of Gemara, or an Amud Gemara, and it doesn't feel like we reached any significant conclusion. So I'll say you see from a tremendous skill in life. That in life, when you have a problem, you have an issue, it is incredibly important to talk it out. Incredibly important to talk it out. Now, sometimes it could be frustrating to talk things out. Especially this is a marriage, you understand. This is an important thing in marriage. Sometimes there's something perhaps that your spouse wants to talk about. So you're like, okay, let's talk about it. And then what happens? You begin talking about it, and you begin talking about it. Then look at me blankly talking about it. Right? You all know exactly what I'm talking about. Right? You look at it blankly, right? You talk it out, and then it goes on. And what happens? What do you think in your head? What do you think in your head? This is not going anywhere, right? This is not going anywhere. We're talking about the same things over and over and over. This is not getting anywhere. Listen, it's important to understand, tremendous to solve your relationships, is that sometimes you just have to talk it out, even if it doesn't feel like it's getting anywhere. Listen, just allowing someone to talk things out and to unload things that are sitting on your shelf. Even if in your mind, like you think I'm just getting more confused, and I think I actually have less clarity than when you started, is in and of itself a cathartic and profound process. I think so often, when Chazal kind of skip all of this stuff, the reason why we focus so much on the Gemara, because anything and everything you need to be successful in life is in the Gemara. It's all here. And this is sort of sometimes having conversations, you're like, oh, what are you talking about? Didn't we just talk about that? Or didn't you just say something different? Or somebody's giving someone who care about just the simplest space to be able to express themselves, to talk it through, even if you're left wondering what it is exactly that we are doing over here, is a profound stepping stone in building meaningful relationship. Because you can't get to the conclusion unless, of course, you're first going through the process of talking and retalking and rediscussing. So Chazal not just giving us information about how we get to the complete list of sleicha, but rather again, Chazal also telling us how to address, how to build, and how to bless our relationship. Let's say, we got something for today. Let's say maybe we could get a couple of things. We just recite this. This is straight. So what's off? What's off?
Grandmother's tale. Mummy, friendly term for anybody you like. Endearing term for anyone you like regardless of age. Man built like an accent, Jewish, coarse, Greek person. Buckus, nothing. Something totally worthless, lit, beans. Butch, chat, telling tales. C. Chai, Hebrew word for life, comprised of the two Hebrew letters, Chet and Yod. There is a sect of Jewish mysticism that assigns a numeric value to each letter in the Hebrew alphabet and is devoted to finding hidden meanings in the numeric values in words. The letter Chet has the numeric value of 8, and the letter Yod has the value of 10, for a total of 18. Religious school. Chaim Yaakov, Annie Tom, Dick or Harry, Shmiang Bokuda News, Radio Gummo, Chailuria, Evil Woman, apparently derived from Colorado. Chanshin, Faint. Challah, ceremonial of bread, either round or shaped long, used on Shabbat and most religious observances with the exception of Pesach, Passover. Challenge, nausea, unconsciousness, general, donkey, jackass, musical, forward, channeling to 8, flash, head, U-House. Also known as the Festival of Lights, commemorates the rebuilding of the Temple in Jerusalem. Hanukkah is celebrated on great days during which one additional candle is added to the menorah on each night of the holiday. Trafficking, dash repeat, lid, catch away, catch a road. Chop isolation, dash make you suffer an ugly fate. Chaplet, Dash take it easy. Not so fast. Live, don't grab. Chatsing, catch him. Chasing, winner. Chasing major. To listen and execute waiting. Chasical away. Dash God forbid. Shepherd, friend. Shade, animal. Chasing, canter. She's a wise of chasing. Canter. Chassis, a pig. It's like a pig. Chest, swirl, pig's feet, anything bad, unpalatable, rotten. In other words, junk food. This word can also be used to describe a lot of household or other kinds of junk. Chatters, your pen, slowly looking or house. See. Jacob, taboo, infinitesimal, worthless, unimportant, lit, human dumb. Chevron, buddy, trainer, dash bang, punch, slam, wallet, choke, eyes man, slam, a wise guy, chosen, right saying, lyricism, collie, car, horse, play, Chevron, man, worth and dignity, person, respected person. Chosen, rival fan, chosen, rival, chosen, Kelly, bride and groom, engaged couple, choice and nature, make fun of, ridicule, horseradish, carpet, slow, Chevron plans, chess, activity, bride and groom, during marriage ceremony, let's pay this, Columbus is Medina. It's not what it's cracked up to be. Columbus is country. D. Delegate God. Dash is God. Dark man came and called. Dash is theology. Usually said when describing the menial task. W. 3. Diminished. Dash don't worry. Dear village track unlocked. Man thinks, plans, and God laughs. Deroy Ira is an oil. The world is stupid. Dictate always knowing just like his father. Dear University Tent, University. Dear son, Armies. Dear cadets, respect. To live to see. I should live to see and get married. Daily history, expression, Thursday supposed to verify, dash your channel, chemo, chemistry, D, big skin, old woman, two skins, old women, big skin woman, old men, die gold in Medina, golden country, tertiary, Nevada line. Dumbasses have yeshiva students would arrange to be fed by various householders on a daily basis in different houses. Live, eat days. Morning, high, engage, leaves. Disadvantage now, it's starting to snow. Disadvantage is a hurricane, it's starting to rain. Das check out here, this pleases me. Das Hans hat mir gesagt, my heart told me, addicted it. Das is balance, that's all. Das is LA, the same. Train there and that came car. Dash don't bother me. Live, don't stress my head. Trace it. Dash keep moving. Tray icon, scatter brain. Drill, splitting top used to live. It's associated with the holiday of Hanukkah. D. Drown, human dung, feces. Next comment, inferior merchandise for work. Insincere type or excessive flattery. Drug out, teller, mean-spirited. Body honestly thought to grapple on a plate. Drug reliever, absolutely nothing. It's not worth anything. Drugs, the sticks, way out in the wild. Two things showing on. The dasher who's starting out again. Do not switch my feet and look conditioned near 7th class S residist. You can't pee on my back and tell me if it's rain. Dumbbell, dimes, lid, dumbhead, dirtful, fall, or failure. So condemned to wander for a time in this world because of its sins, to escape the perpetual torments inflicted upon it by evil spirits, it seeks refuge in the body of some pious This man will believe that demons have murdered his cannibalistic conception. A disparaging explanation never edged my heart's past. Humorous, disparaging remark about anything. For example, American dash Yiddish exclamation equivalent to the show. English words, stomach, each time,
Suffered, rotating in
end of the world, means the truth. Imitating someone, expecting well, he used me. Possibly using non-sarcastic depending on the tone of voice and situation. Delaged, disappointed, as something. Or both English kid, he talks nonsense. Or drinks a share of water, forks, and wrestling. He wanders about like a monk in a barren, aimless. Arrested under inquiry. He eats as if he just recovered from a sickness. First file for he eats like a horse. I make hay. He has nothing at all. He's a boiled or not a herd. Absorbed. He hasn't got a worry. Whereas the nitric type girl, dash is a long good for nothing. Shrinking, dash the nuisance is here already. To talk like that, he ruins it. Selfish lies in there. He pretends he doesn't know he's doing something wrong. Example, sneaking into a movie theater or sneaking to the front of a line. Or toy time, he's no good. Worthless. For God's sake, good. He's throwing himself. Example, he's agitated. His time. Six toy Irish box. He's restless. Good. He sees pins and needles. Resolve excellent fights on belly. Making carpentry. Dashing sugar like an onion. With his head in the air. Air and cheese for air. Blend of Israel. Hence, when I walk from house, I have a hard brow. Escape. Dashing doesn't love. It doesn't run smoothly. Pest Vladimir. I like it. Live. Jesus. As high sexually shows in the holy town. Dash nothing capable. Live. There's nothing out there but a smile. As vacation day for a calendar. Dash is a shame for the children. As is to plate. As King James ate. It is conceivable. It is logical. It doesn't matter to me. As an empty it's not the business. Let's pass it. It is not to be counted. It is not fitting. Let's type one for saying dash gives me great pleasure. Often self-sarcastic. Let's type your wrong. I'm sorry. It's sorry. Let's type your right. It hurts me. Let's answer any origin. This is a response to receiving extreme information from the good. It's good. Let's take one paragraph. Dash nothing but hell. S in health and quiet toward the box. Dash in world health. N. Lit. It would have not work. Cut on the dead body. S by 9 for equal she eyes one infant. Dash eat like a bird. Shit like a horse. S, match, say match, eat, pray, don't act like a jerk. S, just enjoy, even for health. S, to eat. S, admitting, even the day we're having dinner. Hush, there's fun, disappeared. Agella, also used as a derogatory reference to a gay person. Fantasia, man who builds castles in the air. For women, even a person. Our blonde said, lost, bewildered, confused. Foggy jet, innuated, furniture, cook, clothing. All day, distressed, one full of care, anxiety. Martin and Miss Bay, neglect or merit, like good deed. Far drives it to dash go drive yourself crazy. arduous, resentment, disappointment, sorrow. Thoughtfully, lust, foiled, mildew, rot, decay. Forlorn, frozen, forjessen, forgot. Farcolam, too emotional to talk, ready to hide, see Farcolam. Farcolam, not being able to walk right, clumsy as clumsy feet. Farnaft, engaged. Farcat, taboo, dungy, shitty. Farmak, dull, spoiled. Dash, shut up, quiet. Lid, shut your mouth. Fartart, tired. Farmashed, befuddled. Farmakshed, worried. Fatigued, exhausted. Farmace, to kill all dressed up to the nines. For a shift, no analogous meaning could be that a person's mind has become sealed. Farsighted, a significant
so we're going to have to
Vorschlageiner refers to a mixed emotion and identity which indicates something mysterious value. Vorschlag, highly excitable person, always on the go. Vorschlag, trying to highest heights. Dash you understand. Vorstopped, stopped. First hungry, smells bad, stinks. Vorschwitzt, sweaty. Finished, ready.
talking about You're allowed to go ahead and kill. You have to fire. Ultimately, it's okay to say after you articulate your it tells us explicitly, right, there's a way to see, and we're all for myself, and that's why the Bible can have a killing. And we try just to it's just a kill, and you can't get violated by the outside, so you can see what's trying to kill it. Look, now you know, I don't know myself. Smattering of words from Aramaic, Slavic, and Romance languages as well. Many of the words come from specific cultures within Central and Eastern
Each story has a structure of its own, while the language is based on a mixture of humanity, German itself, alphabet is based on the Hebrew alphabet. The forms of Yiddish master pronounced as I prepare the languages. Yiddish work through a dramatic behind the past. Shakespeare has found a resurgence in recent times and is taught at several public universities around the world. Next time you use it, Yiddish shorthand. Or speaking of foreign language, a very a great topic. Dash I had no alternative. I'm here to help to have the greatest neighborhood.
The wild animal, the robbers. I don't know how to get it to step in and trust. The Lomites, the Hashimoto, the way one does see is Hashimoto means you have to again return the look. You have to return him to his self is in danger of being lost. You have to return him to him. So what I should also give me a And again, you know, some of them also teaches me, even I can't do it myself. The efforts I do is once you are going to go ahead and let's say violate someone, and who is the key recess based person or that I pieces are still running up to someone who are revenge is a few pieces. What's the law? Maxim no sobie or these pieces can bring very easily She's about to be my
FEM's tech is its guts of action. Someone else's ass is easy to smell. Explosions in the skyfall, lit up just to get someone high. Entourage, discipline, causes uproar and chaos. Culture conflict, judge, tornado vibe, someone on, interest, insane, vice, vehicle, obstacle, extravagant, vague, hallucinatory, geocache level, transforms to go into sharp level, unorgasm, alphabet, first turret, temperature shock, feedback, dash the chip, almost by record, orbits quantify, observe, lots of things, all at once, succeeded, alternative, made, alter gotcha, alter alter couples, old man, royal flag, an alternate share, an old legend, an alter content, an uneconomics, an alter trumpets, an old flag, shorty guys, an horse, an owl, a skeptic, an atheist, coming, first trophy, format, wasted opportunities, first trophy react, format money, wasted money, catch flipped, dash blocked, street Churchill, personally runs around, Ada, Sylvia, Phoenix, some, sure, very derogatory, fuzzy hair, I should have such good luck. Keep your cards, chickens, see chicken line C, dash S, testicles, choosy language, rules for your friend, schmeck, practice English ticket, one wants to eat a lot, one fine. Dash temple, too bad, switch, shotgun, switch dead right, two people say working, third one to sleep, two better, it's true, husband, dash your dash that's how it goes, dash serve soup, dash that's how it goes. Coffee cake style pastry. Dash toaster. Hearing staircase. Play presents. Live deep. Crazy. Test mice. Terrific housekeeper. She is very versatile. Person of the week. Sarcastic nicknames. Balance of miracle worker. Toy rate. Thanks. Small section cups. Usually the size of a college shot glass. Secure vehicles in the past. Vehicles tasty, delicious, someone without a trace,
we know who is trying to do something, trying to do something, trying to communicate that look by behavior, or if you encourage, you have to actively kill living and to participate in the defense of the so why not? You might say, anything on you, right? Yeah, you're right. You can do that. That's the evolution. So why does it say, having the idées de prima that carries it to the basic of the colors, so what the Torah says, now and now, the only time you're allowed to go ahead and kill someone, prevent them from committing an Avera, is when that Avera impacts another human being. Right? But if the Avera doesn't impact other human beings, for example, we're going to make our shots every day, that doesn't first to prevent them from committing You're going to show it as if I see that is about to worship idolatry, I could kill him to prevent him from worshiping idolatry. What? So according to the Shema Akai, then why do I need him now? It's kind of the Behemo, the kind of the Shema. We'll talk about why this is. The Shema Akai is smart, but the Shema Akai is smart. So by community organization, where you can see I see anything about worship of the Mizrah, I can go to that's what we're going to do. But we can like I now look to see about the nature of the or if I see about the power Shabbos, I can't do it to prevent them from doing that. Okay, which you might say, come with the day, come with the Shabbos. Come with the Shabbos, but Tisri Shabbos, if you I don't know, like this. Both desecration of Shabbos both use Russian truth. I'm going to put the paper to show my account. The single that can still move in this dimension from which we are result, and also communicates this dimension from being a college. Much more long, much more than 3 5 we're running on the most of the sheep, or the fellow Shabbos. We can't see the Shabbos. So there's another sheep. Another sheep is more. So it's a really simple sheep. The primary school of thought is about he's about to he's about to commit sin that is either by death by his race and it's impacts some other person. But if there's no other human victim, you can't prevent moving that area by yourself. That's the first school. Second school, I'm going to show by a guide, and you have to accept it as well. You can't kill you if you run the person with a and then there's a lot of Shimon. Brother Shimon says, that means you kill you to prevent them from worshiping at but you also kill them to prevent them from being the fellow Shabbos. The fellow Shabbos. So if you're healed, the honor of the fellow Shabbos, you're not doing that. So that's the Shabbos, the civil food that makes the other. So the Lord Rebbe Shimon makes it say Shabbos, civil food, it says civil by Holy it says civil by Shabbos, just to keep the church safe, to prevent them from worshiping at Holy so to prevent them from being the fellow Shabbos. So like, according to the Muslim Rebbe Shimon, why you need anytime you're going to about to do something, carry the release of safety, like by basic culture, you're still not doing it. So I don't need now. No, one of those will fall now. One of them will come to speak this now. Everyone will be about Christianity, and that you go to the go. I need to push the right now, plus some money.
Jazz, swirl, explain anything fun, palette, rock, inaudible, jungle, counselor, music pride, cultural character, jazzers, peg, slugger, or house, C, Jacob, taboo, active, incontestable, worthless, yes, done, check on me, buddy, trophy, dash me, college, skills, trauma, feature, horizon, slate, horizon, objectively, saying, criticism, colony, color, horse, play, nutrition, meal, activity, person, respected person, chosen, rabbit fan, chosen, life, interested habit, priority, engaged couple, choice, nature, make friends, maker, trash, home, small, chapters, activity, child, activity, universal pride existing during marriage ceremony, unspoken, praise, unspoken, fellow, patient, it's not what it's cracked up to be, country, got, dash got, dark empty, dash for the summer to college, usually said when describing a menial task, stabbing, pray, DJ Nisht, dash don't worry, dear image track unlocked, man thinks, plans, and God answers, daring I love is royal, the world is stupid, dare take toys, Lord Mike, just like his father, dare universe attack, universal, dare sun, dare heroes, respect, turn love, to live to see, I should live to see, daily streak, expression, interesting toast, dash shirt, unique, street, explain, over, this is, over, easy, unlearning, die golden medieval, country, interest sharing, done as intended, usually students with arranged, fed by various holders on a daily basis at houses, engage, things already, things starting to end, test just for me, test outside, sarcasm, my heart will be, task is ours, God's out, task is the same, dreaming, dash to yes, dirt was hand, trace edge, dash key, tray icon, stack frame, spinning top history that is associated with Halloween and Hanukkah, D, flattery. Dramatic tones, mean-spirited, valuable, practical, truncated, absolute, it's not worth anything. Drudges, stinks, wait, on, swings, shrinks, dash for starting up again. Concepts of local condition, study process readiness. You can't read nothing and tell me that it's real. Dumbbell, done, good, don't have. Dirt poor, flop, failure. So condemned to wander for a time in this world because of its sins, to escape the perpetual torments inflicted upon them by evil spirits. The book seeks refuge in the body of some pious man who only over the demons having the power. It is a Calvinistic conception. A disparaging exclamation. Fetch, serious. disparaging remark about Dirty Baby. For example, American Pie Factory movie. Dash Yiddish explanation equivalent to the English show. Stubborn. Also be used in a non-sarcastic manner depending on the tone of voice and situation. Encouraged, disappointed.
We listened to her, and I want to say, we both listen.
She came out of
I will say, we're going to start with very we're going to start with everyone. We're going to start with
We're hot and absorbed. He hasn't got out of work. What is the nitrate tiger curl? Dash, she's a low down, good for nothing. Point two, damn nothing. Dash, the nuisance is here already. It's all from them. He pretends he doesn't know he's doing something wrong. Example, sneaking into a movie theater or sneaking to the front of the line. Toig, tiger, he's no good, worthless. Snack, he's throwing himself. Example, he's getting angry, agitated, pissed off. He's restless. He sits on pins and needles. There's all Rex and right inside the way. Make him college drink. Dash, she should feel like money with his head in the ground. She's so well. His real. Sprayed before. Now Harry Home Brown. Dash, it doesn't work. It's the one who's over there. And Mr. Faulkner. I like it. Let's hot, said Joyce Jones in the boys. Dash, nothing came of it. There's nothing out there but a smile. This is a shame for Uganda. Dash, it's a shame for the children. This is too late. It is too late. It is contained. It is conceivable. It is imaginable. It is not it doesn't matter to me. This is no danger shed. It's none of your business. It's possible. It is not becoming. It is not definitive. This gently proclaiming. Dash, it gives me great pleasure. All to say sarcastic.
Yet, the honest was saying that the
Step near wrong. I'm sorry. It's literally
even if I have been recent, this very I remember, which was a young about the Batista, the Sas are young, literally discover, we are all up to the study, literally discover, a whole lot of things happening at that we are doing the process at different times. We spoke of when the statement we again when the students spoke at the beginning of the video. At that point, the choice is that of the time, whether it is, whether it is, financial items, as opposed to the idea at the end of the video, it is the end of the video, is that you see it two different times. Right? The dinner column comes at the end of the video versus again yeah. Right? Which has to come right at the beginning of the video. Some people don't know how that is. Some people think the video says that I know if it's actually when you have to work. I wrote my house and so on. But effectively it says that I wrote is literally what penetration. So what is it? It doesn't matter if you're there. That you can sit in the moment of the scene. Which the video says, I love my sister devotion. All that should make it that way. Because there is what we call an anti-gap. When it was the interview, we used to be the first video that should make it. That's going to be the case. But the second one, and again, the VSC is not. Love what I'm going to concentrate on. If love is what to do. cases where the system is being attacked by the third and she tells others ready to help her not to step in. Leave him alone because I want him to do it. Ayubi is comfortable in Yuda when he's not paying them. My papa says, "You look good with the apple." My papa says, "You're talking about the get ready." This is that you look at the rest of the stuff. We look at the stuff. That if the woman says, leave the attacker alone. Leave the attacker alone. Which is not an attack. But we listen to her. Because she's here. Papa says, "Papa buying dollars. Give it to the apple." The Papa is really talking about over here. The right case of the case of pizza is what the enemy wants to do. Pizza, again, she is listening. In this act, and therefore, again, if she's listening to this act, we have the right in our whole sin. If we have the license to kill her, then by definition, we will be Abai is the upper of the Hamaibar, so Abai is the piece of Israel we can save them by injuring the attacker in one of his moves. In other words, we don't have to kill him in order to save him. So as a narcissism is very interesting. First of all, number one, whenever you have the ability to save someone by injuring the attacker, that is halachically preferable. But whenever you can save the virtual harm by using the attacker, that becomes the obvious issue. The material says, remember, if it's a case where the victim is saved by only using the attacker, then this is no longer a case of being it's no longer a case of being in a cautious conduct. Then the attacker will be chayiv financially. The Gemara says over here, Rav Yosef ben Shalom, Rav Yosef ben Shalom, Roti Bachas Habirom, Amordo, יכול להוציא או להציג להצילו איך מעברו. So if you guys when you have to share it together, and I see that I can injure I can injure you in a way that ultimately again will allow Shimon to escape. It doesn't require me to take to this place, then that is my obligation. Now what happens in the event below big deal? We'll say what happens if at the end of the day I choose not to injure you, but instead what? I kill him, then we'll say I am carried this. So the idea of now, obviously, this is a very specific case where everything lines up in the way it's clear to the injury. If I injure you, that emotional is getting neutralized. If I are hanging you, and I do both control, just the not that I'm going to get anything, that can be instead of killing, I am liable to the That's it, not so much enough. By the way, those are very she wasn't a person here. She was shooting on the website. They don't if one of them bugs into or the trip was about a pregnant woman. And as a result, she was risk. So first, you see that together as his liability. Work out she felt sick. First, there's peanuts on the shit. I read it was the mitzvah to show the mitzvah so to speak about a situation. Ultimately, again, let's say someone could have been killed in order to stop him from coming at a density. Written a soul media, that I saw the level as it was an okay tragedy, you will pay one life for one. Another thing over here is that this situation is also the people fighting with each other. At the end of the day, there's the capacity ultimately again to kill someone to be killed. And therefore, what does the Pasuk say? The Pasuk says, nevertheless, I'm going to find out the low so and low Shi'avish. Because this is how the one dash is. You know, oh yes, don't kill him if you don't need to kill him. Instead, just injure him, neutralize his life. The low so I no need to take the full life if it's not necessary. The word to his life. So rather, I know to be a roach was a creating of action and so here, the explanation is if you could have neutralized the fact by simply injuring the consumer, but instead what? You choose to kill him. You, now the killer, are the pursuer, will be fired.
Many
You want to
Europeans
to
come
tell me
from
up
the
and out to that,
specific
and have a
cultures
look
that
at that
enjoy
not
the
so.
Eastern
So
Europe.
if you tell me that I love it is, then when
Their
you could
glossary
see
has a structure
the
all of its
victim
own,
by
while the language is based on a mixture of Hebrew and medieval German.
and you
Its
don't do
alphabet
so,
is based on
and
the
you
Hebrew
don't do so,
alphabet.
then I love the nice
And
thing
each
of
glossary
time.
are not the same as
Because
other
I think
European
that was
languages.
big Anish. You know, once now I understand
Each
what's
one is
talking
very
about,
defined
where
and
it says
clearly
I can
over
be
the
punished.
past
To go,
90
but the
years,
I
but
can
has
out.
taken a
But
resurgence
when
in
you realize,
recent
I'm
times
the
and has
person who
targeted
stepped
some
in and
prominent
tried to save
universities
the
around the
victim.
world.
When
In the
it's in
next
the
90
case that
years,
I,
there
a
will
good
be a
Samaritan,
chapter
who
where
stepped in
the
and
Lord's
tried to
people
save the
follow
victim,
courage.
they would give you a situation what I would do for you. Keep going.
Episode
Shiyak Allah, what's the
11.
FML? What's the
Very
logic?
long,
What's
very
my life?
epic.
Where you case where I could save the victim by engaging in the pursuit of one of the units.
To have the greatest
And they
save
told me,
rifle
if instead I killed him,
dash
don't
your
tell
head,
me like what.
damn it,
Revive the
cursed,
yeah.
a wrong seemed hurt,
Left alone to that,
dash
and I
curse
borrowed
on
not
you,
even got to the
a wrong
national.
seemed
It was the way
Columbus,
he
a
told me,
curse on
that even if
Columbus,
I ended
a
up the day,
virtue, a blessing, a
it would
chaser
save the
led to
victim.
chaser,
I
a
couldn't
pig,
do it
a
with
pig,
in one of his
a
units.
pork.
And
Oh,
instead, I
what a
killed the
disaster.
pursuit. Niggas tell me that even in that case, they keep much confidence, like they, I think, it was like what the case of the process what it says, and sometimes it's actually punished for cases that like the pursuer, which translates Duma, shiny awesome, shiny up. And he still is that with the listen, maybe this is
A fire should leap
this
out.
memory again, this
A
is
hysteric
awesome.
cola mouth,
Yeah,
dying
actually,
conflict, outdone penetrant fist. A horrible wish of suicide, a dark dream, nightmare, on your head, hands and feet.
in the course of this
A
tussle,
spoiler tethered me. A lazy person has taken the task twice. A jet draft has nished. I don't care. Existence is dying cock. Dash could help me. Live. Could help on your head. A click of deer. Dash good luck to you. Sometimes. Used sarcastically, honor good fortune. Look how I keep it dry. Dash good to you. Sarcastic. Live. A piece of what happened to you. A boy starts here, Joe's big shot. Sarcastic. A grown young. A young man. A catastrophe. Casual anxiety. Sushi. A falling in the bucket too beautiful. A businessman. Dash was man. Clock soon. Mayonnaise on her. Dash a person lighting a person. An iguana. A tall person. A long needle. A seven. A life with its head. A brain current like sage with grandchild waiting or so smart. A level of deer. Dash should live. A well. Swallowing a needle right after stop tying yourself into a mess. Live. Don't catch on and or next. A maid on midnight. A hotel midnight. A maiden, a plane, a cutie pie showing off her new dress, a shower, a Victoria mensch, an old person is a dead person, a bench truck to left lunch, a person plans and gone matters, lights, exists today, live.
I
A barbie world
moving
leaf,
is going to be
a red
why
light,
I
a
know
full remains, a
this
full
has been the option.
and a
I
time
say why
time,
is that?
dash forget,
That's
live, a
moving
K-Lots and
is
Alex,
tight.
a Mishtaki,
This is why you
dash Minetti, a Bishop of Force is like a cylinder cluster, dash of being at a font, is like a wedding without a
that's
band,
tight. So then
a
what?
peace
And
maker,
what?
a shallow person, a coach bearer, a rich income, crazy, in the head,
In mumble when he's
a short seal,
However, on the
bad
other
luck,
hand, in
live,
years of
a
she
rock
was
here,
something.
a
Let's
shower,
say the
a
person being
bad
pursued
a
is
shimmy,
shimmy.
a
He's
tribute,
running away from
a
moving. And
disgrace,
he
a
takes
shitty
pictures
mom,
to
a
show you
smell,
that but if
a
he takes
shrinkflation
pictures,
is wagon,
they're going
a
to
piece
be
of ear
really
with two
better.
eyes,
Shells
salt,
are other high.
a
If you
shtick
make
lunches,
some
a great
flavors
joy,
of
constipated,
because
a
show
song, a
why
song,
is the ultimate
dash
again that
loves
is
it,
high for breaking
read
the
it,
country?
a
Excuse me,
tiny
couple
home,
of
a
breaking the
person with a very
country.
large backside, live, a
Shalom,
backside in the home,
something I like to do.
a girl following Saint Bernard, a Saint Angel, a wolf, a scarecrow, his nature, a
I'm
lemon,
running out to
she
Shimmy
slides,
again. He's putting himself in harm's way.
a
But not
museum,
anyone else who likes
dash
to
as long as
say,
you're
Mama,
happy,
cannot be more, stubborn than
responsibility,
this good. Therefore, in the
and
same
go
way that
with
everyone has
the
the
dusted,
license
he
to go and
thinks
take
certain
his life,
names
according
can
to
make
say
the
Shimmy,
crime,
So to again, when the new practice is clear, you can become with another club. However, again, something other height, it was a human mistake. This is really she was running away from she was running away breaks breaking attention. And the reminds me of the years that she was really fighting. Really fighting. Why? So that's the moment of it. Because also ultimately it is actually very important. So you can't save yourself even from like you say, you can't save yourself from anything because you have to pay. So let's say so if you show me money what he's doing and he accidentally breaks unintentionally, he starts throwing ladies in, right? Actually he starts running after him. So ultimately again he's saving himself with someone else's money, you have to pay. And those issues that we have to really like, you know, Melody, Melody Papa Padilla Sina. So listen to this. So I see Ruben running after shit to kill. I stop running after Ruben to kill Ruben to stop killing Shimon. The Shiva has a healing. And of course, I'm running after Ruben. It is healing. I end up smashing these items. Things for the big things, showing them things like the light. Whoever you want to go ahead and like it, we're going to be talking why you can. So long after. Which is exactly the technical level of the She after Umar came, means in the call under Shamatsu as Kadi Yachi. So it's a very consistent thing. The Imam says it has to be that way, God. Because it was like, if I know that there's a good scenario, it's going to be financially paid. So again, I see you running after shows, I see you running after shows, and therefore again, I want to stop being all the things that you know, I have to figure out, you know what, I see what you do, you should see it as just there. And I'm going to end up costing me $1,000 to go ahead and save shit before I save myself. Yeah, you guys got it. I don't have the money for that. Then it was like you slip one of these people out like this. It wasn't really you see, so that is a lot of temporary Allah shields darkness. Allah says, if the darkness comes to you, that conversion from someone, that can back down light or damage that gives gross negligence. It's gross negligence. Then Allah says, okay, so there can be some liability. That's a privilege. Even if you have mistakes, that can be covered by Allah. What's the same liability with that is because otherwise people will not help. Allah understands that the only way people will help is if there is protection from legal recourse. So every single time I start involved someone who's sued and is damages, then Allah understands to go back to the another side.
Announces the presence, lifting them up and praising the giver in the gift in a humorous manner.
I will be back for the gift. What's in the gift? If somebody's going to have to account, you go ahead and do the act of bestiality, you don't kill people. I know that feel, man. All the animals will help yourself is natural. So somebody says, it's not true. You see someone about to worship idolatry, you kill them to save them from violating that commandment. California, also in California, Umakigan, I did, it's not true, international. The guy was all the people, you know, what's it, kill someone. Okay, that's beginning from violating the Hana and the rest, which is what we call the guy. The guy he said the guy is pretty ordinary individual. He's going to hurt us from Shibara, right? By worshiping our Sarah. Allah has come to become that I have the right to step in. I keep thinking about this. If we have to go and kill someone who's like us, now Sarah, if you have to get someone who's something old, if you can't punish the hundred things like that. I know that the Allah's words, you know. This is actually pretty wild. This is actually pretty wild. She says, if I see someone like Shabbos, I can kill them because that's what you do. So it's definitely again, I'm saying that because that's what you do. So again, I just listen. Right? I'm thanking them for violating the incredible act. I'm sorry. So I'm going to talk about that. Abdullah Ka'abra. So he looked like his father. The Amr Shimon Hakim. He said there was a divine punishment for evil. capital punishment and the capital punishment. The Asir Shabbos, little Kilo Mabel, that was to make it say, Shabbat Kilo, if you Shabbos, just like we just said, that you would kill someone, the revenge of worshiping idolatry. We also kill someone from revenge of Shabbos. How many people should be on Tzadam? They should become the Aliyah station in 7 days. We'll say, they came to a conclusion about this injury. Kalavesh was a piece of the family for the Savior. Kalavesh should have told them, in Omin La'adam Avar Ba'al-Hari, Ya'avar Ba'aliyah. We'll say, if you threaten a person, when you say to a person, with any Avera in the Torah, either commit this Avera or the Torah, what's the other side? You commit the Avera. You commit the Avera. They have all those Mokabian people that have this in the Greek sense, the Greek cardinal elements. If somebody tells me how to show whatever idolatry or engaging in morality, engaging in active bloodshed, then what's the halacha? Halacha is I just give my life and provide it. So you're asking the Avodas, but probably those that truly try to give their life rather than worship idolatry. But I mean, we're already strong nation. I'm a little other how do you know that if they try to get person to worship idolatry will kill you? How do you know that he has to worship the idolatry and not let himself be killed? But it says, Avalomar, the Chai Bahem, the Loshi Yam. So what's the pasuk says that you shall live? There's a worship to live and not to die. So therefore, again, you see that you can even worship idolatry to save your life. So yours is one side. We all call either the practice. You might have heard of us that this is even true in public. Let's say somebody tells me you worship idolatry in public, and you're going to kill me. I would have thought that again, I would have thought that he would worship Kamilomar, Los Kalushim, Kashim, Dashti, Dashti. Therefore, what the Pasuk says, Moshe says, do not go ahead and profane my name. So we'll say at the end of the day, even if so, what's the real Pasuk this way? He passes that Abu Zar is one of the three cardinal ideas which we have to do. Now again, this other thing I have is that no, in idolatry you can worship rather than you worship limitations. Example, if this act of idolatry is not big, our extra, then it is not just like a Sanya, Relosa, maybe have such a short death of the say beautiful tomorrow. Yeah, with all of your heart, all of your soul, both form of death. Say, for our purpose, to bring out all of your money. In them, I call that the authority told me that I have to look out all the time. That I have to stand ready, give up my life for God. The authority told me that it doesn't have to say with all of my money. In them, I call my death, I'll come in my life for that. The call to which the human is the each of them, in each of the call of them, which we call probably like a horror. You can't for anything. Life before it's one of them. Therefore, the Bible says you have to not use all of your heart. Which means that even like some of you have to keep your life in you, you have to stand ready. Wish to call others Shalamoda, probably a lot of people. The God Hammer, the Humble Zappa, whatsoever there are some other people whose money is more important to them than their lives. And therefore, when it's others, it's Humble Zappa. Ultimately, again, with all of your money. Give it out, I know, so as you see from here, what you're bringing down is beautiful. We also know that love of God in the chapter says that you may not switch up the Torah with anything. So here we also see that Abu Zara is being horrified by God. Just in my podcast, where everybody seems to be on the right but not just about the Israel. Remember, like the Arab should be studied, get ready. So it's like really the Arab should be studied, learn to never keep stuff inside. Let you over, keep catching up with the Shara Ilbarash, and that has, what's in the passage says, just like a man who rises up against another one and murder him. So the passage says, and murder him. So he writes, his king has not brought that. The king Malaman, the other, so security after his case for the murder. The alcohol is called the Lamin Chala. thing into something that we end up ultimately again learning something. Not usual example now, because we're going to compare an example in our Rasa. Not in our Rasa, we can't live in Rasa. Was it just like, and you wanted to say in our Rasa, but being violent, kill the predator, right? You kill the perpetrator. So therefore, again, after Siak, we bless in the Rasa. Once it's also was there, you can go ahead and kill it in order to prevent things from going ahead and committing it. Not Krishna the Restaurant, the most of the council, not on Siak Kayabo, was it just as an act of murder is right Kayabo? Somebody tells you not to show him. Either kill Rude or I'll kill you. I have to sooner give my life than take the life of another. After Rasa, say Hari Kalkas. Therefore, it's so to what? So to the woman. Violent, which are both like act of adultery and to sooner give my life than commit that crime. Which goes 1 second. Let's see, I think you know, you just need to speak with that further to be very valuable. Where do you know that? Where do you know that from? That I have to sooner give my life than take the life of another. Because it's slaughter. It's actually just a nation. It's actually a slaughter. That's the slaughter. So we know that's the thing. I'm gonna be married for you. I'm gonna keep it for you. But he said to that about marriage, a local government, still can't do the plan, yo. The governor said, so he said, you're going to Peru, and if you don't Peru, I'm gonna kill you. What did Rabbi say to me? I'm gonna lift you up, below 6 dollars. You have to let yourself be killed. You have to show someone. Me, you married him, I'm like, it's not a mistake. Feel like I'm in your blood, she's ready. You got to start blood, let's say that is essential. It's once one person had taken the life of someone else, in order to preserve his own. Just like you know, low shuttle, hellish, let me shout to the examples. We'll say, when do we say that in general? We'll say, so, my statement was, that in general, if somebody tells you, violate a particular idea or what's called law, you violate. You violate. Okay, there's the exception, of course, it's not about the Torah, but that's the general rule. That's the general rule. So let's say, where do I know that? Where do I know that in general, again, so again, the Gemara says the Kaiman, but the Gemara says, let's analyze this. Where do you know that in general? Somebody says, probably can't read it, and it's called Ya'at or Ka'ari. Ever she's much inside. So he said, the thing is, that's the perspective. And in general, like all the other Averos, we say Ya'at or Ka'ari. How do I know that there are exceptions to that? El Shana Abishon Shastzir's office, about Shastzir's office, Afilu Mitzvot Alei or Ekaya. That is true when we've got a clear office. When the Gentile government is actively watching over their case, under my Yiddishkeit. So they're going to say, that's called Shastzir's office. And kind of like that, I give my life, even for a municipality, that is clear that there's a coordinated attack against my religion. And this is our whole thing right there on a governmental level. I have to give my life rather than violate even the smallest of mitzvahs. So the Gemara said, "This is how you have Furthermore, you have another qualification. Rabbi Yochanan says, when we said that in general, so what's that? That's only true. That's only true. That's only true when you violate each other as in private. How about the Kalhesa? They'll say to violate even a quote-unquote small object. Even at a time when it's not governmental persecution, he's going to be somehow or not. Was it to be forced to violate in public, even if it's not kind of serious offense, and even if it's a tiny, and even if it's just a bit of talon, it's a talon, I still have to go ahead and give my life. Yeah, already the Hayyah. Because the violate violence of talon, because it's of it's the talon. Wasn't it the talon? I'm going to buy a reach of Amarab, even with Shani, artists and even if the old people are getting trying to change by shoes. So let's say again, Gentiles were one kind of shoes. Jews wear different kinds of shoes. So again, this is a lot of other circumstances. Okay, yeah, I was say. So again, with the question that you get the following.
Dash's exclamation mark making the show.
but I have to use my life for it. I can't disagree with anything that I get that is part of the systematic underlying religious life. And number two, if the Gentiles didn't make a public display, look, the Jew is willing to change his Jewish deal to the Gentile. It wasn't the case of the Gentiles. Even though this is hello, we might suggest that I have to keep my life. I have to use my life. Those who systematic to become unemployed from the system. The Taliban, so she said to her mother, how much is so what happened for your You got to work with proper form so that much more funny if you know I still so close. What's with the show so see how this actually so creation so essentially here of the same the Jewish people some because the post that has those so let's say it's like Torah, so from the speaker, right? So go. It's not like son of Israel, was it just like that? Again, they want to do what pieces they show you every time. You know the things that's just like by the rock, either represents 10. So again, either represents 10. Yes, so either. Now, I want to start with so if it goes there, it's 10. And you'll have fun myself in this paper. It's like by the Catholic Silver Israel, it was also 110, and they were all so let's say, so again, and that is a lot more just so you can go. But again, even if you hold the chance of your life from its power, that you be forced to go ahead and perform to violate the constitution, that has to mean abuse. You know, this essentially going to be how Esther, what hell was Esther allowed for to go ahead and live in Akashville? Was this not a public display of her rights? Remember again, everyone knew why a woman was taking and everyone knew what was happening to Esther when she was his wife. Is that not Kilaros? Is that not appropriate? Yes, he knows. And Esther says it to us, why did Esther keep her life? Why did Esther keep her life? Which was the was it? By the grace of Shukra, never. But still, number one, Esther was passive for the animal. That was it. What is that? So this is an incredible device about. When we say historic to our God, when we are God, when by giving up your life, you will not have to perform that. So if someone comes over to me and says, so, kill me, man, I'm going to kill you. Say no. Say no. So I say, so was it? Say no. and refusing them what? That prevents the act from materializing. But at the end of the day, the act is not fulfilled. If Halal Kalabaisa, the act is going to happen anyway, then I'm not, as long as I'm not acting in the act, I am not trying to be Halal. What Abai says is that one of the somebody threatens to go around, she can say no or what. You can buy it. So because you can buy it, therefore what? She's not has to give up us. What I buy is just has to have only myself. And if she was constantly at also our legs, if the first you right to the killer. Remember again the most dramatic part of the killer. When Mordecai says to Esther what? You have to go to the king. You have to go to the king. And what does Esther say? So Pasha Pshat is saying, I wasn't about to the king. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go ahead. That's what he does. The Gemara says, remember again, it's about the nature of the relation between Mordecai and Esther. Some say that Esther Mordecai's wife. This whole time is the possibility of reunification because she felt that she was essentially being violated, therefore being far out. So she says, my dear husband, I'll do this same time for you to understand that I initiate contact now with me. This becomes a right. And once it becomes a right, I become a to you through this act of adultery, which by the way is a different discussion. That's about the type of man who can't live out there in the shop. You should get those troubles. That's how we say. But again, there is a concept of this coming out there in the shop, specifically in situations ultimately again of Hatzalah for Klal Yisrael. We see it as Malka, we saw it again by the Haftarah, the birthday of Rosh Hashanah, by Yael Sisra. We see this concept. So the Gemara says over here, why wasn't Esther together to give up her life for the act of Arayos? Because she was powerful. Rabbi Amar says, I'm not as shine. Those are these actually. Rabbi says, when do you say that a person has to give up their lives ultimately against these ideas? When there's a clear desire on behalf of the person who's forcing you to do these things, trying to go ahead and get me to violate the tenets of my religion. So when there's not really a religious problem, there's just desires happening, then what? They're not going to give up. Let me suggest to you, Ashvilish, the Rosh Hashanah, Shinobi Kishkali Vadi and Rosh Hashanah, Shinobi Kishkali, they can't tell us you are Ashvilish is essentially that's the amount of we're not to go ahead and get our Judaism. Once again, that would be what she is. So once again, what's happening? You're just like when there's not when the person who's committing our data is not there to get me to override my religious sensitivities, then the Mexican lover suggests one is not okay to give up their life. Now, interestingly enough, love you gives examples. You look at arguments, you don't always say, I'm Tabaki with the it wasn't so high pressure on that, but the Persians used to have it in their bucket place, where like they would go home to home collecting lamps, like lanterns, and you have to bury them out there, there's a place for us as well. So the Gemara says, I don't understand how the Jews permitted to participate in that collection. Aren't they contributing to Israel? To which the Gemara says, Allah Hamas actually saying this. Here's the thing, the Persians weren't trying to get the Jews to convert. Rather, what did they want? They just wanted the lantern. They wanted the lamp. Meaning, they didn't want to have to spend all the money in providing all of the lamp. So they figured just get it from the Jews. But there was no concentrated effort of getting the Jews to convert. Therefore, again, there's only people that help in that. They're not touching each other. Now, I'll give it a time to this. Because it's that. The Omer Rabba, Hashem, the Omer Rabba, so, something as fast as the Shab, so cut down this asbestos, let's say asbestos is fine. Cut down the shrine by size and feed it to the animals. So obviously some of the bread of death. So the Gentiles tell me, I don't cut down the head, which is the honor of the head. You've been exposed. He's telling me to cut it down and feed it to the animals. We don't follow that, right? We don't do it with you again. I'm going to kill you. Right? I'm going to kill you. So what's that on one side? Lick below ultimately, again, cut it down. Right? Cut it down. And don't allow yourself to be killed. Right? So we're going to see this in just a moment. Shove you the narrow. So let's say the Gentile tells me what? Cut down the asbestos and throw it into the river. Then what? Lick the lake below lick. Ultimately, in that case, I have to allow myself to be toccami la cosa è
in recent
what's
times
working
and
into
has
this
tapped
is
in
my time
several
on
prominent
la
universities around the
what's
world.
the like
Next time
you
you
see
use
in
a
gentle
word that
stati
may be
toccami a
shortened,
fatto più di
remember
2
that
anni
yours may
what's
have
his
a foreign
motivation
language.
like for example he doesn't want to do the work so you have to start with two of these so but the time between two highest my shot this doesn't take much like that you don't really feel like you need to weigh that kind of thing enough my shaking tells me you can cut down your cousin burning to the river. His intention is what? His intention is to get this divided community by faith. Oh, that you want to do? Then I press it. So listen, so therefore again, we begin to see over here, so I'm going to stop over here. But also, we begin to see over here the following. Number one, we have a very hard time out there. We have a focus about the Holy Spirit. This normally means this how you can violate, you don't have to give your life. We see exception set if it's Mahesia, what the full intention is to get the truth of our religion coming of this faith. We now begin to see nature accept that even if we do not have rules, it was that if either, like in the case of our is California, closest points out, obviously California works for a woman, California does not work for a man, but at least by our values when it comes to that, when it comes to a woman, to potentially save her life by being passively act of our lives, and Hamas acts like if it's clear that the purpose of the Gentile is not to make it embody the terms of my faith, but it's for his own benefit, then Allah provides to me here that in those cases, we would actually our bodies. So pick up and show you
sarcastic, peace and love happen to you. A glorious exhilarator, a big shot, sarcastic, a grab gun, a forceful man, a break, a catastrophe, a casual dichotomy is sushi, a love that the bride is too beautiful, a clog is made, dash word is me, a clog zoom line is on, dash a personal my enemies, a little lunch, a tall person, a long year, a weapon of dying trouble, a life on your head, grandparents never say to a grandchild, meaning you are so smart, a weapon of dear, dash you should live, and be well, a neighborhood like doorknobs, stop talking yourself into illness, live, don't imagine only the little on the nose, a neighbor with a fiddle, a undetermined effect, a neighbor with a claim, a cutie pie showing off her new dress, a man showing less is a Twitter mesh, an unlucky person is a dead person, a man drops into that light, a person plants and God laughs, a Pepsi for a picnic, it's a steal, live, a bargain for a thief,
It smells great up here today because we
fool
are so
remains a fool,
like
and
Dr.
a hypertop, dash for
See
guilt,
their insane
live,
limited
a day
edition
that's
soaps
the
and
night,
collapsible
a mishtakiet, dash for nobody, a fish on the force is like a smelling club, dash for being out of font, it's like a wedding without a band,
limited edition
a
soap.
piece to
This
carry,
new
a
great
shallow
Restream
person,
next
an
level
empty
verified
barrel,
clean and it provides everything you love about
a rich
NFTs,
income,
games, and the
crazy,
craziness of
in
nerdy
the head,
culture in
a
one
short
amazing
serum,
combo.
bad luck,
Superior
lit,
sun,
a black
and
year,
the strength of
a shorts and soft, a bad
minted
a Sunday
banana
on the charbet, a shame and a disgrace, a shiver home, range scouting movement, a shrinkflation with a spider, a piece of meat for 2 eyes, insult, a stick notice, a great joy,
Did we mention there's a chance to
a
win a
shot for love,
sweepstakes
conservation,
in tandem
a
with the
salt,
drop
a
Dr.
salt,
Squatch just
dash
launched their
Lexington,
first ever NFT
image, a
sweepstakes.
Texazana home, a person with a very large backside, lit, a backside and a half, a girl follower of Zane Horn, a ring of Zane Nature, a wolf loses his hair but not his nature, a leopard cannot change his spots, advocacy, dash as long as you're healthy, responsibility. AFN only phone dogs that he thinks everyone knows the crap. These words, we are just all dash I wish it could be some source control. FEM's tech is attention. Someone else's ass is easy to snap. So much is spiteful, lit, just angry. Entourage, disappointed. Oz's pineapple, and fellow. Culture or finicky. Interject, delicately brought up. Enough, son-in-law. Inaudible, grandchild. Insane, vice. AI, intact, absent-minded, mixed up.
Dr. Squatch, you need so many ways.
Shalom, to be confused in response to the Shalom Aleichem. A left pass, alphabet, the first two letters of the Jewish alphabet. Dash it should happen to me, to you. All is like I'm looking at what it's expected to be. All seven lucky things.
Gentlemen, every single week,
And I have finished to make fun of all one person. Is to be found in no one.
We've been doing this show for
How right, 1 plus 6 years. How right, 9, Show form of our life. Altoid, spinster, old maid, alter brochure, bachelor, alter back, old goat, alter uncle, an old man or old woman, an alter fish haven, an old witch, an alter vacator, an old acquaintance, an alter trombonic, an old phone, an endless maze, and, absolutely, true tale, of the chorus, an unbeliever, a skeptic, an atheist, puppet, word, come in, village orphan, thrown out, wasted opportunities, village orphan, thrown out money, wasted money, errand flipped, dash plucked, and labor, street urchin, person who runs around, Ada, son-in-law, included kid, young, short, gay, derogatory. Ozzy yelled at me. I should have such good luck. Ozzy Gopro, Jabit's girl to see just Dasha, my grandmother's had testicles, she would be my grandfather. As we are eventually usually hunt, got a feminist ticket, if one wants to beat a dog, what finds a stick. Oz will come by, dash tough luck. Too bad, misfortune. Ozzy's excited chakra, needs to stay drunkish often. 2 people say you are drunk, the third one goes to sleep. The 2 people confirm something, it's true. As boy, dash rating. As boy task, dash. That's how it goes. As boy bitch, dash so soon. As wafer das catch virgin, dash that's evidence. B. Mocha, coffee cakes, all pastry. Gotcha, jester, merrymaker. Master of ceremonies, a wedding. At the end of the meal, he announces the presents, lifting them up and praising the giver and the gift in a humorous manner. Background, to bury, face testicles, baby, persons of high standing, well-managed, quiet, respectable, well-mannered, gay repetition value, respectable Jews, people of substance and good standing in the community. Baylor Houston, mistress of the house, a compliment to someone who is a terrific housekeeper. She is Sarah Houston. Baylor Ghoul, truck driver or sloppy person of low standing. Bound logic and expert, sometimes used sarcastically or is he an expert? Bounce, or a worker, on a toilet, bound man, scholar, outshore, bandit, menace, elbow, pain in the neck.
And then I interview them and we talk to them about
Small suction cups, usually the size of a common shot glass, used to cure many ills in the past. Some people still swear by the effectiveness of this treatment. Buried in Europe, 2000. Bottom, taboo, ornate, color, annoy. Conway, Brabant, show off. Bashard, days or predestined. Vasya Hyde, a female in a child. Bashard, to be destined. Madame, tasty, delicious, meat. Someone without a trade or regular means of livelihood. Faces that could be fingerprint. Regret strongly that. Becker, wine goblet. Behaving a animal, cow, when referring to a human being who needs to hold it. Baymere has Juja Point. You've gotten your way with me. Baby, I've been a lonely child. Baby, to you for what to long for. Shaft, homesickness, nostalgia. Bench, to bless, to recite a blessing. and Gillette. Recite prayer over candles on Sabbath Eve or Holy Day candles. Hurry, efficient, competent housewife. Best meat trash, synagogue. Bialy, named for the Polish city of Białystok. Bialy is of Jewish origin. Bialy is a fairly large, about 6 inches, chewy round leaf throw, somewhat similar to a bagel. It has a depression rather than a hole in the center, and is sprinkled with chopped sauté done in before baking. Bible cola, visiting the sick. Filling, cheap, inexpensive. Is flesh heating, dash are you crazy? But please. Blanche, to wonder, be lost. Orgy, a female voice. Rock, a punch. Woman, gum, mask. Bomber, gum. Purpose or face, excellent. Or borscht, meat borscht which the word thee had filled. Borns, pastries with cheese inside. Borscht, meat soup. Borscht Circuit, hotels in the Catskill Mountains of New York State, with an almost entirely Jewish clientele, who are fond of borscht. Term is used by entertainers. Orvis, barefoot. After borscht, borscht made from bay leaves for the poor. Borchek, young boy, term of endearment. Boy, stomach, abdomen. Boy, stomach ache. Eye, creature, prior, choice. Breast, circumcision. Recent, breasts. Orchestra, head family, lid, regular. Renton, whiskey. Breeches, not on speaking terms. Straight, virgin. Bobby, grandmother. Bobby Mace, grandmother's tale. Bobby, friendly term for anybody you like. People, endearing term for anyone you like regardless of age. Man built like an ox, bush, horse, person. Bupkis, nothing. Something totally worthless. Lid, means. Virgin, chat, 10 tails. See. Child, Hebrew word for life, comprised of the 2 Hebrew letters, Chet and Yod. There is a sect of Jewish mysticism that assigns a numeric value to each letter in the Hebrew alphabet and is devoted to finding hidden meanings in the numeric words. The letter has the numeric value of 8, and the letter Yod has the value of 10, for a total of 18. Religious school. Hein Yankel, Annie Tom, Dick or Harry. Chiang Bokuda News. The Premier Government, Chamberia, Evil Woman. Probably derived power. Jewish. Faint. Hollow, ceremonial egg bread, highly round and long. Used on Chinese religious observers with the exception of Pesach, Passover. Shalashes, Nazi. Donkey, jackass, numbskull, fool, shovel, dash, blockhead, jump, ass, seed. Hanukkah, also known as the Festival of Lights, commemorates the rebuilding of the Temple in Jerusalem. Hanukkah is celebrated for 8 days during which one additional candle is added to catch away. Chapline and use the machine. Dash may you suffer an ugly fate. Chapnet. Dash take it easy. Not so fast. Live. Don't grab. Chapsing. Catch him. Chasing. Wedding. Chasing Rachel. To plan and execute a wedding. Chascobre. Dash God forbid. Chatter. Friend. Shay. And Chazen. Canter. Chazen. Wife of Chazen. Canter. Chazen. A pig. One who eats like a pig. Chast. Swirl. Pig's feet. Anything bad. Unpalatable. Rotten. In other words, junk food. This word can also be used to describe a lump of household or other kinds of junk. Chasush, pig pen, slovenly kept room or house. C. Jacob, taboo, nothing. Infinitesimal, worthless, unimportant, live, human dung, Chevron man, Chmele, dead, pouch, sun, water, Jacob, a wise man, slave, a wise guy, Joke made, wisdom, right saying, racism, polity, color, a course, pig, Cheshire Mensch, man of worth and dignity, unique person, respected person, Cherubid fan, Chas, bridegroom, Chasai, bride and groom, engaged couple, boys of nature, make fun of, ridicule, green, horseradish, problem, small, chevron nails, half-bitten, jug, activity, Shiva, canopy under which a bride and groom stand during marriage ceremony, X-ray, raisins, base up, X-ray, ambient fellow, chilling, ocean wave. Columbus's Medina, it's not what it's cracked up to be. Columbus's country. D. Don't get God. Dash thank God. Darth Vader and college. Dash focus I went to college. Usually said when describing a menial task. Debian, great. DJ nicht. Dash don't worry. Dare Mensch truck on God locked. Man thinks, plans, and God laughs. Dare is a goal. The world is stupid. Dare take toys, just like his father. Dare university, dare son, old man. Dare parents. Dare lad, to live to see. I should dare live to see him get married. Dare is expression. Just exposed to vary. Dash you should show on it. Bikini, chemistry. D. They've seen old woman. They've seen old women. They've seen nine old men. Die golden Medina, the golden country. Dietitian Sherry, the bottom line. Dionysus had machine students would arrange to be fed by various householders on a daily basis in different houses. Lit, days. Daily, working, hire, engage, lease, rent. Disadvantage now, it's starting to snow. Disadvantage hurricane, it's starting to rain. Das Jacket Mirror, this pleases me. Das Hearts hat mir gesagt, my heart told me. I predicted it. Das is else, that's all. Das Zebe, the same. Train learning a cute park. Dash don't bother me. Lit, don't erase my head. Drazich. Dash keep moving. Trey icon. Scattering. Treating. Spinning top used in a game that is associated with the holiday of Hanukkah. D. Drag, human dung, feces, urine excrement, inferior merchandise for work, insincere type for excessive flattery. Jerk out, teller, mean-spirited, valueless that got crap on a plate. Drug medieval, absolutely nothing, it's not worth anything. Drudges, the sticks, wait, I do wild. Do things showing off. Dash, are you starting up again? Du kannst nicht auf meinen Rücken pischen, du 7 Class S Reganist. You can't pee on my back in time limits ring. Dumb-cop, dumbbell, dance, live, dumbhead, dirt fork, a flop or failure. Direct, so condemned to wander for a time in this world because of its sense. To escape the perpetual torments inflicted upon it by evil spirits, the Dibbock seeks refuge in the body of some pious man or woman over whom the demons have no power. Dibbock is a Kabbalistic conception. Etch, ignore, a disparaging exclamation. Etch meter, eps, humorous, disparaging remark about anything. For example, American Pie Etch mirror movie. Etch, maybe, could be. Dash Yiddish exclamation equivalent to the English O. English words, stubborn. Age time game, deft, dumb. Round way, English height. Rise, fool, dumb. Egg that, end of the world. Ease, the truth. Answer, someone. Skeleton hair, while excuse me, could also be used in a non-sarcastic manner depending on the tone of voice and situation. Enttäuscht, disappointed, perhaps something. He talks nonsense. Her drinks a short vowel forms and rustle. He wanders around like a fuck in a barrel, aimless. Arrest by no crank. He eats as if he just recovered from a sickness. Dressed by a friend. He eats like a horse. Perhaps a make hay. He has nothing at all. Live. He hasn't boiled or mined or hurt. Eat. Or hadn't absorbed. He hasn't got a board. Race the nitrogen tiger curl. Dash she's a low down good for nothing. Earth joint to dare nothing. Dash the nuisance is here already. Mama to tell fun down. He ruins it. Mama Zagnish tries a net. He pretends he doesn't know he's doing something wrong. Example, sneaking into a movie theater or sneaking to the front of the line. Toy, tired. He's no good. Worthless. Without snap, live. He's knowing himself. Example, he's getting angry, agitated, he's tough. Toy, he's race. Live. He sits on pins and needles and resolve vaccine fights silently when they didn't have injured. Dash he should grow up with his head in the ground. Land of Israel. S-Ran, Northern Homes. I have a heart blind. Dash it doesn't work. It isn't running smoothly. S-Jet out here. I love it. Live. It please me. S-Hot said choice gels boy down. Dash nothing came of it. Live. There's nothing out there but a symbiotic. S is a shame for any kinder. Dash it's a shame for the children. S is Sue, Schmidt. It is too late. S can change. It is conceivable. It is imaginable. S not miraculous. It doesn't matter to me. S is net danger shaft. It's none of your business. S past it. It is not becoming. It is not killing. Dash it gives me great pleasure. Often said sarcastically. Tell me you're wrong. I'm sorry. Live. It sorrows me. Tell me right. It hurts me. For your fencer and the origin. This is a response to receiving extremely upsetting information from years. Live. It's getting dark in my eyes. Let's get Gordon health. Dash nothing will help. S will help and fight Gordon barracks. Dash it won't help. Live. It will help by blood coming on a dead body. S fat on political Shiite fat on foot. Dash eat like a bird. Shit like a horse. S bench. Say much. Eat. Pray. Don't act like a jerk. S just let your hate. Eat in good health. S to eat. S admitting. Eating the day for having dinner. F. Satyrs rhyme. Disappear. Vagina. Bird. Also used as a derogatory reference to a gay person. Fantasia. Noun who builds castles in the air. Forbidden. Embittered. A person. Far-blown. Zat. Lost. Bewildered. Confused. Forward jet. Engineer. Temperature. Cook. Audated. Distressed. Worried. Full of care. Anxiety. Bargaining in this vein. Unblessing our merit by doing a good deed. Quadrisage. Dash go drive yourself crazy. Quadros. Resentment. Disappointment. Sorrow. Farfallin. Lost. Farfoiled. Motives. Rotten. Decayed. Farfallin. Frozen. Suggesting. Forgot. Farfallin. Too emotional to talk. Ready to cry. See the below. Farfallin twist. Not being able to walk right. Clumsy as any clumsy feet. Unact. Engaged. Contact. Taboo. Tangy. Shitty. Farmak. Das oil. Dash. Shut up. Quiet. Live. Shut your mouth. Farmaturt. Tired. Farmashed. Befuddled. Farmashed. Worn out. Fatigued. Exhausted. Farmings. To get all dressed up to the nines. F. Farshun. Early arrival. Walking out of this meeting could be that a person's mind has become senile. Fresh fruitless, endless mind, blood, a sickness that hangs on. Partial alignment refers to a mixed up or shaken item. Generally indicates something of little or dubious value. Marshmaker, highly excitable person, always on the go. Partially corrupt, drunk, high as a kite. Farshishkin, loaded, drunk. Farshist, dash you understand. Farsh top, stuffed. Farsh tongue, smells bad, stinks. Farsh fest, sweaty. Flooded, finished, ready, complete. Farsh, confused, bewildered, befuddled, as if by fumes, gas. Farsiger, for sure. And capable. Say, dash for me. It's no good. Finger ornament, scribbled heads. Benchmark, high police, colonel, horse, slave, fool. Working Capona, twisted up, swallowed face. Fresh Capona, pimply face. Fat, obese. Veteran, uncle, also uncle. Monster unglitching, miserable, red, dark and slippery. Puff, this figure, toes. This lap, chickens slash ducks. Feet, often in shop. Legal, fowls wing. Coach, fan. Foible, smart guy, lid, bird. Boiler, lazy man. Boiler foolishness. Old Nick, dash Obama. Old Nick again. Dash like distance. Why should I do it? It's hardly worth the trouble. Open, sneak through the nose. Or just enter hate. Dash bon voyage. Travel in good health. Fresh peas, appetizer. Fords, font. What sounds opera? A fowl. Soul-smelling font. Frasier, question. Foliage, alley. Frask and piss slap in the face. Friend, Mr. Friend, stranger, press, eat, pig out. Listen, eat like a pig, devour. Listen, German I add new English suffixing to the Yiddish word fresh, a new English word in the vocabulary where in Jews has been created. Voice, this is from, Fremen, pious, religious, devout, fluffy, speakers fluff, feral, my Yiddish love. Address, Toy Bay Toys, 5400 Denton Street, West Minus 23. Hartsburg, Freedom. Attention. Hello, Satmap, Glossary, recipes, products, testimonials, other sites, Toy Bay Toys, San Lamont Sedan, My Kushka, Candy Expressions. My Yiddish logo. My Yiddish glossary of Yiddish words and phrases. A B C D E F G H I J K L M N O P Q R S T U V W X Y Z. Yiddish is a hybrid language and takes much of its vocabulary from medieval German and Hebrew, but with a smattering of words from Aramaic, Slavic and Romance languages as well. Many of the words come from specific cultures within Central and Eastern Europe. Yiddish glossary has a structure all its own. While the language is based on a mixture of Hebrew and medieval German, its alphabet is based on the Hebrew alphabet. The rules of Yiddish glossary are not the same as either of the parent languages. Yiddish went through a decline in popularity over the past 100 years but has found a resurgence in recent times and is taught at prominent universities in the world. Next time you use a word of Yiddish origin, remember that you are speaking a foreign language. A. Episode. A little. A bicelli. A very little. A great hot leg. Dash I have no alternative. A bread to have. To do all the talking. To have the greatest say or authority. A long. Dash oh hell. Damn it. A curse. A box su dear. Dash a curse on you. A box su Columbus. A curse on Columbus. A bludgeon. A blessing. A chaser bride to chaser. A pig who needs a pig. A cork. Oh, what a disaster. OST. An expletive. A cholerated deer. Dash and play on you. Lid. Wishing someone to get cholera. A DJ Hobbit. I don't care. I should worry. A flashlight to crank. A chronic ailment. A fire zeppelin trophy. He should burn up. Lid. A fire should be down. Offense to recall a dying cop and a dying hat tweets this. A horrible wish on someone. A dark dream. Nightmare. On your head. Hands and feet. A four-legged tattered man. A lazy person has to do a task. Lies. A douchebag tarnished. I don't care. A presumed dying cop. Dash good health to you. Lid. Good health on your head. A good dear. Dash good luck to you. Sometimes we sarcastically about mine good fortunes. Good thing. A glib cat deep good God. Dash big deal. Sarcastic. Lid. A piece of luck happened to you. A blizzard signature. A big shot. Sarcastically. A glove found. A Porsche young man. A big brain. A catastrophe. A Casuart's iconic is sushi. A fog that describes too beautiful. A clog is mirror. Dash will is me. A clog zoom line and sauna. Dash a curse on my enemies. A linger lunch. A tall person. A long noodle. 11 of time cat. A light on your head. A grandparent might say to a grandchild meaning you are so smart. 11 of deer. Dash you should live. And be well. A knockout neighborhood of dare knows. Stop talking yourself into illness. Lid. Don't imagine one and go for a pony nose. A myth victim. A ponytail movement. A maiden myth equate. A cutie pie showing off her new dress. A mensch on is a Twitter mensch. An unlucky person is a dead person. A mensch trapped in a clock locked. A person ends if God laughs. A Nazi for a gay neck. It's a steal. Lid. A bargain for a thief. A neglect in a fool remains a fool. And a tiger top. Dash forget it. Lid. A day that's an Irish. Anish Takiet. Dash in a way. A fish on the forks is like a spoon of club. Dash of being without a fact is like a wedding without a band. A piece of cake. A shy person. An empty barrel. A rich in cop. Crazy. In the head. A short sworn. Bad luck. Lid. A black ear. A shorts and soft. A bad end. They call me Charlie. A disgrace. Shitty one. A new spout want. A fleisch mit Spaghetti. A piece of meat with two eyes. It's off. A stick notches. A great joy. A shy for mom. Constipated. A soft. A soft. Dash legs and it. A takazana hall. A person with a very large backside. Lid. A backside and a half. A girl scholar same form, a brunette same nature. A wolf loses his hair but not his nature. A leopard cannot change his spots. Happy to zoom. Dash as long as you're healthy. A good is responsibility. 8 of them on the front dogs hit him. He thinks everyone knows he committed a crime. A thief's have burns. A fear jazzocked. Dash I wish it could be said about me. Divorce in trouble. Afghanistan stuck his guts in action. Someone else's ass is easy to smack. Sylogist spitefully. Lid. Just to get someone angry. Entouraged. Disappointed. Pauses pronoun. Impudent friend. Aid. Cultured or finicky. Being a judgment. Delicately brought up. Anum. Son-in-law. Enable. Grandchild. 8 say. Advice. AI will be told. Absent-minded. Mixed up. A. Alaikum shalom. To be peace. Used in response to the greeting Shalom Aleichem. Aleph Bet, alphabet, the first 2 letters of the Jewish alphabet. Dash it should happen to me, to you. All is thy benediction, not what it's cracked up to be. All 7 lucky things. Alles in ein was nicht zu wechseln. All in one person is to be found in the one. Alright, one who has succeeded. Alright, feminist or valid. Ultimate, spinster, old maid, alderosher, bachelor, alderbach, old goat, aldercocker, an old man or old woman, an alternate shady, an old witch, An altercatory acquaintance. An altar cabinet, an old bone, an endless maze, and absolutely true tale. On the course, an unbeliever, a skeptic, an atheist, perfect, come in, a roast orphan, thrown out, wasted opportunities, a roast poor female, thrown out money, wasted money. Orange flipped, dash plucked, Aramorpher, street urchin, person who runs around, Adam, son-in-law, inquiet, young, sure, very derogatory, Aussie Yellowfield, I should have such good luck, Aussie Purple, Whimsical, siege of the sea, dash of my grandmother's testicles, she would be my grandfather. Osmir Vilsh, the usual hunt, Guy Fenrish ticket, if one wants to beat it all, one finds a stick. Osmalkan right, dash tough luck, too bad, misfortune. Osts Zagan Schleicher, leaves Zich der Treiterschlafen, if two people say you are drunk, the third one goes to sleep. If two people confirm something, it's true. Boy, dash really. Boy Gatas, dash that's how it goes. Boy Gitch, dash so soon. Favorite Dog's Kitchen Scotch, dash that's how the cookie crumbles. Vodka, coffee cake style pastry. Vagin, jester, merrymaker, or master of the ceremonies at a wedding. At the end of the meal he announces the presents, lifting them up and praising the giver and the gift in a humorous manner. Background, to bury, base, testicles, Balaam team, persons of high standing, thou banish, quiet, respectable, well-mannered, Balaam petition guiding, respectable Jews, people of substance and good standing in the community, Balaam Busta, mistress of the house, a compliment to someone who is a terrific housekeeper, she is in Balaam Busta. Balaam truck driver or sloppy person of low standing. Down watching, inexpert, sometimes used sarcastically or is he an expert? Dance, miracle worker, ball toilet, blind man, Bob Shore, bandit, menace, pain in the neck. Small section cup, usually the size of a cup glass, used to cure ills in the past. Some people still swear by the effectiveness of this treatment. Very inner, to gossip, aura, taboo, fornicate, velvet, annoy, show off, bashert, predestined, lost hide, a female only child, bashert, to be destined, madame, tasty, delicious, someone without a trade or regular means of livelihood, faces like they finger those, regret strongly that, wine goblet, behave me, animal, referring to a human being who needs to live with it. Baymere has juja foiled. You've gotten away with me. Been naked, I'm a lonely child. To you for also long for. Being shocked, homesickness, nostalgia. Vanish, to bless, to recite a blessing. Mention that, recite prayer of full candles on Sabbath or holy day candles. Very efficient, competent housewife. Bessie Trash, synagogue. Bialy, named for the Polish city of Białystok. The Bialy is of Jewish origin. A Bialy is a very large, about 6 inches, chewy round yeast roll, somewhat similar to a bagel. It has a depression rather than a hole in the center, and is sprinkled with chopped sautéed onion before baking. Bicola, visiting the sick. Billing, cheap, inexpensive. Mush you, Jane. Dash, are you crazy? Button, please. Launching, to order, be lost. Order, a female order. Lock, a punch. Dinner, bum, mask, bumblebee, bum, burger surface, barefoot, pork borscht, meat borscht which the wealthy could afford. Orms, pastries with cheese inside. Borscht, meat soup. Porsche circuit, hotels in the Catskill Mountains of New York State, with an almost entirely Jewish clientele, who are fond of Porsche, term is used by entertainers. Wordless, barefoot. Balcony borscht, borscht made from beet leaves for decor. Borche, young boy, term of endearment. Boig, stomach agony. Boiged, stomachache. Lie, nature, lie, choice. Breast, circumcision. Breasts. Word, head of family, lit, bread giver. Rank, whiskey. Breaches, not on speaking terms. Chili, virgin. Bave, grandmother. Bubby mace, grandmother's tale. Buffy, friendly term for anybody you like. Feebly, endearing term for anyone you like regardless of age. Bull, man built like an ox, nourish, horse, person. Bupkis, nothing. Something totally worthless, lit, means. Boat, chat, telling tales. C. Child, Hebrew word for life, comprised of the two Hebrew letters, chet and yod. There is a sect of Jewish mysticism that assigns an numeric value to each letter in the Hebrew alphabet and is devoted to finding its meanings in the numeric values of words. The letter chet has the numeric value of 8, and the letter yod has the value of 10. For a total T. Religious school. I am Yaakov, and Tom, Dick or Harry. Triangle period video couple. Area. Evil. Probably derived from Colorado. Championship. Effect. Hala. Ceremonial like bread. High or shaped mountain. Used on Shabbat and most religious observances with the exception of Pesach, Passover. Chaloshes, nausea, faintness, unconsciousness. Channel, donkey, jackass, numbskull, fool. Channel your doer. Dash your blockhead. You don't. You ass. See. Hanukkah, also known as the Festival of Lights, commemorate for rebuilding of the temple in Jerusalem. Hanukkah is celebrated for 8 days during which one additional candle is added to the menorah on each night of the holiday. Chop again, dash beaten, live, catch away, catch a road. Chop iron is the machine, dash may you suffer an ugly fate. Chapnet, dash take it easy, not so fast. Live, don't grab. Chapsy, catch him. Chasing, what? Chasing nature, to plan and execute a wedding. Chascomole, dash God forbid. Chapel, friend. Shay, ankle, chase it, canter. Choose it, wife of chase it, canter. Chasm, a pig, one who eats like a pig. Jazz, swirl, pig's feet, anything wrong, unpalatable, rotten. In other words, junk food. This word can also be used to describe a lot of household or other kinds of junk. Chazers, pig pen, sledding a kept woman or house. C. Jacob, taboo, nothing, infinitesimal, worthless, unimportant, live, here and done. Chavar man. Chmalian, dash bang, punch, slam, walk. Choke, a wise man, slang, a wise guy. Choke me, wisdom, right saying, witticism. Colony, cholera, a curse, plague. Choshavanach, man of worth and dignity, elite person, respected person. Chosen, rapid fan. Chasen, bridegroom. Chasen Calais, bride and groom, engaged couple.
Oh my god, that's it.
Choice of mansion, make fun of, ridicule, crane, horseradish, carbon, sewer, chapel, have pity, chub, activity group, Chazal, canopy under, Egyptian bride and groom stand during the marriage ceremony. Raisins. Big Sam.
Other than being what else do you do for fun? Like,
Ocean wave.
hobbies or anything like that?
This is Medina. As I went to college, usually said when describing a menial task, David, pray, DJ Nisht, dash don't worry. Dare Ninja truck unlocked, man thinks, plans, and God laughs. Deroid Island is a grammar, the world is stupid. Dare Tate or is just like his father. Dare University, Dare Song, Old Man, Dare Commands, Respect, Dare Love, to live to see, I should dare live to see him get married already. Dare Strict Expression. Dare State's supposed to hear it, dash you should choke on it. Chemistry, D, Lacey, Old Woman, Lacey's, Old Woman, Lacey 9, Old Men, Die Golden Medina, the Golden Country, Dianetics Sheriff, the Lion Lion, Dinazartech, Yeshiva students would arrange to be fed by various householders on a daily basis in different houses. Live, days. Do, work, hire, engage, release, rent. Dissipate schlag, it's starting to snow. Dissipate is a hurricane, it's starting to rain. Das chuckled me, this pleases me. Das Hans hat mir gesagt, my heart told me. I predicted it. Das is odds, that's all. Das is ever the same. Train your looking cop, dash don't bother me. Live, don't twist my head. Trace dash keep moving. Trey Icop, Skyrim, Judah, spinning top Houston, that is associated with the holiday of Hanukkah. D, Drab, human dung, feces, local excrements, inferior merchandise for work, insincere tough excessive flattery. Jerk out, detour, mean-spirited, valueless lived out crap on the plate. Drug no legal, absolutely nothing, it's not worth anything. Judges, the sticks, wait, I've been wild. Do things going on? Dash, are you starting up again? Du kannst nicht auf meinem Rücken pischen, mir sagen Class S Reganist. You can't pee on my back and tell me that it's rain. Dumbbell, dimes, live, dumbhead, dead fool, a fraud or failure. Dibble, soul condemned to wander for a time in this world because of its sins. To escape the perpetual torments inflicted upon it by evil spirits, Dibble seeks refuge in the body of some pious man or woman over whom the demons have no power. Dibble is a Kabbalistic conception. Patch, a disparaging explanation. Patchmere, X, humorous, disparaging remark about anything. For example, American Pie is actually a movie. F-sure, maybe, could be, a, dash Yiddish exclamation equivalent to the English O. English words, stubborn. Aged dumped. Young Hawaiian, the evil eye, fuel, don't, background, end of the world, eames, the truth. Imitzer, someone. Insulting mayor, well executing me. Could also be used in a non-sarcastic manner depending on the tone of voice and situation. Interlodged, disappointed. X, something. David Murshkieten, he talks nonsense. Drinks a share of cloud forts and wrestle. He wanders around like a fart in a barren, aimless. A rest wine no cranks. He eats as if he just recovered from a sickness. Refreshed by a feather. He eats like a horse. What happened? It's not at all. As a boil or onion or hurt. Or how to absorb. He hasn't got a worry. Or is the nitric tucker pearl. Dash is a low down good for nothing. Or is Shemati. Dare never. Dash the nuisance is here already. Or not a tough high down. Who is it? He pretends he doesn't is doing something wrong. Example, sneaking into a movie theater or sneaking to the front of a line. Type. He's no good, worthless. Provide snack, lid, throwing himself. Example, he's getting angry, agitated, he's tough. Six toy ice. He's restless, lid. He sits on pins and needles. Murders all vaccine fights, all belly. Medium cop injured. Dash he should grow like an onion, with his head in the ground. Carrot, cheese for real. The end of his reel. That's rolled nothing harms. I have a hard bride. Dash it doesn't work. It isn't running smoothly. S check out weird. I love it. Lid. It pleases me. S hot choice jars in a boring town. Dash nothing came of it. Lid. There's nothing out there but a smile. S is a shindig for a kinder. Dash it's a shame for the children. S is soon. It is too late. S can always happen. It is conceivable. It is imaginable. S not merely counties. It doesn't matter to me. S is net danger shift. It's none of your business. S passionate. It is not becoming. It is not fitting. S technically per se another way. Dash it gives me great pleasure. Often said sarcastically. S technical film. I'm sorry. Lid. It sorrows me. S technical right. It hurts me. S mere filter and the energy. This is a response to receiving extremely upsetting information or news. Lid. It's getting dark in my eyes. S get corny health. Dash nothing but hell. S fit health and viatory bronx. Dash it won't help. Any. Lid. It will help like what company did about it. S by ein for she eyes by ein. Dash eat like a bird. Shit like a horse. S bench. Say mensch. Eat. Pray. Don't act like a jerk. S just enter hate. Eat in good health. S to eat. S and milk. Eating your day or having dinner. F. Perish fine. Disappeared. Vagella. Bird. Also used as a derogatory reference to a gay person. Fantasier. Man who builds castles in the air. Foreigner. Embittered. Bitter person. Headlines at unrest. Bewildered. Confused. Forward project. Bending the air. Forward project. All day get distressed. Worried. Full of care. Anxiety. Bargaining in this vein. The blessing or merit. Like doing a good deed. Far dries itch stand up. Dash go drive yourself crazy. Ardos. Resentment. Disappointment. Sorrow. Farfallen, lost. From foiled, mildew, rotten, decayed. From floored, frozen. From jessen, forgot. Far collect, too emotional to talk. Ready to cry. See collect. Far collect this, not being able to walk right. Clumsy as in clumsy feet. Enact, engaged, forecapped, taboo, spongy, shitty. Pharmacological oil. Dash shut up, quiet. Lid, shut your mouth. Pharmatology, tired. Pharmarist, huddled. Pharmacia, worn out, fatigued, exhausted. Pharmacs, to kill, all dressed up to the nines. For shoot, moldy or rotten. An analogous meaning could be that a person's mind has become senile. Partiality, fruitless. In this matter, lid, a sickness that hangs on. Partial item refers to a mixed up or shaken item. Generally indicates something of little or dubious value. Partial, highly excitable person, always on the go. Partially cold, drunk, high as a kite. Partial shit, loaded, drunk. Farched, dash you understand. Farched top, stuffed. Farched home again, smells bad, stinks. Farched fixed, sweaty. Farched, finished, ready, complete. Farched, confused. Bewildered, as if by fumes, gas. Farsiger short. Fucker. Capable. Fake. Dash food. It stinks. It's no good. Vintage omelet. Scrambled eggs. Faint sugar. Highfalutin. Fendel. Ham. Bird. Horse. Slang. Fool. Brooklyn. Trapona. Twisted up. Scowling face. Refreshed tuna. Pimple face. Vet. Fat. Obese. Slippery. F. This lap. Chickens slash ducks. Feet. Often in check. Fliegel. Gal's wing. Third gen. Van. Smart guy. Live. Boiler. Lazy man. For the rustic, foolishness, folk neck, dash or baby, folk neck again, dash quite a distance. Why should I do it? It's hard to avoid the trouble, often, speak through the nose, which is hate, down avoid action, in good health, fresh peas, appetizer, forms, fart. Fart sounds awful, foul, soul smelling fart. Frasier, question, Freyage, happy, Frost with his slap in the face, friend, Mr. Friendly, stranger, dress, eat, pig out, Frisson, eat like a pig, devour, Frisson, grenadizer, by adding the English suffix to the Yiddish word fress, a new English word in the vocabulary of American Jews has been created. For woman. Mrs. Fun, Vernay, pious, religious, devout. Fluffy, the speaker's fluff, arrow, my Yiddish rubby, address, Toy Bay Toys, 5400 Dean Street, West minus 23, Plattsburgh, Pennsylvania 19137. Attention, follow us, SatMath, Helm, Glossary, recipes, products, testimonials, other sites, Toy Bay Toys, San Macedonia, Makashka, Candy Expressions, My Yiddish Rubby, My Yiddish Rubby, Glossary of Yiddish words and phrases, A B C D E F G H I J K L M N O P Q R I T U V W X Y Z. Yiddish is a hybrid language and takes much of its vocabulary from medieval German and Hebrew, with a smattering of words from Aramaic, Slavic, and Romance languages as well. Many of the words come from the specific cultures within Central and Eastern Europe. Yiddish glossary has a structure all its own. While the language is based on a mixture of Hebrew and medieval German, its alphabet is based on the Hebrew alphabet. The rules of Yiddish glossary are not the same as either of the parent languages. Yiddish went through a decline in popularity over the past 100 years but has found a resurgence in recent times and is taught at several prominent universities around the world. Next time you use a word of Yiddish origin, remember that you are speaking a foreign language. Episode, a little, of myself, a very little, a great topic, dash I have no alternative. I would like to have to do all the talking, to have the greatest say or authority. A block, dash of hell, damn it, a curse.
Interesting stuff.
A Bronx deer, dash a curse on you. A Bronx Columbus, a curse on Columbus. A blockchain, aggressive. A chaser blind to chaser. A pig means a pig. A corp, what a disaster. ST, and next one. A palliative deer, dash a plague on you. Lit, wishing someone to get cholera. A DJ I don't care. I should worry. A flashlight is fornicated. A fire zone traffic. He should burn up. Lit. A fire should be him. A fence terracotta mouth dying calling above the dark house turned fists. A horrible wish on someone. A dark dream. Nightmare. On your head. Hands and feet. A foil or 10 don't mean a lazy person has to do a task twice. A Jeshav Topish, I don't care. A gazoomed of time cop. Dash good health to you. Red, good health on your head. A glig of deer. Dash good luck to you. Sometimes you sarcastically about none of good fortunes. Big thing. A glig hard deep go drop. Dash big deal. Sarcastic. Lit. A piece of what happened to you. A boys or teenager. A big shot. Sarcastically. A grubber young. A Porsche young man. A good boy. A catastrophe. A casual dichotomy is too shame. A thought that the bride is too beautiful. A clog is near. Dash roll is me. A clog soon mine is on. Dash a curse on my enemies. A linger lunch. A tall person. A long needle. A ribbon of dying color. A life in your head. A grandparent might say to a grandchild, meaning you are so smart. A ribbon of deer. Dash you should live. And be well. Alone in a neighborhood of dare knows. Stop talking yourself into illness. Live. Don't imagine one can deliver upon the nose. A maiden with a beetle. A ponytail with vet. A maiden with a claim. A cutie pie showing off her new dress. A midge on Lick is a toy or match. An unlucky person is a dead person. A midge trapped into wedlocked. A person plans if God laughs. Let's see if I gain it. It's a steal. Lit. A bargain for a thief. And they're blunt and a fool remains a fool. And the tiger top. Dash forget it. Lit. A day that's enough. A mishtake it. Dash a nobody. A push on the force is by the smell of charisma. Dash of being without a font. It's like a wedding without a band. A piece to carry. A shallow person. An empty barrel. A rich income. Crazy. In the head. A short snare. Bad luck. Lit. A black year. A short and soft. A bad end. A shindy on a charbe. A shame into disgrace. A shitty mug. Loose scowling movement. A strict fish with spider. A piece of meat with two eyes. Insult. A shtick notches. A great joy. A shy for mug. Constipated. A soft. A soft. Dash Lexington. Ended. A Takazanahara. A person with a very large backside. Lit. A backside and a half. A wolf followed same horn. A redneck same nature. A wolf uses his hair for his nature. A leopard cannot change his spots. Abby is it. Dash as long as you're happy. Abby is responsibility. AFN kind of friend does hit him. He thinks everyone knows he committed a crime. But these have guns. Fear does not. Dash I wish it could be said about me. Of deserves in trouble. IPN's tech is its guts of action. Someone else's ass is easy to smack. Someone just spitefully lit just to get someone angry. Anti-washed, disappointed. Ozzy's opponent, impudent fellow. Aid, cultured or finicky. Being a kid, delicately brought up. And son-in-law, being either grandchild. 8A, advice. 8I, verbi tout. Absent-minded, mixed up. Hello, crucial line from GUBPs. Used in response to the painting Shamalicum. I love guys, alphabet, the first two letters of the Jewish alphabet. Dash it should happen to you. Always I've been thinking, not what it's cracked up to be. All of a sudden, lucky things. Alice and I was nished. To a kind of all in ones to be found in no one. Alright, one who succeeded. Alright, feminine form of alright. Altinoid. Spinster, old maid, pusher, bachelor, altar back, old goat, altar hugger, an old man or old woman, an altar negotiating, an old witch, an altar repeater, an old acquaintance, an altar trumpet, an old thumb, an famous mace, and absolutely true tale. I'll be chorus, an unbeliever, a skeptic, an atheist, orbit, work, when, come in. Roast forfeit, thrown out, wasted opportunities. Roast forfeit blood, thrown out money, wasted money, and flipped, dash flipped, error river, street Turchin, person who runs around.
Nice to meet you, my friend. There he goes, Christian.
Son-in-law, clean and cute, young, sure, very derogatory. As a young queer, I should have such good luck. Oddly beautiful, boots and gold each of them like sea. Dash if my grandmothers had testicles, she would be my grandfather. Osmir eventually used no hunt. Got Finnish ticket. If one wants to beat a dog, one finds a stick.
Alright, next question, next
Osmo Convite. Dash to form. Too bad. Misfortune. Osm's second shocker. Next zitch. Dare dryer schlafen. Unit drunk. The third one goes to sleep. The two people confirm something. It's true.
Next one is for Uncle
Let's
Lisa.
boy. Dash really. Let's boy gets house. Dash that's how it goes.
Gracefully bulldog lunch lady haircut. I'm not from
Let's
this
boy
part,
gets.
okay?
Dash so soon.
A small village, about 2 hours south of here.
Let's boy for Dash kitchen function. Dash that's how the cookie crumbles.
He said he's
B.
only paying for one
Bunker.
fucking win.
Coffee cake style pastry.
I've learned a different
Dash
thing.
Chester. Harry Maker or Master of Ceremonies of the wedding. At the end of the meal, he announces the presents, lifting them up and praising the giver and the gift in a humorous manner. Backward. To bury. Legs. Testicles. Pale tea. Persons of high standing. Garbage. Quiet. Respectable. Well-mannered. Pale Patricia Young. Respectable juice. People of substance and good standing in the community. Pale Brewston. Mistress of the house. Equivalent to someone who is a terrific housekeeper. She is from Bella Brewston. Bela Ghoul, truck driver or sloppy person of road standing. Bound watching, an expert. Sometimes used sarcastically, is he an expert? Bounce, miracle worker. Bow Troy, brown man, scholar. Bob Shore. Bandit, menace, outlaw, pain in the neck. Rings, small suction cups, usually the size of a common shot glass, used to cure many ills in the past. Some people still swear by the effectiveness of this treatment. Buried in hand, to gossip. Aura, taboo, vomit, thunder, annoy. Barometer, reverent, show up. Bashert, faithful, predestined. Vasya high, a female of charmed. Basher, seen, to be destined. Badammed, tasty, delicious. B. Ceremony means of livelihood. Base executive finger vote. Read strongly that. Becker, wine goblet. Henry, cow, when referring to a human being, means to elevate. Beer has duty boiled. You've gotten your way of me. Been naked, a male only child. To you refer or to long before. Being shocked, have sickness, nostalgia. Lunch. To bless, to recite a blessing. And Gillette, recite prayers and candles on seven or holy day candles. Efficient, competent housewife. Lesson Drush, synagogue. Bialik, named for the Polish city of Białystok. A Bialik is a Jewish orchard. A Bialik is a very large, about 6 inches, chewy long Venus troll, somewhat similar to a beta. It has a depression rather than a hole in the center, and is sprinkled with chopped sauteed onion before baking. Bipolar, visiting the sick. Billick, cheap, inexpensive. This mesh heating, dash on the crazy. Item please. Launch number 200, be lost. Order key, a snap, block, patch, bummer, bone, mask, monarchy, bone, film, purpose or face, barefoot. Pork borscht, beet borscht which the wealthy can afford. Buns, pastries with cheese inside. B. Borscht, beet soup. Borscht Circuit, hotels in the Catskill Mountains of New York State, with an almost entirely Jewish clientele, all fond of borscht. Term is used by entertainers. Orvis, barefoot. Coffee borscht, borscht made from the leaves for the poor. Borchek, young boy, Hungry Dermot. Boy, stomach agony. Boy could take stomach ache. Creature, fire, choice. Breast, circumcision.
I would ask what kind of drugs you do, but cocaine is the answer.
Family,
I like how you throw the thumbs up. Like, there could be other things too.
Renton, whiskey.
You might want to look at other
Regis,
things.
not non-speaking terms. Chili, virgin.
So, do you do drugs? Are you serious? Are you
Bubby niece, grandmother's tale. Friendly term for anybody you like. Endearing term for anyone you like regardless of age. Full, man built like an ox, foolish, horse, human person. Bubgus, nothing. Something totally worthless, lit, beans. Lunch, chat, telling tales.
like Redman said he could do cocaine with his books.
Chat, Hebrew word for life, comprised of the two Hebrew letters, Chet and Yod. There is a sect of Jewish mysticism that assigns etheric value to each letter in the Hebrew alphabet and is devoted to finding hidden meanings in the numeric values of words. The letter Chet has the numeric value of 8, and the letter Yod has the value of 10, for a total of 18. Religious school. Highly Uncle, Kenny Tom, Dick Horry, Shmaine Boku News, Real Pebble, Chamberia, Evil One, probably derived from cholera, junction, faint, hala. Ceremonial of bread, either round or shaped long, used on Shabbat and most religious observances with the exception of Pesach, Passover. Shalashlis, nausea, weakness, unconsciousness, general, dumb, jackass, nice call, fool, channel dash, blockhead, you ass, see. Hanukkah, also known as the Festival of Lights, commemorates the rebuilding of the Temple in Jerusalem. Hanukkah is celebrated with one additional candle is added to the menorah on each night of the holiday. Shopkeeping, dash mutant, lit, catch away, catch a row, chap items in machina, dash may use that for an ugly fate, chapnet, dash take it easy, not so fast. Lit, don't grab, chatsy, pitch down, chasing, wedding, chasing, to hand and execute. Chascolere, dash god obey, chaplet, friend, shade, and cheesy, enter, cheesy, wife of cheesy, enter, chazza, a pig, one who eats like a pig, jazz, swirl, pig's feet, anything bad, unpalatable, water. In other words, junk food. This word can also be used to describe a lot of household or other kinds of junk. Chazers, pig pen, slovenly kitchen or house. See, shake up, taboo, nothing, infinitesimal, worthless, unimportant, lit, human dumb, check on man, buddy, schmoldy, dash with, punch, slam, wallop, choke, a wise man, slam, a wise guy. Choke me, wisdom, right saying, witticism, cholera, a curse, a plague. Shoshana match, man of worth and dignity, elite person, respected person, chosen. Graphic fatal, Chauson, bridegroom, Chauson carry, bride and groom, engaged couple, choice of mate, make fun of, rule, cream, horseradish, college, smoke, Shabbat meals, have pity, joke, activity group, Shabbat, canopy under which a bride and groom stand during marriage ceremony, Hutzpah, craziness, golf, big sun, Hutzpah, ambivalent fellow, Swift, ocean wave. Columbus is Medina, it's not what it's cracked up to be. Columbus is country. D. Duncan God, dash thank God, Darthman Union College, dash because I went to college, usually said when describing a menial task, Tabby, pray, DJ Nisht, dash don't worry. Dear man strapped unlocked, man thinks, plans, and God laughs. Deroy Island is a goal. The world world is stupid. Der Tate Boys Neuheit, just like his father. Der Universität, University. Der Son, Old Man. Der Gerex, respect. Der Lad, to live to see, I should only live to see him get married already. Der Streak, expression. Dursti's supposed to learn. Dash you should show on them. Bikini, chemistry. D. Facing, old woman. Facings, old women. Facing 9. Old men. Dead golden Medina, the golden country. Del Tertiary, the bottom. Dinazutech, yeshiva students would arrange to be fed by various householders on a daily basis in different houses. Lid, e-face. Demon, organ, hire, engage, lease, rent. Dissipate check, it's starting to snow. Dissipate Zachariah, it's starting to rain. Das Shepherd Weir, this pleases me. Das outside Weir Jazan, my heart told me. I predicted it. Das is outs, that's all. Das is okay, the same. Trainer that can't call. Dash don't bother me. Lid, don't twist my head. Drazich. Dash keep moving. Trey icon. Scattering. Judah. Spinning top used in a game that is associated with the holiday of Hanukkah. D. Drag. Human dumb. Feces. Manuals that don't drug illegal, absolutely nothing. It's not worth anything. Drudges, the sticks, way out in the water. Do things should on. Dash, are you starting up again? DuPont solution out mining recognition in your second process organist. You can't peek on my back and tell me that it's right. Dunkop, dumbbell, dummies, live, dumbhead. Dirt for a flop or failure. Develop, soul condemned to one for a time in this world because of its sins. To escape the perpetual torments inflicted upon it by evil spirits, the book seeks refuge in the body of some pious man or woman over whom the demons have no power. The book is a Calvinistic conception. A discouraging explanation. Cashmere, Peps, humorous, disparaging or not anything. For example, pipe, cashmere, capture. Could be. A. Dash exclamation equivalent English verb. English words, stomach, image hunger, dirt, diamond. Yeah, great, the evil eye. Isel, Zero, Dome, Advelt, end of the world, the truth, Ignizer, someone, insulting there, well excuse me. Could also be used in a sarcastic manner depending on tone, voice and situation, deroged, disrespect. Or worse kid, he talks nonsense. Drinks a shared forks and wrestle. He wanders around like a fog in a barrel, aimless. Honest wine no picnic. He eats as if he just recovered from a sickness. Oppressed by a verb. He eats like a horse. Or half a make He has nothing at all. Yet, he has a boil or line or hurt. Or hot absorb. He has a laboratory. Or is an hydrant type of curl. Dash is a low down good for nothing. With showing to, dare nothing. Dash the nuisance is here already. To tell friends it. He ruins it. Zanish Leisendicht. He pretends he doesn't know he's doing something wrong. Example, sneaking into a movie theater, or sneaking to the front of the line. Toward, he's no good, worthless. Snack, he's throwing himself. Example, he's getting agitated, his top its toy actions. He's restless. He sits on pins and needles. Resolve action by side belly, pointed caught injury. Dash he should go like an onion, with his head in the ground. Carrots used for the land of Israel. As friend often hides, I have it harder. Escape it. Dash it doesn't work. It isn't running smoothly. Rest just over me. I like it. Lid, it pleases. As hot citrus jars in a boy down. Dash nothing came of it. Lid, there's nothing out there but a small E. Edition day for looking kinder. Dash it's a shame for the children. As is, soon, it is, too late. As Kim Jong-un's it is conceivable. It is imaginable. As smocked mirror Nicholas. It doesn't matter to me. S is net danger shift. It's none of your business. S passionate. It is not becoming. It is not fitting. S tenured per se. Dash it gives me great pleasure. Often said sarcastically. S tenured gone. I'm sorry. Well, it sorrows me. S tenured gone. It hurts me. S near Finster and the Origin. This is a response to receiving extremely upsetting information or news. Lid, it's getting dark in my eyes. S spit born in health. Dash nothing will help. S spit health and Viatoid and Bronx. Dash it won't help. And lid, it will help like blood coming on a dead body. S fat line for equal she eyes fat line foot. Dash eat like a bird. Shut like a horse. S, dash, say match, eat, pray, don't act like a jerk. S, chisel to hate, eat in good health. S, tweet. S, mimic, eating the day we're having dinner. F, perish from, disappear. Vagella. Word, also used as a derogatory reference to a person. Fantasy man who builds castles air. Outline set, lost, bewildered, confused. Jet, engineer, farm butcher, cook, plumber. Daggett, distressed, worried, full of care, anxiety. Bargain in a misway, and a blessing or a merit by doing a good deed. Partridge, dash will drive yourself crazy. Partridge, resentment, disappointment, sorrow. Farfalled, lost, farfalled, mildew, rotten, decayed, farfalled, frozen, farjescent, forgot, farfalled, too emotional to talk, ready to cry, see the left, farfalled is, not being able to walk right, clumsy as in clumsy feet. Farmouse, engaged. Farcat, taboo, dodgy, shitty. Farmont, boss loyal. Dash, shut up, quiet. Lid, shut your mouth. Farmatort, tired. Farmushed, befuddled. Farmunch, worn out, fatigued, exhausted. Farboots, to get all dressed up to the nines. For shield, multi-erotic. An analogous meaning could be that a person's mind has become senile. Flashlight technique, fruitless, endless matter, lid, a sickness that hangs on. Flashlight vinyl refers to a mixed type or shaken item, generally indicates something of little or dubious value. Flashlight, highly excitable person, always on the go. Flashlight, drunk, high as a kite. Flashlight, loaded, drunk, fascist, dash under. Stuff, forced hungry, snares bad, stinks, forced sweat, phonic, finished, ready, complete, arched, confused, befuddled, as if fumes, gas, got a cigar, for sure, F, fecker. Capable. Dash is no good. Finger. High. Fender. Hand. Verb. Horse. Sling. A fool. Lucky. Twisted up. Scarlet face. Precaution. Head in the face. Bet. Fat. Obese. Better. Uncle. Also uncle. Against her ungulate shape. Miserable. Red. Dark and silvery. F. This finger, toes, this lap, chickens, slash ducks, feet, often in shells, fliega, fowl's wing, fudge, fan, ogle, smart guy, lid, boiler, lazy man. Boy-elastic. Foolishness. Fold Mick. Dash obey me. Fold Mick again. Dash quiet distance. Why should I do it? It's hardly worth the trouble. Father, speak through the nose. Gorgeous enter hate. Dash bon voyage. Trouble and good health. Fresh peas. Appetizer. Forms. Font. Fort sends off a foul. Circus 9 font. Frasier. Question. Frailge. Happy. Frask and his slap in the face. Friend. Mr. Friend. Stranger. Press. Eat. Pig out. Frisson. Eat like a pig. Develop. Frisson. Gormandizing. By adding the English suffix into the Yiddish word fress, a new English word in the vocabulary of American Jews has been created. For example, this is from Frame, pious, religious, devout, Friday, speaker stroff, fair, address, Toy Bay Toys, 5400 Depot Street, West Minus 23. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania 1937. Attention, follow us. Site map. Glossary. Recipes. Products. Testimonials. Other sites. Toy Bay Toys. Salmon Wild Savannah. Lykushka. Candy Expressions. Mayuda Shababi Logo. Mayuda Shababi. Glossary of Yiddish words and phrases. A B C D E F G H I J K L M N O P Q R S T U V W X Y Z. Yiddish is a hybrid language and takes much of its vocabulary from medieval German and Hebrew, but with a smattering of words from Aramaic, Slavic, and Romance languages as well. Many of the words come from the specific cultures within Central and Eastern Europe. Yiddish glossary has a structure also. While the language is based on a mixture of Hebrew and medieval German, its alphabet is based on the Hebrew alphabet. The rules of Yiddish glossary are not the same as either of the other languages. Yiddish went through a decline in popularity over the past 100 years but has found a resurgence in recent times and is taught at several prominent universities around the world. When you use a word of Yiddish, remember that Yiddish is a profound language. Episode. A little. Up by Zoe. A very little. A great public. Dash I have no alternative. A bread to help. To do all the talking. To have the greatest say or authority. Abroad. Dash oh hell. Damn it. Of course. Abroad see dear. Dash a curse on you. Abroad see Columbus. A curse on Columbus. A virgin. A blessing. A chaser tried to chase her. A pig means a pig. A court. Oh, what a disaster. OST. An expletive. A cholera, dear. Dash a play on you. Lid. Wishing someone to get cholera. A DJ Alba. I don't care. I should worry. A far-sighted drunk. A chronic ailment. A fire silent truth. He should burn up. Lid. A fire should need help. A fence to recall a mouth dying cup from half dying head tweet fist. A horrible wish on someone. A dark dream. Nightmare. On your head. Hands and feet. A boiled deadened man. A lazy person has to do a task twice. A Jeshua taught nished. I don't care. A gazoon of time. Dash good health to you. Lid. Good health on your head. A glick of dear. Dash good luck to you. Sometimes be sarcastically about minor good fortunes. Big thing. A glick hot deep good drive. Dash big deal. Sarcastic. Lid. A piece of rock happened to you. A glory search signature. A brick shot. Sarcastically. A grubber young. A Porsche young man. A catastrophe. A casualty iconic shade. A fog that the bright's too beautiful. A clog is me. Dash romance me. A clog zoom mayonnaise on me. Dash hookers on my enemies. A linger ouch. A tall person. A long needle. A lemon of dying cattle. A new head. A grandparent might say to a grandchild, maybe you were so smart. 11 of dear. Dash you should live. And be well. Anyone only with great life dare knows. Stop talking yourself into illness. Live. Don't imagine one over upon the nose. A maiden mid cradle, a ponytail with fit. A maiden mid proclaimed, a cutie pie showing off her new dress. A match on leg is a total match. An unlucky person is a dead person. A mage tries to interrupt locked. A person plans that God laughs. A Nancy for a game. It's a steal. Lit. A bargain for a thief. A headline dinner. A fool remains a fool. And a tiger top dash for the minute. Lit. A day that's tonight. Anish Tayet. Dash another. A pusher that folds his wife is smelling klezmer. Dash of you out of thought is like the wearing without a band. A piece of carry. A shallow person. An empty barrel. A rich in cup. Crazy. In the head. A short lit. A short snuff. A abandoned. A shiggy on a charbe. A ship in a disgrace. A shitty man. Loose spell movement. A stipulation is wagon. A piece of meat with two eyes. Insult. A stick matches. A great joy. A shot for life. Constipated. A soft. A soft. Dash Lex in it. In it. A tuckers on the hall. A person with a very large backside. Lit. A backside and a half. A wolf follower Zaymur. A brunette Zaynature. A wolf loses his hair but not his nature. A leopard cannot change his spots. I think dash as long as you're happy. Habit is responsibility. Ethan Griff Brent does it. He thinks everyone knows he committed a crime. A thief's had bronze. A Leo does art. Dash I wish it could be said about me. Of divorce, in trouble. IPM stuck his guts of action. Someone else's ass is easy to smack. A few sandwiches, spiteful, lit, just to get someone angry. Entouraged, disappointed. Causes opponent, impudent fellow. Aid. Cultured authentic, delicately brought up. Aiden, son-in-law. Amical, grandchild. Aid say, advice. AI or retelled, absent-minded, mixed up. Alaikum Shalom, GBPs, used in response to the creating Shalom Aleichem. Alphabet, alphabet, the first two letters of the Jewish alphabet. Dash it should happen to me, to you. Always like them quicken. When it's crack, all seven lucky things. Alles in eines nicht zu keiner, all in one person, is to be found in no one. You have succeeded. Feminine form of Alternate, spinster, old maid, alteration, bachelor, alterbach, old goat, alterbucker, an old man or old woman, an alternate an old witch, an alternator, an old acquaintance, an alter trump, an old bum, an Unis mace, and, absolutely, true tale. Albicurus, an unbeliever, a skeptic, an atheist. Ardent, rare, roast orphan, thrown out, wasted opportunities. A roast or female, thrown out money, wasted money, orange flipped, dash plucked, moved, air mover, street urchin, person who runs around. Ada, son-in-law. Inkling a kid, young, sure, very derogatory. Was a young fear. I should have such good luck. I'll do approval, chickens and gold siege of mine seed. Dash it, my grandmothers had testicles, she would be my grandfather. As we are fleshly, no hunt, life and rich ticket. If one wants to beat a dog, one finds a stick. I'll come by, dash Teflon. Too bad, misfortune. Heists, second shotgun. Next zitch, dare try to schlafen. If two people say you enjoy, the third one goes to sleep. If two people confirm something, it's true. As boy, dash early, as boy gay test. Dash, that's how it goes. As Oigich. Dash so soon. As Waver Das Kitchen's Orchard. Dash that's how the cookie crumbles. B. Bunka. Coffee cake style pastry. Belgian. Jester. Merrymaker or master of ceremonies at a wedding. At the end of the meal he announces the presents, lifting them up and praising the giver in a gift in a humorous manner.
Cinnamon and honey mustard. That's what
To bury.
Stick to playing the fucking
Base. Testicles.
It doesn't look like fucking cinnamon and honey mustard.
Persons of high standing. Barabadish. Quiet. Respectable. Well-mannered. They with addition young. Respected riches. People of substance and good standing in the community. Mistress of the house. A compliment to someone who is a terrific housekeeper. She is some very Brewston. They look more, truck driver or sloppy person of low standing. Down watching, inexpert, sometimes used sarcastically or is he an expert? Bounce, miracle worker. Toy lone man, scholar, Belch. Bandit, outlaw, pain in the neck. Banks, small sexual cups, usually the size of a common shot glass, used to cure many ills in the past. Some people still swear by the effectiveness of this treatment. Bear the hill, to gossip, foreign, taboo, fornicate, other, unloyal. Baronwa, prevalent, show up, shirt, hated or predestined. Wasya hide, a female only child. Pressure, to be destined, but damned, tasty, delicious. B. Someone without a trade or regular means of livelihood. Faces like Big Finger Go, regret strongly that, beggar, wine goblet. Mate, animal, cow, when referring to a human being, means to always. They near us do check wild. You've gotten your way with me. Bill Naked, a lonely child. Binkin, to yearn for or to long for. Being shocked, homesickness, nostalgia. Bench, to bless, to recite a blessing. Bench and let, recite prayer over the candles on 7 or holy day candles. 3. Efficient, competent housewife. Esmitrash, synagogue. Bialy, named for the Polish city of Białystok. The Bialy is of Jewish origin. A Bialy is a fairly large, about 6 inches, chewy round yeast roll, somewhat similar to a bagel. It has a depression rather than a hole in the center, and is sprinkled with chopped sauté done in before baking. Agricola, visiting the sick. Filmic, cheap, inexpensive. Listemush Jane. Dash, are you crazy? Vita, please. Blonde, to wander, be lost. Orderly, a female border. Pot, a patch. Bone, gun, mask. Bomber, gun, femme. Surface, barefoot. Borscht, beet borscht which the wealthy could afford. Horns, pastries with cheese inside. Beef, borscht, meat soup. Borscht circuit, hotels in the Catskill Mountains of New York State, with an almost entirely Jewish clientele who are fond of borscht. Term is used by entertainers. Orvis, barefoot. Borscht, borscht made from leaves for the poor. Boychik, young boy, teen and derelict. Boy, stomach, abdomen. Boykitic, stomach ache. Briai, creature, animal. Briar, choice. Bris, circumcision. Brisson, breasts. Head of family, lid, bread giver. Grenville, whiskey. Breeches, not non-speaking terms. Chili, virgin. Babet, grandmother. Bubby Mace, grandmother's tale. Bubby, friendly term for anybody you like. Pugly, endearing term for anyone you like regardless of age. Bull, a man built like an ox, flourish, horse, rude person. Bacchus, nothing. Something totally worthless. Memes. Butch. Chat. Telling tales. C. Chai. Hebrew word for life, comprised of the two Hebrew letters, Chet and Yod. There is a sect of Jewish mysticism that assigns a numeric value to each letter in the Hebrew alphabet and is devoted to finding hidden meanings in the numeric values of words. The letter Chet has the numeric value of 8, and the letter Yod has the value of 10, for a total of 18. Sure. Religious school. Hi, Liako. Annie Tom. Dick Hole Harry. Shmiang Cougar News. The Prunia Guggle. Cheerio. Evil Woman. Probably derived from cholera. Chinshin. Faint. Hala. Ceremonial egg bread. Either round or shaped long. Used on Shabbat and most religious observances with the exception of Pesach, Passover. Chaloshes, nausea, faintness, unconsciousness, Chimuel, donkey, jackass, numbskull, fool. Chamoy Gator, dash you blockhead, you ass. C. Hanukkah, also known as the Festival of Lights, commemorates the rebuilding of the Temple in Jerusalem. Hanukkah is celebrated for 8 days during which one additional candle is added to the menorah on each night of the holiday. Chop again. Dash beaten. Lit. Catch a way. Catch a road. Chop enemies in Machina. Dash may you suffer an ugly fate. Chop net. Dash take it easy. Not so fast. Lit. Don't grab. Chop sick. Get home. Chasing. Way. Chasing nature. To plan and execute a wedding. Just colony. Dash ball for good. Chocolate, friend, Shay, Emma, cheese it, printer, cheese it, wife of cheese it, printer, Chaser, okay, it's like a bit. Jazz, swirl, pig's feet, anything bad, unpalatable, rotten. In other words, junk food. This word can also be used to describe household or other kinds of junk. Chasers, pig pen, slovenly catchment or house. C. Jacob, taboo, nothing. Infinitesimal, worthless, unimportant, lid, human dung. Chevron, buddy. Jamaica, dash bin, ouch, slam, Raleigh. Joseph, a wise man, slang, a wise guy. Joke, wisdom, right saying, lyricism, colony, cholera, horse, plague, Chosha, night, man at work and diligent, elite person, respected person. Joseph, rapid fan. Chasten, Bible. Chasten, carry, hard engaged couple. Chores of nature, made of manna, ridicule, cream, horseradish, carpet, snow, chevron bells, half pity, chuck, activity group. Shabbat, canopy under which a bride and groom stand during marriage ceremony. Husband, craziness, big son. Husband, and the fellow. Ocean wave. Columbus is Medina. It's not what it's cracked up to be. Columbus is country. D. Duncan God. Dash thank God. Darth Vader in college. Dash for this I went to college. Usually said when describing a menial task. Daddy me. Pray. DJ nicht. Dash don't worry. Dare name struck on God locked. Man thinks, plans, and God laughs. Deroy Deroy Iram is a boil. The world is stupid. Dare Tate toys Noy just like his father. Dare University University. Dare son, old man. Dare Garrett's, respect. Dare lab, to live to see. I should dare you live to see him get married already. Dare is street expression. Dare sticks voice to bear it. Dash you should choke on it. Chemie, chemistry, D. Lucy, old woman. Lucy's, old woman. Lucy now, old man. Die golden Medina, the golden country. Die interstitiary, the bottom line. Dynazotech, yeshivas demons would arrange to be fed by various householders on a daily basis in different houses. Lived 8 days. demon, bully, hide, engage, release, and Despain Schlag, it's starting to snow. Despain Zavaraki, it's starting to rain. Das Jeffet Mir, this pleases me. Das Hans hat mir gesagt, my heart told me. I predicted it. Das is out, that's all. Das is okay, the same. Train your neck, Dash don't bother me. Lit, don't twist my head. Trey Zetch, Dash keep moving. Trey Icon, Scout Brain. Dream, spinning top Houston, a game that is associated with the holiday of Hanukkah. D. Dread, human dumb, feces, European commit, inferior merchandise for work, insincere talk or excessive flattery. Jerk off through heaven, mean-spirited, valuables lived off wreck on a plate. Drug my labor, absolutely nothing. It's not worth anything. Drudges, the sticks, wait at your wall. Do things showing off. Dash, are you starting? Do push time from patient finish that process for the list. You can't peep on my body and tell me that it's right. Dump pop, dump bell, diamonds, lid, dump head, dump full, a flop, failure. Debunk, sulking down to wander for a time in this world because of its sins. To escape the perpetual torments inflicted upon it by evil spirits, the Debunk seeks refuge in the body of some pious man or woman over whom the demons have no power. The book is a Kabbalistic conception. Etch, a cry, a disparaging exclamation. Etchmere, Eps, humorous, disparaging remark about anything. For example, American Pie, Etchmere, maybe. Etcher, maybe. Could be. A. Dash English exclamation equivalent to the English of. English words, stubborn. A voice or skill. Retreat is a sheriff battle force in Russell. He wanders around like a frog in a barrel, aimless. Arrest by no crank. He eats as if he just recovered from a sickness. Refreshed by a fur. He eats like a horse. Make-hay. He has nothing at all. Lit. He has a boil or minor hurt. E. Berhad Nebzorg. He hasn't got a worry. Or is a nitric tiger curl. Dash he's a down good for nothing. Or is showing to nothing. Dash the nuisance is here already. Ermont a telfatam. He ruins it. Ermont Zagnish Weisendict. He pretends he doesn't know he is doing something wrong. Example, sneaking into a movie theater or sneaking to the front of a line. Toy type, he's no good, worthless. Brevard Snack, lit, he's throwing himself. Example, he's getting angry, agitated, is tough. Versus toy Irish boss, he's restless. Lit, he sits on pins and needles. Throwers all backs and bites, I value, he a dim cock injured. Dash he should grow like an onion, with his head in the ground. Era, Tisora, land of Israel. As friend we often harms. I have a heartburn. Escapement. Dash it doesn't work. It isn't running smoothly. S. Jeffel Mia. I like it. Lit. It pleases me. S. Hot said choice jealousy overweight him. Dash nothing came of it. Lit. There's nothing out there but a small attic. E. S is a shade for a condom. Dash it's a shame for the children. S is Sue Schmidt. It is late. S is it is conceivable. It is imaginable. S mocked me. It doesn't matter. It's none of his. It's possible. It is not becoming. It is not fitting. S. Tedman Mercer who made hay. Dash it gives me great pleasure. Often said sarcastically. S. Tedman I'm sorry. Well, it sorrows me. S. Tedman it hurts me. S. Tedman Finster and the origin. This is a response to receiving extremely upsetting information on the news. Look, it's getting dark in my eyes. Let's get warning. Dash nothing but hell. S. Get help and fight toward the boys. Dash won't help any. It will help our blood coming on a dead body. S. Fine for equal she eyes like Dash eat like a bird. Shit like a house. S. Bench. So mensch. Eat. Pray. Don't act like a jerk. S. Just enjoy. Get in good health is tweet. S. And maybe even the day we're having dinner. F. There's fun. Just gay Gemma. Oratory reference to a gay person. Fantasia. Man who builds castles in the air. Or embittered. Hard ones at last. Silver. Fumbling and jagged in your ear. Aperture. Content. Full of care. Anxiety. Bargain on its day. With blessing or merit. By doing a good deed.
Tickets available at TonyHinchcliffe.com.
Fundraising somehow. Dash go drive yourself crazy.
Website now. Get tickets.
Address. Resentment. Disappointment.
They say
Sorrow.
mental health is a journey. That's why it's important to prioritize your mental health and wellness every single day. Work on yourself and produce positive changes in all areas of your life. The long-term effects of therapy can make you
to talk. Ready to cry.
as they rise, strengthen your relationships, and give you a more positive outlook on life. There's no better
Not
time to
being able
invest
to
in
walk
yourself.
right. Clumsy as in clumsy
Especially
feet.
all the crazy stuff happening in the world, and you know,
Now
you're away from
engaged.
families, away from friends, and maybe you're having to start a new
For
job,
cat.
or
Taboo.
your health,
Dungy.
physically or
Shitty.
mentally. I wholeheartedly recommend
For
Talkspace for
loyal.
your therapy.
Dash
You
shut
can
up.
sign up online
Quiet.
and start
Lit.
therapy the
Shut
same
your
day
mouth.
as you sign up.
Vomitor. Tired.
Send voice
Form
messages to your
Befuddled.
licensed therapist.
Barmanship.
Incredibly
Worn
convenient
out.
and virtual
Fatigued.
sessions.
Exhausted. Profits. To get all dressed up to the nines. For short. Moldy or rotten. An analogous meaning could be that a person's mind has become senile. Partial different. Fruitless. Endless matter. Lit. A sickness that hangs on. Partial gyno refers to a mixed up or shaken item. Generally indicates something of little or dubious value. Harsh manager. Highly excitable person. Always on the go. Partially cold. Drunk. High as a kite. Partially loaded. Drunk. First. Dash you understand? First stuffed. Stuffed. First tongue. Smells bad. Stinks. First sweating. Toilet. Finished. Ready. Complete. Parched. Confused. Bewildered. Befuddled. As if by fumes. Gas.
Make sure you use the code TONY to get $100 off your first month and share. Make yourself feel better.
Dash yourself. It stinks. It's no good. Conviction on scandal. X. Binge maker.
You know
High
what else?
balloon.
Deep
And
into the summer, man, I'm telling you, Texas heat is no.
for a
One of the
component.
things
Twisted
that I
out
do
the
is
face.
acclimate to these ridiculously,
For bright panel.
ridiculously
Hit the face.
hot yoga during the day.
Fat.
So
Okay.
walking out of 130 degrees and into
Also,
110 degrees,
and triangular
it is
laser
I have to
lit.
stay
Dark and silvery.
hydrated. It is important to be proactive
Toes.
about keeping our
The
bodies
black. Chickens slash ducks.
making hydration
Feet.
priority.
Arctic.
Swallow the every day.
Towels.
Sticks of liquid IV and 16 ounces of water hydrates proteins faster than you make with water alone. It's got rich green flavors. And I'm telling you, this stuff, anybody
Dash
who's
open.
ever had it
Full
agrees
milk
that it's
again.
one of the most
Dash fire
undeniable
distance.
products I
Why
am
should
so
I do
honored
it?
to have been
It's hardly
sponsored
worth the
for.
trouble.
Surely something that I'm getting. I
Speak
had
through the
one today
nose.
with another
Gorgeous
food
and
with a giant
Dash
glass of water, and it
envoy
was
flush.
really great.
Travel in
And
good
last
health.
night, a lot of drinks
Fresh
that
peas.
I made with
Appetizer.
Dr. Life
Corns.
today.
Vomit. Sans adverb, a foul, soul-smelling fault. Phrase, question. Frailch, tabby. Drask and piss slap in the face. Friend, friend. Mr. Friendly, stranger. Dress, eat, pig out. Listen, eat like a pig. Devour. Dressing, sermonizing, by adding the English suffix into the Yiddish word dress, a new English word in the vocabulary American Jews have been created. Toy, Mrs. From, framing, pious, religious, devout. Comfy, speakers from, arrow, my Yiddish buddy. Address, Toy Bay Toys, 5400 Eaton Street, West Minus 23, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania 11137. Attention, Berlin. Follow us, site map, glossary, recipes, products, testimonials, other sites, Toy Bay Toys, Santa Mozzarella, Makashka, and expressions. My Yiddish my Yiddish glossary Yiddish words and phrases. A B C D E F G H I J K L M N O P R S T U V W X Y Z. Yiddish is a hybrid language and takes much of its vocabulary from medieval German and Hebrew, with the smattering of words from Aramaic, Slavic, and Romance languages as well. Many of the words come from the specific source within Central and Eastern Europe. Yiddish glossary has a structure all its own. While the language is based on a mixture of Hebrew and medieval German, its alphabet is based on the Hebrew alphabet. The rules of Yiddish glossary are not the same as either of the parent languages. Yiddish went through a decline in popularity over the past 100 years but has found a resurgence in recent times and is taught at several prominent universities around the world. Next time you use a word of Yiddish origin, remember that you are speaking a foreign language. Episode, Hug by Zoe, a very little. Frame topic, dash I have no alternative. Upgrade to hop, to do all the talking, to have the greatest say or authority. A blog, dash oh hell, damn it, a curse, a blog Sue dear, dash a curse on you. A blog Sue Columbus, a curse on Columbus. A blog chain, a blessing. A chaser bride to chaser, a pig needs a pig. A core, oh, what a disaster. T, an expletive. A cholerated deer, dash a plague on you. Live, wishing someone to get cholera. A DJ Havoc, I don't care. I should worry. A farshlet to crank, a chronic ailment. A fire zone trophy, he should burn up. Live, a fire should be killed. A fence to a colon out of dying cock from out of dying hat with fist. A horrible wish on someone, a dark dream, nightmare, on your head, hands and feet. A foil or tattered man, a lazy person has to do tasks lost. A gesture of wish, I don't care. A gazoon of dying cock, dash good health to you. Live, good health on your head. A good of dear, dash good luck to you. Sometimes use sarcastically about minor good fortunes and big fame. A good copy, good God, dash good dear. Sarcastic, live, a piece of luck happened to you. A grazer sealager, a big shot, sarcastically. A grubber young, a portion, a capri, catastrophe. A coward's icon is sushi, a fact that the bride is too beautiful. A clog is near, dash woman is me. A clog zoom line is on, dash a curse on my enemies. A linger lunch, a tall person, a long noodle. 11 of time capital, a life on your head. A grandparent might say to a grandchild when you are so smart. 11 of dear, dash you should live, and be well. A long Libra great eye dear nose, stop talking yourself into illness. Live, don't imagine lying and elegant on the nose. A maiden mid-cradle, a ponytail mid-foot. A maiden mid-acclaim, a cutie pie showing off her new dress. A A mensch wreck is a total mensch. An unlucky person is a dead person. A mensch trapped into backlocked. A person plans it, God laughs. A Metzi for a neck. It's a steal. Lid. A bargain for a thief. A blood in a fool means a fool. And a tiger top. Dash forget it. Lit. A day that's a night. A nishtakiet. Dash a nobody. A push on the forks is raucous none of klezmer. Dash a pee without a font. It's like a wedding without a band. A beast kitchen. A shallow person. An empty barrel. A rich in cop. Crazy. In the head. A Schwartz horn. A black. Lid. A black heel. A Schwartz soft. A bad end. A shindig on a charpe. A shame and a disgrace. A shitter mom. Loose spouse movement. A Schmidt Schweigen. A sitting with two eyes. Insult. A stignotis, a great joy. A shelter, constipated, a soft dash legs ended. A tacozona hollow, a person with a very large backside. Lid, a backside and a half. A wolf feller, Zane horn, a pregnant Zane nature. A wolf loses his hair but not his nature. A leopard cannot change his spots. I think assumed. Dash as long as you're happy. I think is responsibility. AFN only friend does it. He thinks everyone knows he committed a crime. A thief's on bones. A familiar does out. Dash I wish it could be said about me. A disorder. In trouble. IFN guts of action. Someone else's ass is easy to smack. Slouches spitefully, lid, just to get someone angry, enraged, disappointed, losses, impudent fellow, cultured or finicky, energetic, delicately brought up, son-in-law, amiable, grandchild, say, advice, ready out, absent-minded, mixed up. Aleikum Shalom, GBs, used in response to the greeting Shalom Aleichem. Aleph Baz, alphabet, the first two letters of the Jewish alphabet, Aleph. Dash it should happen to me, to you. Always like when quicken, not what it's cracked up to be. All seven lucky things. Always anonymous nish to do. Kinda, only one person is to be found in no one. Alright, you have succeeded. Alright, feminine form of alright. Altamoid, spinster, old maid, altar brochure, bachelor, altar goth, old goat, altar cocker, an old man or old woman, an altar negotiating, an old woman, an altar concern, acquaintance, a trophonic, an old, an immense, and absolutely true tale. Ubiquitous, an unbeliever, a skeptic, an atheist, orbit, work, come in, a roast orphan, thrown out, wasted opportunities, a roast for fee again, thrown out money, wasted money, errand flicked, dash plucked, milled, errand street urchin, person who runs around, Ada, son-in-law, inkling a kid, sure, very derogatory. Aussie Yardsmere, I should have such good luck. Aussie vocal, boots and belt, siege of the North Sea. Dash up, my grandmother's had testicles, she would be my grandfather. Osmere Vilschnation of Hunt, Guy Finish Ticket, if one wants to beat a dog, one finds a stick. Os Alcan Bite, dash tough luck. Too bad, misfortune. Ostensaugen Shiker, next Sitch der Treibschlafen. If two people say you are drunk, the third one goes to sleep. If two people confirm something, it's true. Husboy, dash really. Miss Breakage dash that's how it goes. Miss Breakage, dash so soon. Miss Waver Dust Kitchen's Virgin, dash that's how the cookie crumbles. B. Parka, coffee cake style pastry. Jester, merrymaker, or master of ceremonies at a wedding. At the end of the meal, he announces their presence, lifting them up and the giver in the gift in a his manner. Background, to bury. Face, testicles. Pay with a team. Persons of high standing. Balbanish, quiet, respectable, well-mannered. Bale Patricia Yadu, respectable Jews, people of substance and good standing in the community. Bale Brusta, mistress of the house. A compliment to someone who is a terrific housekeeper. She is in Bale Brusta. Bale Ghoul, truck driver or sloppy person of low standing. Bound logic, inexpert, sometimes used sarcastically. Is he an expert? Bounce, miracle worker, toilet, learned man, scholar. Well, sure. Nice, outlaw, king in the neck. Thanks. Small suction cups, usually the size of a common shot glass, used to cure many ills in the past. Some people still swear by the effectiveness of this treatment. Buried in milk, to gossip. Barring, taboo, fornicate, bother, annoy, barometer, rabbit, show up. Basharit, fate, predestined, Valsiapide, a female and child, Basher, to be destined, damned, tasty, delicious, B. Babylon, someone without a trade or a regular means of livelihood. Basis like a finger though, regret strongly that. Beggar, wine goblet, animal, count, when referring to a human being, means still waited. Baby or hus do check oiled, you've gotten your way with me. Been a kid, a male child. Been to yearn for quite a long. Been shocked, homesickness, nostalgia. Bench, to bless, to recite a blessing. Bench and let, recite prayer over the candles on Sabbath Eve or Holy Day candles. Are ye efficient, competent housewife? Best midrash, synagogue. Bialy, named for the Polish city of Białystok. The Bialy is of Jewish origin. A Bialy is a fairly large, about 6 inches, tall. Someone's near to a bagel. It has a depression other than a hole in the center, and is sprinkled with chopped sauté done before baking. Visiting the sick. Billing, cheap, inexpensive. Biscuit Jane. Dash, are you crazy? Please. Wander, to wander, be lost. Border gate, a female border. Bunch, boomer, gum, mask, bomber, gum, film. Throw his surface, barefoot. Borscht, meat borscht which the wealthy get aboard. Borns, pastries with cheese inside. B. Borscht, beet soup. Borscht circuit, hotels in the Catskill Mountains of New York State, with an almost entirely Jewish clientele. Borscht, term is used by entertainers. Word, barefoot. Botany borscht, borscht made from beet leaves for the poor. Boychik, young boy, term of endearment. Boy, stomach, abdomen. Boycotted, stomachache. Eye, creature, briar, choice. Breast, circumcision. Breast, breasts. Head family, lip, regular. Brendan, whiskey. Breaches not non-speaking terms. Sewing, virgin. Grandmother. Bobby Mace, grandmother's tale. Friendly term for anyone you like. Endearing term for anyone you like regardless of age. Well, man built like an ox, burnish, coarse, 100%. Darkness, nothing. Something totally worthless, live, means. Virgin, chat, telling tales. C. Chai, Hebrew word for life, comprised of the two Hebrew letters, Chet and Yod. There is a sect of Jewish mysticism that assigns a numeric value to each letter in the Hebrew alphabet and is devoted to finding hidden meanings in the numeric values of words. The letter Chet has the numeric value of 8, and the letter Yod has the value of 10, for a total of 18. Religious school. Chaim Yaakov, Annie Tom, Dick or Harry. Shmiang Book Names. Radio Pepper. Chanceria, evil woman. Probably derived from Allah. Chanshin, faint. Hala, ceremonial and bread, either round or shaped palm. Used on Shabbat and most religious observances with the exception of Pesach, Passover. Jalashes, nausea, faintness, unconsciousness. Jamua, jackass, numbskull, fool. Chamoyal jet gainer, dashing blockhead, udon, ass, C. Hanukkah, also known as the Fedrites, commemorates the rebuilding of the Temple in Jerusalem. Hanukkah is celebrated for 8 days during which a candle is added to the menorah on each side of the day. Chamaking, dash beat it, lid, catch away, catch a road. May you suffer no fate, chapnet, dash take it easy, not so fast, lid, don't grab, chapsing, catch him, chasing, wedding, chasing nature, to plan and execute a wedding. Chaskomale, dash God forbid. Shepherd, friend, shay, enemy, cheese it, canter. She's a wife of cheese it, canter. Chazit, a pig, one who eats like a pig. Jazz, swill, pig's feet, anything bad, unpalatable or wrong. In other words, junk food. This word can also be used to describe a lot of household or other kinds of junk. Chazers, pig pen, slovenly kept room or house. C. Choke up, taboo, nothing, infinitesimal, worthless, unimportant, lid, here and done. Cheddar man, buddy, chumali, dash bang, punch, slam, wallop. Check, a wise man, slam, a wise guy. Choke me, wisdom, right saying, witticism, colory, color of, a curse, plague, shoshavanench, man of worth and dignity, elite person, respected person, chosen, rabbit fan, chosen, bridegroom, chosen Kelly, bride and groom, engaged couple. Choice of nature, make fun of, ridicule, green, horse ride, carpet, snore, chocolate mouse, have pity, choke, activity group. Shiva, canopy, which a bride and groom stand during marriage ceremony. Husband, brazenness, go, big sun, explain, ambulance fellow. Chili, ocean wave. Columbus's Medina, it's not what it's cracked up to be. Columbus's country, D. Duncan God, dash thank God. Darthman gained in college, dash for this I went to college. Usually said when describing a menial task. Down, pray. DJ nicht, dash don't worry. Dare men strap unlocked. Man thinks, plans, and God laughs. Deroy Iraq is a goyle. The world is stupid. Dare Tay toys Noy just like his father. Dare Universitat, University. Dare son, old man. Dare threats, respect. Dare love, to love to see. I should only live to see him get married already. Dare waste expression. Jersey is supposed to bear. Dash you should choke on it. Bikini, chemistry, D. Leucine, old woman. Leucines, old women. Leucine, old men. Dye gold in the Medina, the golden country. Diamond the bottom line. Dynasm Tech, Yeshiva students would arrange to be fed by various householders on a daily basis in different houses. Lit, E-days. D. Bargain, hire, engage, lease, rent. Disdain Schneck, it's starting to snow. Disdain Zaharagian, it's starting to rain. Das Jacket mir, this pleases me. Das Arts hat mir gesagt, my heart told me, I predicted it. Das is ads, that's all. Das is the same. Dreamland that Cape Cod. Dash don't bother me. Lit, don't twist my head. Drazage. Dash keep moving. Dre icon. Scatterbrain. Juno. Spinning top Houston, a game that is associated with the holiday of Hanukkah. D. Drag, human dung, feces, neural excrement, inferior merchandise for work, insincere talk for excessive flattery. Drink out dim teller, mean-spirited, valueless lip dot crap on a plate. Drug mid-lever, absolutely nothing, it's not worth anything. Drudges, the sticks, wait, I've been wild. Do things showing off. Dash, are you starting up again? Du kannst nicht auf meinen Rücken fischen in your second class as Reganist. You can't pee on my back and tell me that it's rain. Dumbcom, dumbbell, dimes, lid, dumbhead, dirtful, a top failure. Debunk, so condemned to wander for a time in this world because of its sins. To escape the perpetual torments inflicted upon it by evil spirits, the Debunk seeks refuge in the body of some pious man or woman or demons have no power. The book is a cabalistic conception. E. Edge. Run. A disparaging information. Edge means humorous, disparaging remark about anything. For example, American Pie Edge Mirror movie. Edge. Maybe. Could be. A dash Yiddish exclamation equivalent to the English word engagement, stubborn, Ingetonken, dent, done, and horn, the evil eye, Isaac, freedom, dumb, Eggfeld, end of the world, Ames, the truth, Nizzer, someone. Inskeleton excuse me, could also be used in a non-sarcastic manner depending on the tone of voice and situation. Interlocked, disconnected, perhaps, something. Bolvenursh Kiet, he talks nonsense. Erdrey is a sheriff that holds a muscle. He wanders around like a park in a barrel, aimless. Arrest by no crank. He eats as if he just recovered from a sickness. Fresca fur. He eats like a horse. Rahakamake. He has nothing at all. Lit. He hasn't boiled or minor hurt. Eat. Or having absorbed. He hasn't got a worry. Or is the nitric type of curl. Dash he's over down good for nothing. Or is trying to. Dare nothing. Dash the nuisance is here already. To tell friends up. He ruins it. He pretends he doesn't know he's doing something wrong. Example, sneaking into a movie theater or sneaking to the front of the line. Or toy type. He's no good, worthless. Or Zach, lit. He's throwing himself. Example, he's getting angry, agitated, pissed off. Or its toy pipe spills. He's restless. Lit. He sits on pins and needles. Resolve vaccine pipe. I had the heartburn. Escape. Dash it doesn't work. It isn't wanting to move. Check out. I like it. Lit. It pleases me. Opposite choice gels in the way down. Dash nothing in it. Lit. There's nothing up there but a smelodic. E. S is a shindig for a kinder. Dash it's a shame for the children. S is too short. It is too late. S conjugal it is conceivable. It is imaginable. S smoke merely noise. It doesn't matter to me. S is not danger shift. It's none of your business. S passment. It is not becoming. It is not fitting. S technique per se no A. Dash it gives me great pleasure. Often said sarcastically. S technique wrong. I'm sorry. Lit. It startles me. S. Techno guy. It hurts me. S. For near fenster and the origin. This is a response to receiving extremely upsetting information or news. Lit. It's getting dark in my eyes. S. Get coordinate health. Dash nothing but hell. S. With health and viatoid blanks. Dash it won't help any. Lit. It will help by blood up on a dead body. S. By iron for equal she eyes by iron. Dash eat like a bird. Shit like a horse. S. Bench. Say mensch. Eat. Pray. Don't act like a jerk. S. Just under hate. Eat in good health. S. Teeth. S. Minute. Eating the day we're having dinner. F. Fish fine. Disappeared. Pagella. Bird. Also used as a derogatory reference to a gay person. Fantasia. Nine. Builds castles in the air. Compliment. Invader. Bit person. Farblot Z. Lost. Bewildered. Confused. Farblot jet. Interior. Forfeiture. Crook. Comment. Ardated. Distressed. Worried. Full of care. Anxiety. Bargaining in its vein. Influencing our merit by doing a good deed. Fardrisage. Stand clock. Dash go drive yourself crazy. Fardris. Resentment. Disappointment. Sorrow. Farfully. Lost. Farfoiled. Noted. Rotten. Decayed. Farfor. Frozen. Farjessen. Forgot. Farcollect. Too emotional to talk. Ready to cry. See the left. Farcollect face. Not being able to walk right. Clumsy as in clumsy feet. Called out. Engaged. Farcat. Taboo. Dungy. Shitty. Farmock. Das Royal. Dash shut up. Quiet. Lit. Shut your mouth. Farm hurt. Tired. Farmashed. Befuddled. Farmunched. Worn out. Fatigued. Exhausted. Forbits. To get all dressed up to the nines. F. Farshint. Moldy or rotten. An analogous meaning could be that a person's mind has become senile. Farshlet Tekran. Fruitless. Endless matter. Lit. A sickness that hangs on. Farshlarginer refers to a mixed up or shaken item. Generally indicates something of little or dubious value. Farshmager. Highly excitable person. Always on the go. Farshnicker. Drunk as a kite. Farshnish loaded. Drunk. Farsh stop. Dash understand. Farsh stopped. Stuffed. Farsh tongue. Smells bad. Stinks. Farsh fixed. Sweaty. Fartic. Finished. Ready. Complete. Farched. Confused. Bewildered. Bewildered. As in refuse. Gas. Farsicker. For sure. F. Feather. M. Capable. Vague. Dash fooey. It stinks. It's no good. Finger chocolate. Scrambled eggs. Finchmaker. Highfalutin. Kindle. Ham. Bird. Horse. Sling. A fool. Broken. Dracona. Twisted up. Scowling face. For crushed connect. Pitbull face. Fat. Fat. Obese. Feather. Uncle. Also uncle. Gangster uncle. Miserable. Lit. Dark and slippery. F. The speaker. Toes. The slap. Chickens / ducks. Feet. Often in shop. Fleeger. Fowls wing. Fudge. Fan. Foiler. Smart guy. Lit. Foiler. Lazy man. Foilerastic. Foolishness. Fognick. Dash obey me. Fognick again. Dash quite a distance. Why should I do it? It's hardly worth the trouble. Falvin. Speak through the nose. Gorgeous entertainment. Dash bon voyage. Travel in good health. Fresh peas. Appetizer. Forbes. Font. Fortson opera. A fowl. Soul smelling font. Frasier. Question. Frage. Heavy. Frask and his slap in the face. Friend. Friend. Mr. Finger. Stranger. Press. Eat. Pig out. Frisson. Eat like a pig. Devour. Frisson. Thermodizing. By adding the English suffix into the English word fress, a new English word in the vocabulary of American Jews has been created. 41. Mrs. Friend, for name, pious, religious, devout. Funding, speakers fluff, error, my usual address, Toy Bay Toys, 5400 Eden Street, West minus 23. Whitesburg, Pennsylvania 19137. Attention, follow us. Site map, glossary, recipes, products, testimonials, other sites. Toy Bay Toys, Santa Mozzarella, Nakashka, Candy Expressions. My usual logo. My usual glossary of Yiddish words and phrases. A B C D E F G H I J K L M N O P Q R S T U V W X Y Z. Yiddish is a hybrid language and takes much of its vocabulary from medieval German and Hebrew, but with a smattering of words from Aramaic, Slavic, and Romance languages as well. Many of the words come from specific cultures within Central and Eastern Europe. Yiddish glossary has a structure all its own. While the language is based on a mixture of Hebrew and medieval German, its alphabet is based on the Hebrew alphabet. The rules of Yiddish glossary are not the same as either of the parent languages. Yiddish went through a decline in popularity over the past 100 years but has found a resurgence in recent times and is taught at several prominent universities around the world. Next time you use a word of Yiddish origin, remember that you are speaking a foreign language. A very dash I have no alternative. Upload to help, to do all the talking, to have the greatest say or authority. Abroad, dash of hell, damn it. A curse, abroad see dear, dash a curse on you. Abroad see Columbus, a curse on Columbus. A blockchain, a blessing. A chaser glad to chaser, a pig remains a pig. A cork, oh, what a disaster. OST, an expletive. A career, dear, dash a plague on you. Lid, wishing someone to get cholera. A DJ Arabic, I don't care. I should worry. A farce like technique, a chronic ailment. A fire zoetrope, he should burn up. Lid, a fire should be done. Offense Terry Cole, knife dying coffee, knife dying head tweet fist. A horrible wish on someone, a dark dream, nightmare, on your head, hands and feet. A foil Tadentwien, a lazy person has to do tasks wise. A Joshua top nished, I don't care. A gazoon of dying cop, dash good health to you. Lid, good health on your head. A gliggoth dear, dash good luck to you. Sometimes used sarcastically about minor good fortunes, big thing. A glib hot deep draw, dash big deal. Sarcastic, lid, a PU. A gross or seal. A big shot, sarcastically. A grubber young, a flash young man, a good prey, a catastrophe. A casual icon is to shame. A clock zoom loss on our dash of my enemies. Under lunch, a tall person, a long noodle. A weapon of time capital, a living in your head. A grandparent might say to a grandchild, meaning you are so smart. A weapon of deal, dash will be well. A lot out there knows, stab yourself into illness. Don't imagine one and a pickle, a retail effect. A maiden with a quail, a cutie not her, new dress, a mensch leg, is a toiter mensch, an unlucky person is a dead person, a mensch trapped with goblock, a person hands and gobblocks, a Betsy for a peanut, it's a steal, a bargain for a thief, a light and a fool in the floor, and a type of dash forget it. Lid, a day that's dash nobody. A fish hours is 5 is stomach was without a band. Deville, a rich inconsumer, backlog, live, a blood since some of that end. A shade on the charbon, a shame and a disgrace. A shilling log, loose, out of movement. A schlickfleisch meant to describe him, a piece of meat with two eyes, insult. A shticknotches, a great joy. A shy from all, constipated. A soft, dash let's in it. A tough husband at home, a person with a very large backside and a half. A little frother saying horn, a brilliant saying nature. A wolf loses his hair but not his nature. A lover cannot change his thoughts. Happy resumed. Dash as long as you're happy. Africa's responsibility. We have fed only when Das hit him. He thinks everyone knows he committed a crime. A thief's had guns. If we are just off, Dash, I wish it could be said of me. Of the source, in trouble. IGN's tech is got some action. Someone else's ass is pursuing spitefully. Live just to get someone. Anto was disappointed. Losses unwilling fellow. A culture or finicky. Idiot. Delicate brother. Aelin. Son-in-law. Ain't uncle. Grandchild. Ain't say. Advice. AI or retailed. Absent-minded. Mixed up. Alaikum Shalom, to you be peace. Used in response to the liquidating Shalom Megan. Aleph Beth, alphabet, the first two letters of Jewish alphabet. AF. Dash it should happen to me, to you. Always I've been clicking, not what it's cracked up to be. All seven lucky things. Always, and my name is Nish to be all in one person. Is to be found in no one. Alright, one who has succeeded. Alright, feminine form of alright. Altanoid, spinster, old maid, altrabosher, bachelor, alterbach, old goat, altercocker, an old man or old woman. An alternegotiator, an old witch. An alternator, an old acquaintance. An altercompanic, an old bum. An mace, and, absolutely, true tale. Omnichorus, an unbeliever. A skeptic, an atheist. Orbit, park, grin, come in. A roasted orphan, thrown out, wasted opportunities. A roasted for blood. Thrown out money, wasted money. Orange flipped, dashed, milked, street urchin, person who runs around, freedom, son-in-law, including kid, young, short, very derogatory. As a young affair, I should have such good luck. As we look but civil to siege of the mind seed. Dash of my grandmother's testicles, she would be my grandfather. As we are Jeanette Hunt, got finished ticket. If one wants to beat a dog, one finds a stick. I'll come by. Walk. Too bad, misfortune. Ausgesagen Schleicher. Leads sich der Treibschleife. If two people say you are drunk, the third one goes to sleep. If two people confirm something, it's true. As boy, dash really. As boy gay test. Dash that's how it goes. As boy gitch. Dash so soon. As boy for Dad's kitchen description. Dash that's how the cookie bubbles. B. Vodka, coffee cake style pastry. Voucher, jester, merrymaker, or master of ceremonies at a wedding. At the end of the meal, he announces the presents, lifting them up and praising the giver and the gift in a humorous manner. That to bury, base, testicles, pay libertine, persons of high standing, garbage, quiet, respectable, well-mannered. Pay repetition, young, respectable Jews, people of substance and good standing in the community. Pay Labusta, mistress of the house, a compliment to someone who is a terrific housekeeper. She is in Labusta. Truck driver or sloppy person of low standing. Bound large in history, sometimes used sarcastically or is he an expert? Bounce, miracle worker, toilet, long man, scholar. Bad shore. Bandit, menace, outlaw, pain in the neck. Banks, small section cups, usually the size of a common shot glass, used to cure many ills in the past. Some people still swear by the effectiveness of this treatment. Baridanilla, to gossip. Baron, taboo, fornicate, father, Barama, Robert, show off. Bashert, faithfully distant. Vasya hide, a female and a child. Basher, zip, to be destined. Madame, tasty, delicious. That, someone without a trade or a regular means of livelihood. Bases like they finger them. Read strongly that. Becker, wine goblet. Behaving animal, count, when referring to a human being, needs to avoid it. Baymere has two jet worlds. You've gotten away with me. Be naked, a lonely child. Bacon, to yearn for or to long for. Shaft, homesickness, nostalgia. Bench, to bless, to recite a blessing. Bench and let, recite prayer over candles on Sabbath or holy day candles. 3. Efficient, competent ex-wife. Destiny trash, synagogue. Bialy, named for the Polish city of Białystok. The Bialy is of Jewish origin. A Bialy is a fairly large, about 6 inches, chewy round yeast roll. Somewhat similar to a bagel, it has a depression rather than a hole in the center, and is sprinkled with chopped sautéed onion before baking. Agricola, visiting the sick. Billing, cheap, inexpensive. Wrist mesh heating. Dash are you crazy? Vita please. Blanche, to wonder, be lost. Orgy, a female border. Bob, a punch. Boomer, bum, mask. Bomber, gum, them. Throw surface, barefoot. Pork, borscht, meat borscht which the wealthy could afford. Borks, pastries with cheese inside. Beef, borscht, beet soup. Borscht Circuit, hotels in the Catskill Mountains of New York State, with an almost entirely Jewish clientele, who are fond of borscht. Term is used by entertainers. Orvis, barefoot. Balcony borscht, made from leaves. Term of endearment. Boy, stomach, abdomen. Boy, stomach ache. Creature, animal. Bride, choice. Breast, circumcision. Listen, breasts. Bookkeeper, head of family, lit, bread river. Grenfell, whiskey. Breaches, not non-speaking terms. Slate, virgin. Bobby, grandmother. Bobby Mace, grandmother's tale. Bobby, friendly term for anybody you like. Endearing term for anyone you like regardless of age. Man built like an ox, French, horse, weird person. Butkus, nothing. Something totally worthless, lit, beans. Butcher, chat, telling tales. C. Chai, Hebrew word for life, comprised of the 2 Hebrew letters, Chet and Yod. There is a sect of Jewish mysticism that assigns a numeric value to each letter in the Hebrew alphabet and is devoted to finding hidden meanings in the numeric values of words. The letter Chet has a numeric value of 8, and the letter Yod has the value of 10, for a total of 18. Culture, religious school, Chaim Yaakov, Annie Tom, Dick or Harry, Julian Computer News, the Premier Couple, Chaleria, Evil Woman, probably derived from cholera, Jinshin, Fent, Challah, ceremonial and bread, either round or shaped long, used on Shabbat and most religious observances with the exception of Pesach, Passover. Challenges, nausea, faintness, unconsciousness. Channel, donkey, jackass, numbskull, fool. Channel you do aider. Dash you blockhead. You don't. You ass. C. Hanukkah, also known as the Festival of Lights, commemorates the rebuilding of the temple in Jerusalem. Hanukkah is celebrated for 8 days, during which one additional candle is added to the menorah on each night of the holiday. Chop a game. Dash beat it. Lit. Catch away. Catch a road. Chop high Misa Machina. Dash may you suffer an ugly fate. Chopnet. Dash take it easy. Not so fast. Lit. Don't grab. Chopsy. Catch him. Chasing. Warning.
Well, I mean, I don't know.
Chasing major. To plan and execute a wedding. Chas Polare. Dash God forbid. Chaperone. Friend. Shade. Enemy. Chasen. Cantor. Chisita wife. Chasen. Cantor. Chasen. A pig. One pig. Jazz. Swirl. Pig's feet. Anything bad. Unpalatable. Black. In other words, junk food. This word can also be used to describe a lot of household or other kinds of junk. Chesters. Pig. Kept room or house. C. Jacob. Taboo. Nothing. Infinitesimal. Worthless. Unimportant. Lit. Human dumb. Man. Butter. Cheerleading. Dash bang. Punch. Slam. Walk. A wise man. A wise guy. Joke me. Wisdom. Saying. Lyricism. Cholera. Cholera. A curse. Plague. Chauvinage. Man of wealth and dignity. Elite person. Respected person. Chosen. Rabbit fan. Chausen. Bridegroom. Chausen Kelly. Bride and groom. Engaged couple. Choice of nation. Make fun of. Ridicule. Green. Horseradish. Carpet. Snow. Chocolate rice. Has been. Chuck. Activity. Chita. Canopy under which a bride and groom stand during marriage ceremony. Huxpay. Laziness. Dull. Example. Huxpay. Impudent fellow. Chile. Ocean wave. Columbus is Medina. It's not what it's cracked up to be. Columbus is country. D. Donkin God. Dash thank God. Darth man gain in college. Dash for this I went to college. Usually said when describing a medial task. Daddy. Pray. Dejanged. Dash don't worry. Dear managed track on God locked. Man thinks, plans, and God laughs. Dear Lord, Dear Lord, Ira is a boy. The world is stupid. Dear Tate Toys, Lord, just like his father. Dear University. Dear son, old man. Dear Games, respect. Dear love, to live to see. I should only live to see him get married already. Dear Lord, streaking expression. Just exposed to bear it. Dash you should show on it. Chemistry, D. Dayskin, old woman. Dayskins, old women. Dayskin 9, old woman. Dichotomy, Medina, the golden country. Diantrist Sherry, the bottom line. Dinazitech, the yeshiva students would arrange to be fed by various householders on a daily basis in different houses. Lit, E-days. Dan, bargain, hire, engage, lease, rent. Despainschnag, it's starting to snow. Despain Zahurricane, it's starting to rain. Das Jacket Mir, this pleases me. Das Herz hat mir gesagt, my heart told me, I predicted it. Das is ads, that's all. Das Silve, the same. Stray Mary that Cape Cod. Dash don't bother me. Will, don't twist my head. Trey Zitch. Dash keep moving. Trey icon, scatter blade. Jewel, spending top years to meeting that is associated with the holiday of Hanukkah. D. Drag, human dung, feces, impure or excrement, inferior merchandise for work, incense sincere talk or excessive flattery. Drug out, don't tell it, mean-spirited, valueless lip-dot crap on a plate. Drug medieval, absolutely nothing, it's not worth anything. Drudges, the sticks, wait, I didn't lie. Defense, Dash, are you starting up again? Du kannst nicht auf meinen Rücken pushen for your 7th-class S-readiness. You can't pay me back and tell me that it's ready. Dumbbell, dance, red, dumbhead, dirtful, reform, failure. Debunk, soul condemned to wander for a time in this world because of its sins. To escape the perpetual torments inflicted on it by evil spirits, the giver seeks refuge in the body of some pious man or woman over whom the demons have no power. The giver is a Kabbalistic conception. Edge, a girl, a disparaging exclamation. Edge, X, humorous, disparaging remark about anything. For example, American Pie, Edge, wearing movie. Edge, maybe, being, dash, huge exclamation, similar to the English English word, stubborn. Age time, dead, dumb. Beyond horny, the evil eye. Weisel, dog, egg-felt, end of the world. Eaves, the truth. Emisser, someone. Insulting later, well, excuse me. Could also be used in a non-sarcastic manner depending on the tone of voice and situation. Entouraged, disappointed. Perhaps, something. Nonsense. Drinks a sheriff affords and Russell. He wanders around like a fart in a barrel. Arrest. Arrest Finder. He eats as if he just recovered from sickness. Refresh fire. He eats like a horse. Rahana make nothing at all. Lit. He hasn't boiled or fine or hurt. Resort. He hasn't come worry. Is the nitric liquor curl. Dash down good for nothing. Trying to, dare nothing. Dash the nuisance is here already. I'm on to tell them. He ruins it. Zagnish Weisinger. He pretends he doesn't know he is doing something wrong. Example, sneaking into a movie theater or sneaking to the front of the line. Toy type. He's no good, worthless. He's throwing himself. Example, he's getting angry, agitated, pissed off. Versus toy Eichspills. He's restless. Lit. He sits on pins and needles. Resolve and fight side belly. Dip injured. Dash to roll like an onion with head in the ground. She's so well, blend of Israel. Spread me open arms. I have a heartburn. Escapement. Dash it doesn't work. It isn't running smoothly. Check out me. I like it. Lit. It pleases me. Said choice jealous and boy down. Dash nothing came of it. Lit. There's nothing out there but a small attic. Is a shame for the kinder. Dash it's a shame for the children. As is, soon, it is, too, late. As conjunct, it is conceivable. It is imaginable. As not mere nicknames. It doesn't matter to me. As is it danger shift. It's none of your business. As past it. It is not becoming. It is not fitting. As technically per se knows pay. Dash it gives me great pleasure. Often said sarcastically. As tech mere bond. I'm sorry. It sorrows me. S Techmere guy. It hurts me. S mere Finster and the origin. This is a response to receiving extremely upsetting information on news. Lit. It's getting dark in my eyes. S get Gordon health. Dash nothing will help. S fit health and bright toward the Bronx. Dash it won't help. And lit. It will help like blood coming on a dead body. S my eye for equal she eyes my eye foot. Dash eat like a bird. Shit like a horse. To eat. S eating the day or have dinner. F. Perish fun. Disappear. Vagella. Verb. Also used as a derogatory reference to a gay person. Fantasia. Man who builds castles in the air. Forbitter. Embittered. Bitter person. Far-blown set. Lost. Bewildered. Confused. Jet. Career. Forfeiture. Crook. Conman. Bardated. Distrust. Worried. Full of care. Anxiety. Bargain in a misvein. Earn a blessing or merit by doing a good deed. Fardrizage. Dump. Dash. Go drive yourself crazy. Ardress. Resentment. Disappointment. Sorrow. Farfigure. Lost. Farfoiled. Mildew. Rotten. Decayed. Farfloored. Frozen. Forgescent. Forgot. Farcollect. Too emotional to talk. Ready to cry. Seevagalect. Farcollectivus. Not being able to walk right. Clumsy as in clumsy feet. Farnaft. Engaged. Farcat. Taboo. Dungy. Shitty. Farnock. Das Moil. Dash. Shut up. Quiet. Lit. Shut your mouth. Farnturt. Tired. Farmished. Befuddled. Farmanchet. Worn out. Fatigued. Exhausted. Farmers. To get all dressed up to the nines. Farshipped. Moldy. Rotten. An analogous meaning could be that a person's mind has become senile. Farshlight. Technique. Fruitless. Endless matter. Lit. A sickness that hangs on. Farschlagina refers to a mixed up or shaken item. Generally indicates something of little or dubious value. Farschmajor. Highly excitable person. Always on the go. Partially corrupt. Drunk. High as a kite. Farschnicht. Loaded. Drunk. Farschst. Dash you understand? Farschstopped. Stuffed. Farschhunken. Smells bad. Stinks. Farschwitzt. Sweaty. Fartic. Finished. Ready. Complete. Farcheated. Confused. Bewildered. Befuddled. As if by fumes. Gas. Farziger. For sure. F. Fucker. M. Cannibal. Fay. Dash food. It stinks. It's no good. Vigorous omelet. Scrambled eggs. Feinschmecker. Highfalutin. Finding. Ham. Fur. Horse. Slang. A fool. Broken. Twisted up. Scowling face. Proportion. Hidden face.
What a random ass impression to be
Net.
doing.
Fat. Obese. Better. Also, insurable. Lit. Dark and slippery. F. Fist finger. Toes. Fist lap. Chickens / ducks. Feet. Often in shed. Fleeter. Foul smell. Virgin. Fan. Foiled. Smart guy. Lit. Word. Boiler. Lazy man. Boileristic. Foolishness. Fold mic. Dash or bacon. Fold mic again. Dash like a distance. Why should I do it? It's hardly worth the trouble. Father. Speak through the nose. Participate. Dash bon voyage. Travel in good health. Fresh peas. Appetizer. Forts. Fart. Sounds like a foul. Soul smelling fart. Frasier. Question. Triage. Habit. Frask and pisk slap in the face. Friend. Mr. Friendly. Stranger. Press. Eat. Pig out. Fressin. Eat like a pig. Devour. Fressin. Gormandizing. By adding the English suffix into the Yiddish word fress, a new English word in the vocabulary of American Jews has been created. Boy. This is from. Free-made. Pious. Religious. Devout. Filthy. Speaker's fluff. Air. Address. Troy Bay Toys. 5400 Dedham Street, West minus 23. Whitesburg, Pennsylvania 11137. Attention. Follow us. Site map. Home. Glossary. Recipes. Products. Testimonials. Other sites. Toy Bay Toys. Samamat Sabun. Flykushka. Candy Expressions. Glossary of Yiddish words and phrases.
See what happens here. Music heavy.
A B C D E F G H I J K L M N O P Q R S T U V W X Y Z. Yiddish is a hybrid language and takes much of its vocabulary from medieval German and Hebrew, but with a smattering of words from Aramaic, Slavic, and Romance languages as well. Many of the words come from the specific cultures within Central and Eastern Europe. Yiddish glossary has a structure all its own. While the language is based on a mixture of Hebrew and medieval German, its alphabet is based on the Hebrew alphabet. The rules of Yiddish glossary are not the same as either of the parent languages. Yiddish went through a decline in popularity over the past 100 years but has found a resurgence in recent times and is taught at several prominent universities around the world. Next time we use a word of Yiddish origin, remember that we are speaking a foreign language. Episode 11. A Bisari. A very long, a great topic. Dash I have no alternative. A bread to hop. To do all the talking, to have the greatest say or authority. A bomb. Dash okay. Damn it. A curse. A Brog Sue dear. Dash a curse on you. A Brog Sue Columbus. A curse on Columbus. A Brog chain. A blessing. A chaser bribed a chaser. A pig remains a pig. A court. Oh, what a disaster. A.S.T. An expletive. A colony, dear. Dash a plague on you. With. Wishing someone to get cholera. DJ Oliver. Care. I should. A flash left to drink. A chronic ailment. A fire winter. You should burn up. With. A fire should be in. A fence turned cold mouth dying cock from out dying head between fists. A horrible wish on someone. A dark dream. A nightmare. On your head. Hands and feet. A foil or talent man. A lazy person has to do a task twice. A Jesuit have wished. I don't care. A gazund of dying cock. Dash good health to you. Lids. Good health on your head. A glig of deer. Dash good luck to you. Sometimes use sarcastically about minor good fortunes. A big thing. A glig hat. Big drive. Dash big deal. Sarcastic. Lid. A piece of what happened to you. A Goyzert Sealager, a big shot, sarcastically. A Gregor Young, a British young man. A Capri, a catastrophe. A Kajarans Iconi is Suchet, a fault that the bride is too beautiful. A clog is near. Dash what is me. A clog seen mine is on him. Dash a curse on my enemies. A linger lunch, a tall person, a long needle, a leaven of down cap, a blue head, a grandparent might say to a grandchild meaning you were so smart. A leaven of deer, dash you should live, and be well. A long unlegal great pipe dare nose, stop talking yourself into illness. Live, don't imagine one and go over upon the nose. A maiden with a beetle, a ponytail and fence. A maiden with a claim, a cutie pie showing off her new dress. A mensch click is a toiter mensch. An unlucky person is a dead person. A mensch trapped in a spot locked. A person plans as God laughs. A Metzi for a gainif. It's a steel lid. A bright. A sublight in it. A fool. It's a fool. And a tiger. Dash forget it. Lid. A day that's a night. A mishtakiet. Dash in a light. The Shona Forts is like this none of cluster. Dash of P without a dot is like a wedding without a band. Scary, a shallow thing, an empty barrel. A rich in cop, crazy, in the head. A short storm, bad luck, lid, a black ear. A shorts and soft, a bad end. A shindig on a chabe, a shame and a disgrace. A shame long, new scout movement. A Stück Fleisch mit Zweigen, a piece of meat with two eyes, insult. A Stück Edges, a great joy. A Stück Verlag, constipated. A soft, dash legs in it. A Takazana, a person with a very large backside. Lid, a backside and a half. A wolf fowler Zainhorn, a hermit Zainager. A wolf loses his hair but is his nature. A leopard cannot change his spots. Abgesucht, dash as long as you're happy. Acta is responsibility. AFN only friend dogs hitting. He thinks someone knows he committed a crime. But thieves have bronze. Mir does out. Dash I wish it could be said about me. Source in trouble. IFN's tuck his guts imagine. Someone else's ass is easy to smack. Riches, spike, lid, just to get someone entourage disappointed, causes impotent fellow, cultured or finicky, judge delicately brought up, son-in-law, icon, grandchild, say, advice, AI verbitalt, absent-minded, mixed up, alaikum shalom, GBPs. Used in response to the greeting Shalom Aleichem. I love Beth, alphabet, the first two letters of the Jewish alphabet. Aleph, dash it should happen to me, to you. Alles I've been looking, not what it's cracked up to be, all seven lucky things. Iris and onions used to be kind of all in one person, is to be found in no one. Alright, no, you have succeeded. Alright, feminine form of Altimoid, spinster, old maid. Altrocial, adjuvant. Algebra, old goat. Alter cover, an old man or old man. An alter negotiating, an old witch. An alter guitar, an old acquaintance. An alter trumpet, an old bell. An MS mace, and absolutely, true tale. Epicurus, an unbeliever, a skeptic, an atheist. Ardent, work, program, come in. A roast orphan, thrown out, wasted opportunities. A roast for female, thrown out money, wasted money. Aramschrift, dash plugged. Aramurf, street urchin, person who runs around. Ada, son-in-law, being clean at kid, young, sure, very derogatory. Aussie Yarrafmere. I should have such good luck. Aussie Burgle, Chickens and Girls, CJ once. Dash if my grandmother had testicles, she would be my grandfather. Osrier Vashli, Shia Hunt, Guy Finner, one wants to be, one finds a stick. Oswald Conway, dash tough luck. Too bad, misfortune. Oswald Zagat Shocker, leaves Zitch der Dreierschlaf. If two people say you were drunk, the third one goes to sleep. If two people confirm something, it's true. Husband, daily. Reggae house, dash that's how it goes. Miss Mortgage, dash so soon. Miss Waver Dog's Kitchen's Roach. Dash that's how the cookie crumbles. B. Vodka, coffee cake style pastry. Dash, Chester, merrymaker or master of ceremonies and waiting. At the end of the meal he announces the presents, lifting them up and praising the giver in the gift in a humorous manner. Background, to bury. Base, testicles. Pale, deep, persons of high standing. Banish, quiet, respectable, well-mannered. Pale, tissue gatherer, respectable juice, people of substance and good standing in the community. Pale, wisdom, mistress of the house. A compliment to someone who is a terrific housekeeper. She is a Bella Vista. Pale, cool, truck driver or sloppy person of understanding. Down watching, an expert, sometimes used sarcastically, or is he an expert? Downs, mechanical worker. Bald toilet, lone man, scholar. Bald short, bandit, menace, outlaw, pain in the neck, legs, small suction cups, usually the size of a common shot glass, used to cure many ills in the past. Some people still swear by the effectiveness of this treatment. Veridinum, to gossip. Barring, taboo, fornicate, gather, annoy. Berammer, braggart, show off. Bashert, dated or predestined. Vasyakai, a female only child. Basher, to be destined, or damned, tasty, delicious. B, bad, someone without a trade or a regular means of livelihood. Cases like the Bingo, regret strongly that. One God, the human, animal, cow, when referring to a human being, means to hold it. Baby or has do check on it. You've gotten your way with me. Been a kid, a lonely child. To yearn for or to long for. Big shock, homesickness, nostalgia. Bench, to bless, to recite a blessing. Mention let, recite prayer over the candles on Sabbath Eve or Holy Day candles. Praying, efficient, competent ex-wife. Best Midrash, synagogue. Bialy, named for the Polish city of Białystok. Bialy is of Jewish origin. A bialy is a very large, about 6 inches, chewy rocky straw. Somewhat similar to a bagel, it has a depression rather than a hole in the center, and is sprinkled with chopped satay done in before baking. Sick, illic, cheap, inexpensive. Smush you, Jane. Dash are you crazy? Vita please. Blanche, to wonder, be lost. Orderly, female order. Bob, a patch. Bummer, bum, mask. Bummer, bum. Burgess or fist, barefoot, fork, borscht. Eat borscht which the worthy could afford. Eggs, pastries with cheese inside. Beef, borscht, meat soup. Borscht circuit, hotels in the Catskill Mountains of New York State, with entirely Jewish clientele. Founded borscht, term is used by entertainers. Wordless, barefoot. Balcony borscht, borscht made from leaves for the poor. Boyche, young boy, term of endearment. Boy, stomach, abdomen. Boyd, stomachache. Real, creature, and Friar, choice. Bris, circumcision. Prison, breasts. Goodwill, head of family. Live, breadwinner. Renville, whiskey. Breaches, not non-speaking terms. Joy, virgin. Barbet, grandmother. Bobby-Mace, grandmother's tale. Bucky, friendly term for anybody you like. Goodly, endearing term for anyone you like regardless of age. Bull, man built like an ox, Irish, horse, person. Obvious, nothing. Something totally worthless, live, beings. Foot, chat, telling tales. See, chat, Hebrew word for life, comprised of the 2 Hebrew letters, chet and yod. There is a sect of Jewish mysticism that assigns a numeric value to each letter in the Hebrew alphabet and is devoted to finding hidden meanings in the numeric values of words. The letter chet has the numeric value of 8, and the letter yod has the value of 10, for a total of 18. Sure, religious school, Haile Yaakov, Amy Tom, Dilko Harry, Jumiango Cooter News, Daniel Pekov, Chiaburia, Abel Ruins, probably derived from cholera. Challah, ceremonial bread, either round or shaped long, used on Shabbat and most religious observances with the exception of Pesach, Passover. Chalashes, nausea, weakness, unconsciousness, general, donkey, jackass, numbskull, fool. Channel to anal, dash, blockhead, jerk, you ass. C. Hanukkah, also known as the Festival of Lights, commemorates the rebuilding of the Temple in Jerusalem. Hanukkah is celebrated 3 days, during which one additional candle is added to the menorah on each night of the holiday. Chappagang, dash beat it, lit, catch away, catch a road. Chapman Lisa Machina, dash may you suffer an ugly fate. Chapnet, dash take it easy, not so fast, lit, don't grab. Chapsick, catch him, chasing, wedding. Chasing nation, to plan and execute a wedding. Chaspole, dash God forbid. Chapper, friend. Shay, animal. Chazin, painter. Chisel, wife of Chazin, painter. Chazer, a pig, one who eats like a pig. Chazed, swirl, pig's feet, anything bad, unpalatable, rotten. In other words, junk food. This word can also be used to describe a line of household or other kinds of junk. Chazers, pig pen, slovenly kept room or house. C. Jacob, taboo, nothing, infinitesimal, worthless, unimportant, fluid, human dialogue. Chevron man, Betty, humiliate, dash man, punch, slam, wally, choke, a wise man, slang, a wise guy, choke me, wisdom, right saying, witticism, colony, collar, a purse, play. Cheshire man, man of worth and dignity, unique person, respected person. Chosen, record fan, bridegroom. Chosen alley, bride and groom, engaged couple. Choice of nature, make fun of, ridicule, cream, horseradish, coffin, snore, check out nails, have pity. Chuck, activity. Shabbat, can Shabride and groom stand during marriage ceremony. Upspace, brazenness, God, basin, X-Wide, imminent felon, chillin, ocean wave. Columbus is Medina, it's not what it's cracked up to be. Columbus is country, D. Duncan God, dash thank God, Darth Mangane in college, dash for this I went to college. Usually said when describing a menial task. Davening, pray, DJ nisht, dash don't worry. Daily trapped and God locked, man thinks, plans, and God laughs. Daily I rap is a motto, the world is stupid. Dare take toys, no I, just like his father. Dare University. Dare song, old man. Dare Garrels, respect. Durla, to live to see, I should live to see him get married. Already. Daroy's expression. Kirsten's perseverance. Dash you should check on it. Chemie, chemistry. D. Basing, old woman. Basings, old woman. Basing 9, old men. Die Golden Medina, the Golden Countries. Die Interstiary, the bottom line. Tech, Yeshiva students would arrange to be fed by various householders on a daily basis in different houses. Lit, E-days. Dinking, slogan, hire, engage, release, rent. Dissipate, snag, it's starting to snow. Dissipate is a hurricane, it's starting to rain. Das Jacket Air, this pleases me. Das Heart mir Jazal, my heart told me, I predicted it. Das is ads, that's all. Das Zelbe, the same. Trainer of Cave Car, dash don't bother me. Red, don't twist my head. Drazage, dash keep moving. Trey Icop, scatter brain. Dribble, spinning top used in a game that is associated with the holiday of Hanukkah. D. Drag, human dung. Feces, lyrical excrement, inferior merchandise for insensate offensive flattery. Drug out, don't tell her, mean-spirited, valueless, left out, on a plate. Drug my people. Absolutely nothing. It's not worth anything. Drugs. The sticks. Wait, I blew all. Defense Schwing. Dash, are you starting up again? Du kannst nicht auf meinen Rücken pischen, mir second class Reganist. You can't pee on my back and tell me that it's right. Dumb dumbbell, dimes, blood, dumbhead, dirtful, fraud or failure. Debunk, soul condemned to wander for a time in this world because of its sins, to escape the perpetual torments inflicted upon it by evil spirits. Debunk seeks refuge in the body of some pious man or woman over whom the demons have no power. Debunk is a Kabbalistic conception. A groan, a disparaging exclamation. Humorous, disparaging remark about anything. For example, American Pie, Edgemere movie. Sure, maybe, could be. Dash Yiddish exclamation equivalent to the English word, stomach. Time, debt, Yang Hui, the evil eye, eyes, fool, dope. At that end of the world, here's the truth. Emitzer, someone. Exculpate well, excuse me. Can also be used in a non-sarcastic manner depending on the tone of voice and situation. Entouraged, disappointed. X, something. Velvet Yorshki, he talks nonsense. Drinks a sharing wild horse and Russell. He wandered around like a frog in a barrel. Arrest by no friend. He eats as if he just recovered from a sickness. Refreshed by a bird. He eats like a horse. Or not a McKay. He has nothing at all. Lit. He has a boil, or mine, or hurt. Or hot nixord. He has a category. Or is a nitric tiger pearl. Dash she's a low down good for nothing. Showing to dare nothing. Dash the nuisance is here already. Wants a telephone down. He ruins it. Zanish rising it. He pretends he doesn't know he's doing something wrong. Example, sneaking into a movie theater or sneaking to the front of a line. Rhetoric type. He's no good. Worthless.
In the history of the show, there's one man
Robot
who's
Zach.
more convinced than any
He's
other
learning
human
himself.
ever.
Example, he's getting angry, agitated, his time. His toy Irish breaks. Lit. He sits on pins and needles.
This is
Resolve vaccine fight. Side belly. Middle cut major. Dash he should roll like an onion with his head in the ground. Cheese roll head. Land of Israel. S. Ranked Northern Hogs. I have a hard run. Escapement. Dash it doesn't work. It isn't running smoothly. S. Jeff Elvinier. I like it. Lit. It pleases me. S. Hot Z. Choice jars and avoid them. Dash nothing came of it. Lit. There's nothing up there but a smell attic. E. S. Is a Chennai 40 Kinder. Dash it's a shame for the children. As is, Sue Schmidt. It is, too, late. As Kim Jong-un. It is conceivable. It is imaginable. S not merely toys. It doesn't matter to me. S is an Endangerment. It's none of your business. S passive. It is not becoming. It is not fitting. S Stephanie Crusade. A. Dash it gives me great pleasure. Often said sarcastically. S type near phone. I'm sorry. Lit. It sorrows me. S type near right. It hurts me. S for me offense her in the origin. This is a response to receiving extremely upsetting information or news. Lit. It's getting dark in my eyes. S fit corny health. Dash nothing will help. S fit health and buy a toy in box. Dash it won't help any. Lit. It would help find one cutting a dead body. S got iron for equal she eyes on iron foot. Dash eat like a bird. Shit like a horse. S. Blanche. Say lunch. Eat. Pray. Don't act like a jerk. S. Just enter hate. Eat in good health. S and tweet. S and Nick eating the day or having dinner. F. There's fun. Disappeared. HF. Bird. Also used as a derogatory reference to a gay person. Fantasia. Man who builds castles in the air. Finding. Embittered. Bitter person. For blunt set. Lost. Bewildered. Confused. Conflict jet. Interior. Forfeiture. Hurt. Onion. Ardent. Distrust. Worried. Full of care. Anxiety. Magnanimous vein. A blessing or merit by doing a good deed. Ardrisage. Demcock. Dash go drive yourself crazy. Ardress. Resentment. Disappointment. Sorrow. Confident, lost, forefoiled, mildew, rotten, decayed, forlorn, frozen, fulgescent, forgot, bark aloud, too emotional to talk, ready to cry, seethe left, bark left fist, not being able to walk right, clumsy as in clumsy feet, far left, engaged, Cat, taboo, dungy, shitty, format, das moil, dash, shut up, quiet, lit, shut your mouth, formatort, tired, farmerished, befuddled, farmanship, worn out, fatigued, exhausted, farmers, to get all dressed up to the nines, F, for shoot, moldy, rotten. An analogous meaning could be that a person's mind has become senile, partially different, fruitless, endless matter. A second portion manager, highly on the go. Partially curved, drunk, high as a pint. Partially shit, moving, drunk, farced. Dash you understand? Farced stuffed. Farced pumpkin, smells bad, stinks. Farce mixed, sweaty. Fartic, finished, ready, complete. Large shit, confused. Bewildered, as if by fumes, gas, sicker, for sure. F, feather, M, capable, fake, dash fooey, it stinks, it's no good. Vincoach omelet, scrambled eggs, pinch maker, highfalutin, findle, ham, bird, horse, sling, and fool. Broken Japan, twisted up, swollen face. For Christ ham, pimple face. Fat, obese. Feather, uncle, also uncle. Menstrual, milkshake, miserable, lit, dark and slippery. F, Pacifica, toes. Slap, chickens/ducks, feet, often in the shell. Fliegel, bowels, wing. Poach, fan. Foible, smart guy, lit, bird. Boiler, lazy man. Boilastic, foolishness. Mick, dash obey me. Mick again. Dash quite a distance. Why should I do it? It's hardly worth the trouble. Speak through the nose. Porches enter hate. Dash on boy hush. Travel in good health. Fresh peas, appetizer. Fords, font. Sense opera, a foul, soul-smelling font. Frege, question. Fraiche, happy. Frask and pisk slap in the face. Friend. Mr. Friend, stranger. Fress, eat, pig out. Frissen, eat like a pig, devour. Fressen, gourmandizing, by adding the English suffix into the Yiddish word fress. A new English word in the vocabulary of American Jews has been created. Free, woman. This is from, Frene, pious, religious, devout. Filthy, speaker's fluff, Aaron. My Yiddish wedding. Address, Toy Bay Toys. 5400 Deedon Street, West -23. Whitesburg, Pennsylvania 19137. Attention, Levy. Follow us. Satman, Home, Glossary, Recipes, Products, Testimonials, Other Sites, Toy Bay Toys, Examine Saman, Mykushka, Candy Expressions. My Yiddish Yiddish Levy Load. My Yiddish Levy. Glossary of Yiddish words and phrases. A B C D E F G H I J K L M N O P Q R S T U V W X Y Z. Yiddish is a hybrid language and takes much of its vocabulary from medieval German and Hebrew, but with a smattering of words from Aramaic, Slavic, and Romance languages as well. Many of the words come from the specific cultures within Central and Eastern Europe. Yiddish glossary has a structure all its own. While the language is based on a mixture of Hebrew and medieval German, its alphabet is based on the Hebrew alphabet. The rules of Yiddish glossary are not the same as either of the parent languages. Yiddish went through a decline in popularity over the past 100 years but has found a resurgence in recent times and is taught at several prominent universities around the world. Next time you use a word of Yiddish origin, remember that you are speaking a foreign language. Episode a little, a basic, a very little, very topic, dash I have no alternative. A bread to hop, to do all of the talking, to have the greatest say with word, a wrong, dash oh hell, damn it, a curse, a rock sue deer, dash a curse on you, a rock sue Columbus, a curse on Columbus, a broaching, a blessing. A chaser blind to chaser, a pair of feet, a cord, what a disaster, OST, an expletive, a collier of deer, dash a play on you, red, wishing someone to get cholera, a DJ Albert, I don't care, I should worry, a farshlet to crunk, a chronic ailment, a fire Zalentriff, he should burn up, lit, a fire should be down. Offense to recall an off-done call from off-done health with fizz, a horrible wish on someone, a dark dream, a nightmare, on your head, hands and feet. A foil or telling dream, a lazy person has to do a task twice. A geshaft hot nished, I don't care. A gazoon of time cop, dash good health to you, lit, good health on your head. A glick of deer, dash good luck to you, sometimes used sarcastically about minor good fortunes, good thing. A glick hot default off, dash big deal, sarcastic, lit, a piece of luck happened to you. A chorus or seal, a big shot, sarcastically. A grown young, a coarse young man. A capri, a catastrophe. A casual dichotomy is sous shame, a fault that the bride is too beautiful. A clog is near, dash roll is near. A clog zoom line is on, dash a curse on my enemies. A linger lunch, a tall person, a long noodle. 11 of time cap, a life in your head. A grandparent might say to a grandchild, meaning you are so smart. 11 of dear. Dash you should live, and be well. Along unlegal or I've dare knows. Stop talking yourself into illness. Live. Don't imagine only and deliver upon the nose. A maiden mid fatal, a ponytail nymphet. A maiden mid afraid, a cutie pie showing off her new dress. A mensch unbreak is a total mensch. An unlucky person is a dead person. A mensch trapped in God locked, a person plans if God laughs. A Betsy far gainive, it's a steal, lid, a bargain for a thief. A neglect in a fool remains a fool. And a tiger top, dash forget it, lid, a day that's a night. A nishtakiyat, dash a nobody. A Pishon affords is like a Islamic lesbian, dash a P without a font, is like a wedding without a band. A piece to carry, a shallow person, an empty barrel. A rich income, crazy, in the head. A short seal, padlock, lid, a black ear. A Schwartz himself, a bad end. A shindig on a charcoal, a shame and a disgrace. A shimmering log, no spell movement. A schlickfleischment is fire, a piece of meat with two eyes, insult. A stick matches, a great joy. A shot for one, constipated. Assault. Assault. Dash Lex and Vivid. I took Hosanna home. A person with a very large backside lived a backside and a half. A wolf following horn, a pretty exager. A wolf uses his hair but not his nature. A leopard cannot change his spots. I make a secret that as long as you're happy, that is responsibility. AFM only feeling dust in case anyone knows you covered the crime. Thieves have arms. Feel just out. Dash I wish it could be said about me. Up to source, in trouble. Affiane's tech is its guts of action. Someone else's ass is easy to smack. Up to just spiteful, lit, just to get someone angry. Anti-wished, disappointed. Ozzy's permanent, impudent fellow. A cultured or finicky. Able Jefferson, delicately brought up. Anna, son-in-law. Ain't apple, grandchild. Ain't say, advice. AI or brutality, absent-minded, mixed up. Alaikum shalom, to you be peace. Used in response to the greeting Shalom Aleichem. Alphabet, alphabet, the first two letters of the Jewish alphabet. Elf. Dash it should happen to me, to you. Alles I've been clicking, not what it's cracked up to be. All 7 lucky things. Alles in einem is nicht to be kinda, all in one person, is to be found in no one. Alreinig, one who has succeeded. Alreinig, feminine form of Alreinig. Altimoid, spinster, old maid, alderbusher, bachelor, alderbach, old goat, aldercupper, an old man or old woman, an alternegotiating, an old witch, an altervicator, an old acquaintance, an altertropic, an old bum, an MS mace, and, absolutely, true tale, Apicorus, an unbeliever, a skeptic, an atheist. Orbit, work, grin, come in. Roast orphan, thrown out, wasted opportunities. A roast orphan, yeah, thrown out money, wasted money. Orange blade, dash blocked, milk. Aramorpher, street churches, person who runs around. Beta, son-in-law, inclinate kid, yeah, sure, very derogatory. Ozzy got it needed. I should have such good luck. Ozzy grateful to fix the girl siege of the mind seed. Dash if my grandmother's had testicles, she would be my grandfather. Ozzy usually hunt, got a finish ticket. If one wants to beat a dog, one finds a stick. Oswald coming by, dash tough work, too bad, misfortune. Ost some Saugen Schreiber, leads to such der Traditionalen. If 2 people say you were drunk, the third one goes to sleep. If 2 people confirm something, it's true. Let's dash in. Let's boy get test. Dash, that's how it goes.
Guys, I'm gonna be honest with you.
Let's boy get dash so soon.
Are you guys ready for the
This way for Dell's Kitchen Scorch. Dash, that's how the cookie crumbles.
That trick always works.
Vodka, coffee, cake, style pastry. Batch, Chester, Mary Maker, or Master of Ceremonies at a wedding. At the end of the meal, he announces the presents, lifting them up and praising the giver in a gift in a humorous manner. Dialogue, to bury, pigs, testicles. Beta Latina, persons of high standing. Val Banish, quiet, respectable, well-mannered. Beta Laetitia Young, respectable juice, people of substance and good standing in the community. Beta Boost, mistress of the house, a compliment to someone who is a terrific housekeeper. She is a bold truck driver or sloppy person of good standing. Down election minutes. Sometimes used sarcastically or is he an expert? Bounce, miracle worker, twin man, scholar. Bob Shore. Bandit, illness, asthma, pain in the neck. Face, small suction cups, usually the size of a common shot glass, used to cure many ills in the past. Some people still swear by the effectiveness of this treatment. There is a limit to gossip. Taboo, from the heat, bother, annoy, primer, bragger, show off. Basher, fated for predestined. Dacia pie, a female only child. Basher, fated to be destined. Badam, tasty, delicious. B. Someone without a trade or a regular means of livelihood. Bases that please the river. Regret strongly that. Beggar, long goblin. They me, animal, cat, when referring to a human being, needs to avoid it.
January 13th and
Damir has Juja foiled. You've gotten your way with me. Bring the kitten of a lonely child. Instant to yearn for what you long for. Big shaft, homesickness, nostalgia. Vanish, to bless, to recite a blessing. Function melt, recite prayer over candles on Sabbath or holy day candles.
I have a new amazing favorite
Efficient, competent housewife. Nestle Trash, synagogue. Bialy, named for the Polish city of Białystok. Bialy is of Jewish origin. A bialy is a fairly large, about 6 inches, chewy round yeast roll, somewhat similar to a bagel. It has a depression rather than a holy center. It is sprinkled with chopped sauteed onion before baking. Microcolon, Disney silk, filling, cheap, inexpensive. This flesh heating, dash on the crazy, agent queens, launch down, to wonder, lost, or a female born, rock, a patch, bummer, gum, glass, bomber, gum, from the surface, barefoot, or forced, beat force which the body deformed, forms, pastries with cheese inside, borscht, beet soup, borscht serpent, hotels in the Catskill Mountains of New York State, with an almost entirely Jewish clientele who are fond of borscht. Term is used by entertainers.
Athletic Greens continues to obsess
Gorgeous, barefoot,
research producing 52
Botany borscht, borscht made from bay leaves for the poor.
They invest in high quality
Borchek, young boy, term of endearment.
go above and beyond.
Boy, stomach, abdomen.
AG1 is NSF
Boy, stomach ache.
the gold standard for
Eye,
professional
feature,
athletes who
ankle.
have to adhere to strict rules regarding
Briar,
supplements and
choice.
nutritional products. It lets the
Wrist,
consumer know
circumcision.
is on the label is actually in the powder. It's gluten-free,
Breasts.
has no sugar, which is crazy because it tastes so amazing. That blows my mind. Gel-free, dairy-free, has no GMOs, no herbicides, pesticides, no artificial colors, flavors, or
Peaches, not non-speaking terms.
And now you can get in on the goodness. Tap like
Grandmother.
a 1-year supply of immune
Bubby
supporting
makes
vitamin
grandmother's
D3,
tale.
K2 in 5 multiple packs
Family
free
term
with your
for life.
purchase. You cannot put a price tag on your own milk.
Bakelite,
That's right.
endearing term for anyone you like regardless of age.
Tony. Time that's at
Not built like an ox, Polish, horse,
Tony.
person.
1-year supply of immune supporting
Practice,
vitamin D3, K2
something
and
totally
5
worthless,
packs
live,
free
meals.
with your first purchase. You cannot put
Foot,
a price
chat,
tag on your
telling
milk.
tales.
AG1, get it today. athleticgreens.com/Hilton.
C.
Ladies and
Child,
gentlemen,
Hebrew
are you
word
guys
for
ready to
life,
start today's show?
comprised of the 2 Hebrew letters, Chet and Yod. There is a sect of Jewish mysticism that assigns an American value to each letter in the Hebrew alphabet and is devoted to finding hidden meanings in the numeric values of words. The letter Chet has the numeric value of 8, and the letter Yod has the value of 10, for a total of 18. Religious school. I am Yaakov, Annie Tom, Dick or Harry, Shmuel Clear News, Radio Gumbo, Cheerio, Evil Woman, probably derived from cholera, Jewish, fact, Hara, ceremonial bread, either round or shaped long, used on Shabbat and most religious observances with the exception of Pesach, Passover. Chaloshes, nausea, faintness, unconsciousness, general, donkey, jackass, numbskull, fool, Dash you blockhead. Reader, you ass. C. Hanukkah, also known as the Festival of Lights, commemorates the rebuilding of the Temple in Jerusalem. Hanukkah is celebrated for 8 days during which one additional candle is added to the menorah on each night of the holiday. Chap again. Dash beat it. Lid. Catch away. Catch a road. Chapina misa machina. Dash may you suffer an ugly fate. Chapnet. Dash take it easy. Not so fast. Lid. Don't grab. Chapsy. Catch him. Chasing. Warning. Chasing make to plan and exit. Chat calmly. Dash God forbid. Chapter. Friend. Shay. Idol. Chase it. Canter. Choose it. Wife of chase it. Canter. Chasm. A pig. One who eats like a pig. Chast removes will. Pig's feet. Anything bad. Unpalatable. Run. In other words, junk food. This word can also be used to describe a lot of household or other kinds of junk. Chasrish. Pigpen. Slowly kept within or house. C. Shake up. Taboo. Nothing. Infinitesimal. Worthless. Unimportant. Will. Human done. Chevron man. Buddy. Humiliate. Dash bang. Punch. Slam. Water. Choke. A wise man. Slang. A wise guy. Joke made. Wisdom. Right saying. Criticism. Colony. Cholera. A curse. Plague. Choshever mensch. Man of worth and dignity. Elite person. Respected person. Choke rapid fan. Chaucer bridegroom. Chaucer K. Bride and groom. Engaged couple. Choice of nation. Make fun of. Ridicule. Cream. Horseradish. Profit. Smell. Chaperone naps. Have pity. Jack. Activities. Chappelle. Canopy under which a bride and groom stand during marriage ceremony. Explain. Raisins. Basin. Hispanic. Infinite fellow. Spring. Ocean wave. Columbus is Medina. It's not what it's cracked up to be. Columbus is country. D. Don't forget God. Dash thank God. Darth Vader in college. Dash for this going to college. Usually said when describing a menial task. Debbie. Pray. DJ nicht. Dash don't worry. Dear man struck God locked. Man thinks, plans, and God laughs. Dear Item is a girl. The world is stupid. Dear Tate toys Lloyd Ike, just like his father. Dear University Tent, University. Dear son, old man. Dear Garrett's, respect. Dear lad, to live to see, I should only live to see him get married. Dear Louis streak, expression. Der States Olsteverin, dash you should choke on it. Bikini, chemistry. D. Basin, old woman. Basins, old woman. Basin 9, old man. Die Golden Medina, the golden country. Dietitian, the bottom line. Dinaz and Tech, yeshiva students would arrange to be fed by various householders on a daily basis in different houses. Days. D. Hire. Age. Lease. Rent. Despaigne love. It's starting to rain. Despaigne saw hurricane. It's starting to rain. Das Gerald Bear. This pleases me. Das hat mir gesagt. My heart told me. I predicted it. Das is obey. The same. Dreaming and Cape Cod. Dash don't bother me. Live. Don't twist my head. Trace it. Dash keep moving. Trade icon. Scatter brain. Trigger. Spinning top used to a game that is associated with the holiday of Hanukkah. D. Drag. Human dung. Feces. Manure or excrement. Inferior merchandise for work. Insincere talk or excessive flattery. Drug out. Don't tell it. Mean spirited. Valuables looked at crap on a plate. Drug medicare. Absolutely nothing. It's not worth anything. Drudges. The sticks. Way out in the wild. Do two things going on. Dash, are you starting up again? Du kannst nicht auf meinen Rücken pischen when you're 7 classes organist. You can't pee on my back and tell me that it's raining. Dumb out, dumbass, lid, dumbhead. Dirt floor, a flaw or failure. Debug, soul condemned to wander for a time in this world because of its sins. To escape the perpetual torments inflicted upon it by evil spirits, the Debug seeks refuge in the body of some pious man or woman over whom the demons have no power. The Debug is a Kabbalistic conception. Edge, a groan, a disparaging exclamation. Cashmere, abs, humorous, disparaging remark about anything. For example, American Pie, Cashmere movie. Lecture, maybe, could be. A dash Yiddish exclamation equivalent to the English O. English bullet, star. English Tonkin, dubbed, died. Anyway, the evil eye, eyes, fool, dope, acrobat, end of the world, Eames, the truth, emisser, someone, insulting there, well, excuse me, can also be used in a non-sarcastic manner depending on the tone of voice and situation. Entourage, disappointed. Abs, something. Bullet Mushkiet, he talks nonsense. Drinks a share of battle forts and Russell. He wanders around like a fart in a barrel, aimless. Arrest by no crank. He eats as if he just recovered from a sickness. Fresh file forward. He eats like a horse. Perhaps a make He has nothing at all. Lit. He hasn't boiled or minor hurt. Perhaps absorbed. He hasn't got a worry. Whereas an electric tiger curl. Dash is over down good for nothing. Whereas point to, dare nothing. Dash the nuisance is here already. Attack him down. He pretends he doesn't know he is doing something wrong. Example, sneaking into a movie theater or sneaking to the front of the line. Toy, type, he's no good, worthless. Revolved snack, lit, he's lonely himself. Example, he's getting angry, agitated, pissed off. Its toy aufspills. He's restless. Lit. He sits on pins and needles. Resolve vaccine bites side belly. Medium cup injury. Dash he should grow up on his head. Air, cheese soil. Land of Israel. S. Rant walking arms. I have it heartburn. Escape net. Dash it doesn't work. It isn't right. Please move. Best check out wheel. I like it. Best hot Z choice gels in the boy down. Dash nothing came of it. There's nothing out there but a symbiotic. S is a chalet for any kind of. Dash it is. Soon. It is. Too late. S can Jones aim. It is conceivable. It is imaginable. Matter to me. S is net danger shift. It's none of your business. S past net. It is not becoming. It is not fit. S tet Mary Grosset and A. Dash it gives me great pleasure. Often said sarcastically. S tet mere ball. I'm sorry. Lit. It sorrows me. S tet nearby. It hurts me. S tet mere fenster and the origin. This is a response to receiving extremely upsetting information or news. Lit. It's getting dark in my eyes. S fit cornet health. Dash nothing will help. S fit health and buy a toy remarks. Dash it won't help. Lit. It will help white blood coming on a dead body. S. Like I'm for equal she's like I'm for. Dash eat like a shit like a horse. S. Bench. Did mench. Eat. Right. Don't act like a jerk. S. Just enter hate in good health. To eat. S. Eating a day or having dinner. F. Perish run. Disappeared. Vagella. Also used as a derogatory reference to a gay person. Fantasier. Man who builds castles in the air. For women, embittered. Bitter person. Far blonde Z, lost, bewildered, confused. Republican jet, Mary. Far butcher, far dang it, distrust, worried, full of care, anxiety. Bargain in its vein, needless, all merit, by doing a good deal. Tries it, dash go drive yourself crazy. Fardross, resentment, disappointment, sorrow. Farfilling, lost, farfoiled, mildewed, rotten, decayed. Farfrozen, frozen, farjescent, forgot. Farcolammed, too emotional to talk, ready to cry. Seacolammed, farcolammed was not being able to walk right, clumsy as in clumsy feet. Farnaft, engaged. Farcat, taboo, dingy, shitty. Farmock, das loyal, dash, shut up, quiet, lit, shut your mouth. Farm turt, tired. Farm rushed, fuddled. Farm unship, worn out, fatigued, exhausted. Farmix, to get all dressed up to the nines. Farm shit, moldy, rotten. An analogous meaning could be that a person's mind has become senile. Farshlepticon, fruitless, endless matter, lit, a sickness that hangs on. Farshlegheimer refers to a mixed up or shaken item, generally indicates something of little or dubious value. Farshmaker, highly excitable person, always on the go. Farshmaker, drunk, high as a kite. Farshna shit, loaded, drunk. Farshed, dash you understand? Farshed, stuffed. Farshed humdish, smells bad, stinks. Farshbest, sweaty. Farted, finished, ready, complete. Farched, confused, bewildered, befuddled, as if by fumes, gas. Farcical, for sure. F, fucker, capable. Say. Dash for me, stinks, it's no good. Finger chocolate, scrambled eggs, finchmaker, highfalutin, frindle, can, fur, horse, sling, a fool, broken dracona, twisted up, scally face, percussion puna, pimple face, lead, fat, lean, feather, uncle, also uncle, menstrual, witchick, miserable, lit, dark and slippery, F. This figure, toes. This lap, chickens slash ducks, feet, actin in shell. Ego, vowels wing, ocean, fan. Foigle, smart guy, lit, bird. Boiler, lazy man. Boilastic, foolishness. Folkmick, dash your baby. Folkmick again. Dash fight distance. Why should I do it? It's hardly worth the trouble. Vomit, speak through the nose. Purchase and hate. Dash bon voyage. Travel in good health. Fresh peas, appetizer. Forge, happy, disc slap in the face. Friend. Mr. Friendner, stranger, press, eat, pig out, fressin, eat like a pig, devour, fressing, gormandizing, I add the English suffix into the Yiddish word fress, a new English word in the vocabulary of American Jews has been created. Roy, woman. This is from, Vreme, pious, religious, devout, Fundy, speaker's fluff, error, my Yiddish lobby, address, Toy Bay Toys, 5400 Deacon Street, West minus 23. Whitesburg, Pennsylvania 19137. Attention, follow us. Glossary, recipes, PDFs, testimonials, other sites, Toy Bay Toys, Salmonat Saman, Maikashka, Candy Expressions. My Yiddish logo. My Yiddish. Glossary. Glossary of Yiddish words and phrases. A B C D E F G H I J K L M N O P Q R S T U V W X Y Z. Yiddish is a hybrid language and takes much of its vocabulary from medieval German and Hebrew, but with a smattering of words from Aramaic, Slavic, and Romance languages as well. Many of the words come from the specific cultures within Central and Eastern Europe. Yiddish glossary has a structure all its own, which is based on a mixture of medieval German. Its alphabet is based on the Hebrew alphabet. The rules of Yiddish glossary are not the same as either of the parent languages. Yiddish went through a decline in popularity over the past 100 years but has found a resurgence in recent times and is taught at several prominent universities around the world. Next time you use a word of Yiddish origin, remember that you are speaking a foreign language. A. Episode. A little. A bicelli. A very little. A brain like it. Dash I have no alternative. A bread to have. To do all the talking. To have the greatest say or authority. A block. Dash oh hell. Damn it. A curse. A Rob Sue dear. Dash a curse on you. A Rob Sue Columbus. A curse on Columbus. A blockchain. A blessing. A chaser blood to chaser. A pig remains a pig. A pork. Oh, what a disaster. OST. An expletive. A palliative deal. Dash a clay on you. Lid. Wishing someone to get cholera. A DJ Albrecht. I don't care. I should work. A farshlet to crank. A chronic ailment. A fire solemn trophy. He should burn up. Lid. A fire should be found. A fence turned cold enough. Dying cold of dying head twin to fist. A horrible wish on someone. A dark dream. Nightmare. On your head. Hands and feet. A foiler doesn't win. A lazy person has to do tasks twice. A Teshrat Totnesh. I don't care. A gazoont of Steinkopf. Dash good health to you. Lid. Good health on your head. A big deal. Dash good luck to you. Sometimes used sarcastically about minor good fortunes. Big thing. A glubkot digagov. Dash a big deal. Sarcastic. Lid. A piece of luck happened to you. A grocer teenager. A big shot. Sarcastically. A grammar young. A Porsche young man. A good break. A catastrophe. A casual dichotomy is sushi. A fault that the bride is too beautiful. A clock is near. Dash will it's me. A clock zoom 9 is on. Dash a curse on my enemies. Watch. A tall person. A long leader. A weapon of dying cattle. A life on your head. A grandparent. Parents might say to a grandchild, meaning you are so smart. A weapon of deer. A long attacking yourself and illness. Lid. Don't imagine how people look upon the nose. A maidel mid read. A ponytail mid fed. A maidel mid a clade. A cutie pie showing off her new dress. A mensch on leg is a toilet mensch. An unlucky person is a dead person. A mensch tried to walk out. A person plans on laughs. A bargainer. It's a sin. With. A bargain or a thief. A neglect in a fool remains a fool. And a tiger top. Dash forget it. Lid. A day and night. Unleash it. Dash and a light. A Pishona force is like a stunner klezmer. Dash a pea without a font is like a wedding without a band. A piece of killing. A shallow person. An empty barrel. A rich in the cock. Crazy. In the head. A short storm. Bad luck. Lid. A black ear. A Schwartz and soft. A bad end. A shindig on the chubby. A shame and a disgrace. A shitty home. No style with it. A shtick fleisch mit Zweigen. A piece of meat with two eyes. Insult. A shtick notches. A great joy. A shelf of wine. Consummated. A soft. A soft. Dash Lexington. It. A Tecozan at home. A person with a very large backside. Lid. A backside and a half. A bull scholar at same horn, a linnet same nature, a wolf loses his hair but not his nature, a leopard cannot change his spots. Dash as long as you're healthy. It is responsibility. AFN only friend DOS hitting. He thinks everyone knows he committed a crime. A thief's hat burns. Mia dissolved. Dash I wish it could be said about me. Up to source. In trouble. FNM's tech is his guts of action. Someone else's ass is easy to smack. Up to lunch is spitefully lit. Just to get someone angry. Entourage disappointed. Oz's owner. Imminent failure. A. Culture or finicky. Energetic. Delicately brought up. Son-in-law. Enrico. Grandchild. 8A. Device. AI brutality. Absent-minded. Mixed up. Alaikum shalom. To you be peace. Used in response to the greeting shalom aleichem. Aleph Bez. Alphabet. The first two letters of the Jewish alphabet. Aleph. Dash it should happen to me. To you. Olives I've been cooking. Not what it's cracked up to be. All seven of lucky things. Alice and I was nished to be kind of all in one person is to be found in no one. Alright, one who has succeeded. Alright, feminine form of alright. Altinoid, spinster, old maid. Alter brochure, bachelor. Alterbuck, old goat. Altercocker, an old man or old woman. An alter with a shady, an old witch. An alter bucator, an old acquaintance. An alter trumpeter, an old gun. An Unis mace, and, absolutely, true tale. Puppy chorus, an unbeliever. A skeptic, an atheist. Orbit, work, grin, come in. Roast forth, thrown out, wasted opportunities. Roast for female, thrown out money, wasted money. Orange flipped, dash blocked, milked. Aramove, street urchin, person who runs around. Beta, son-in-law. Inkling kid, young, sure, very derogatory. As a yellow clear, I should have. I'll be vocal, Jibitsi will see Jibitsi. Dash it, my grandmother's calls, she would be my grandfather. As near wish, dear hunt, got finished ticket, if one wants to beat it out, one finds a stick, lost all kind by, dash tough luck. Too bad, misfortune. Asks savage shotgun, leads six don't try to show. If two people say you are drunk, the third one goes to sleep. If two people confirm something, it's true. As boy, dash really. As boy get us, dash that's how it goes. As boy gitch, dash so soon. As boy for dog's kitchen scorch, dash that's how the cookie crumbles. B. Babka, coffee cake style pastry. Bachelor, jester, merrymaker, or master of ceremonies at a wedding. At the end of the meal, he announces the presents, lifting them up and praising the giver and the gift in a humorous manner. Bagro, to bury. Babes, testicles. Bailibateen, persons of high standing. Balbadish, quiet, respectable, well-mannered. Bailibatishi yagu, respectable Jews, people of substance and good standing in the community. Bailibusta, mistress of the house. A compliment to someone who is a terrific housekeeper. She is in Bailibusta. Bailagul, truck driver or sloppy person of low standing. Balmalacha, an expert, sometimes used sarcastically. Is he an expert? Bounce, a miracle worker. Baltoy, blind man, scholar, but sure. Illness, abba, pain in the neck. Banks, small section cups, usually this common shot glass, used to cure many ills in the past. Some people still swear by the effectiveness of this treatment. Varianum, to gossip. Taboo, fornication, braggart, show off. Bashert, fake or predestined. Falsified, a female or child. Basherency, to be destined. But damned, tasty, delicious. B. Bad, someone without a trade or a regular means of livelihood. Basics like Big Finger Lou regret strongly that Becker, wine goblet, became a animal cow when referring to a human being needs to avoid it. Bay Beer has Dujek oiled. You've gotten your way with me. Bill Pickett, I'm a lonely child. Binkin, to yearn for or to long for. Big shot, homesickness, nostalgia. Bench, to bless, to recite a blessing. Gillette, recite prayer, candles on Sabbath Eve or Holy Day candles. Laurier, efficient, competent housewife. Best Midrash, synagogue. Bialy, named for the Polish city of Bialystok. The Bialy is of Jewish origin. A Bialy is a very large, about 6 inches, chewy round yeast thread, somewhat similar to a bagel. It has a depression rather than a hole in the center, and is sprinkled with chopped sauteed onion before baking. Agricola, visiting the sick. Billick, cheap, inexpensive. Wrist mesh huging, dash are you crazy? Utta, please. Blonde to wonder, be lost. Border gift, a female border. Pog, a pouch. Drummer, gum, mask. Bombergy, gum, thumb. Burgess or fizz, barefoot. Pork borscht, meat borscht which the wealthy could afford. Works. Pastries with cheese and borscht, beets, borscht circuit, hotels in the Catskill Mountains of New York State with an almost entirely Jewish clientele. All fond of borscht, term is used by entertainers. Orvis, barefoot. Botany borscht, borscht made from bean leaves for the poor. Borchek, young boy, term of endearment. Big boy, stomach, abdomen. Boy, stomachache. Eye, creature, ignorant. Bride, choice. Breast, circumcision. Brisson, breasts. Good giver, head of family, lid, bread giver. Rifle, whiskey. Breeches, not non-speaking terms. Jim, virgin. Bubby, grandmother. Bubby Mace, grandmother's tale. Bubby, friendly term granny like. Endearing term for someone you like regardless of age. Bull, man built like an ox, nourish, horse, person. Bubgus, nothing. Something totally worthless, red, beans. Budget, chat, telling tales. C. Chai, Hebrew word for life, comprised of the 2 Hebrew letters, Chet and Yod. There is a sect of Jewish mysticism that assigns a numeric value to each letter in the Hebrew alphabet and is devoted to finding hidden meanings in the numeric values of words. The letter Chet has the numeric value of 8, and the letter Yod has the value of 10, for a total of 18. Religious school. Hi, Yankle, Annie Tom, Dick O'Harry. Shmiang or Cooter News, Radio Couple, Cheeria, Evil Woman. Probably derived from cholera, Changtion, Faint. Hala, ceremonial and bread, either round or shaped ham. Used on Shabbat and most religious observances with the exception of Pesach, Passover. Chalashes, nausea, weakness, unconsciousness. Chamuel, donkey, jackass, numbskull, fool. Chamoyer to Aner, dash you blockhead, you ass. C. Hanukkah, also known as the Festival of Lights, commemorates the rebuilding of the temple in Jerusalem. Hanukkah is celebrated for 8 days during which one additional candle is added to the menorah on each night of the holiday. Chapel gang, dash beated, flip, catch away, catch a road. Chapine and Misa Machina, dash may you suffer an ugly fate. Chapnet, dash take it easy, not so fast. Lit, don't grab. Chapsy, pitch down. Chasing, wedding. Chasing major, to plan and execute a wedding. Chascolary, dash God forbid, Checker, friend, Shay, Cheesin, Canter, Cheesit, wife of Cheesin, Canter, Chaser, pig, one who eats like a pig, Jazzer, swirl, pig's feet, anything bad, unpalatable, rotten. In other words, junk food. This word can also be used to describe a lot of household or other kinds of junk. Chazers, pig pen, slovenly kept room or house. C. Jacob, taboo, nothing, infinitesimal, worthless, unimportant, lit, human done. Chevron man, bunny, chimney, dash bang, punch, slam, wallop. Joke, a wise man, slang, a wise guy. Joke, wisdom, right saying, witticism. Cholera, cholera, curse, plague. Choshoverment, man of worth and dignity, elite person, respected person. Chosen, rapid fan. Chasen, bridal. Chasen Kelly, bride and groom, engaged couple. Choice of nature, make fun of. Ridicule. Cream. Horseradish. Snow. Chabrockrams. Happy. Chug. Activity group. Shabbat. Canopy under which a bride and groom during the marriage ceremony must pay. Raisins. Big Sam. Spinning. Impudent fellow. Chili. Ocean wave. Columbus is Medina. It's not what it's cracked up to be. Columbus is country. Duncan Butt, dash thank God. Darth Man game in college, dash for the time went to college. Usually said when describing a menial task. Davidan, pray. Dejanish, dash don't worry. Dare mensch try to earn God knocked. Man thinks, plans, and God laughs. Daroid I. Daroid I is a goyim. The world is stupid. Dare take toys, just like his father. Dare University, Dare son, old man, Dare Garrett's, respect, Dare lad, to live to see, actually don't you live to see him get married, already, Dare streak, expression, Durstings Olsteberg, dash you should choke on that. Chemie, chemistry. Big scene, old woman, big scenes, old woman, big scene 9, old men, Di Golden and Medina, the Golden Country, Dianetics Chile, the bottom line. Dianetics Tech, yeshiva students would arrange to be fed by various householders on a daily basis in different houses. Live, days. Demon, organ, hire, engage, lease, rent. Dissipating schneck, it's starting to snow. Dissipating hurricane, it's starting to rain. Das Jacket Mir, this pleases me. Das Hans hat mir gesagt, my heart told me. I predicted it. Das is ours, that's all. Das is bad, the same. Trainer that came on. Dash don't bother me. Lit, don't twist my head. Traceage. Dash keep moving. Trey icon. Scatterbrain. Judah. Spinning top Houston again is associated with the holiday of Hanukkah. D. Drag. Human dung. Feces. Manure or excrement. Inferior merchandise or work. Insincere type or excessive flattery. Trick out dim teller, mean-spirited, valueless as dot crap on a plate. Trick my lever, absolutely nothing, it's not worth anything. Drudges, the sticks, wait I've been a while. Do things showing on, dash are you starting up again? Du kannst nicht auf meinen Rücken wischen mir second class as organist. You can't peel my back and tell me that it's rain. Dumb cop, dumbbell, dance, lids, dumb head, dirt film, a flat or barrier. Dibbock, soul condemned to wander for a time in this world because of its sins. To escape the perpetual torments inflicted upon it by evil spirits, the Dibbock seeks refuge in the body of some pious man. A woman over whom the demon or power. The Dibbock is a Kabbalistic conception. Edge, a crown, a disparaging exclamation. Edge, mere, abs, humorous, disparaging remark about anything. For example, American Pie, edge, mere movie. F sure, maybe, could be. Age, A dash Yiddish exclamation equivalent to the English A. English word, stubborn, ingekommen, dead, damned. Jan Henry, the evil eye, Eisel, Fuel, Dumb, Eggveld, end of the world, names, the truth. Emissor, someone. Insult mayor, well excuse me, can also be used in a non-sarcastic manner depending on the tone of voice and situation. Entouraged, disappointed, X, something. Bullet Morschkiet, he talks nonsense. Mayor drinks a share of wild forts in Wessel. He wanders around like a fart in a barrel, aimless. Arrest finder my friend. He eats as if he just recovered from a sickness. Professed by Fleur, he eats like a horse. Perhaps a make he has nothing at all. Lit, he has a boil or minor hurt. Perhaps absorb. He hasn't got a worry. Looks like a tiger curl. Dash he's over down good for nothing. It's short to, dare nothing. Dash the nuisance is here already. Almost a telephone down. He knows it. Almost nicht weisendigt. He pretends he doesn't know he is doing something wrong. Example, sneaking into a movie theater or sneaking to the front of a line. Toy type. He's no good. Worthless. Burger snack. Lit. He's throwing himself. Example, he's getting angry, agitated, pissed off. Its toy knife spells. He's restless. Lit. He sits on pins and needles. Saw Paxson fight side belly when he didn't cough injured. Dash he should go like a man with his head in the ground. Era, Israel, land of Israel. S. Rand Marvin Harms. I have a heart burn. S. Gabriel. Dash it doesn't work. It isn't running smoothly. S. Jeffel I like it. Lit. It pleases me. S. Hot said choice gels never lay down. Dash nothing came of it. Lit. There's nothing out there but a small attic. E. S. Is they should be far kinder. Dash it's a shame for the children. S is Sue Schmidt. It is too late. S conjunct A. It is conceivable. It is imaginable. S not mere Nicholas. It doesn't matter to me. S is not Geschäft. It's none of your business. S past it. It is not becoming. It is not fitting. S has mere crusade and no play. Dash it gives me great pleasure. Often said sarcastically. S tech mere guy. I'm sorry. Lit. It sorrows me. S tech mere guy. It hurts me. S for mere finster and the origin. This is a response to receiving extremely upsetting information or news. Lit. It's getting dark in my eyes. S fit Gorman health. Dash nothing will help. S fit health and Viatoid and Banks. Dash it will help. And lit. It will help like one copy of a dead body. S got line for equal she eyes got line for that like a bird. Ship a horse. S bench. Say lunch. Eat. Pray. Don't act like a jerk. S just enter hate. Keep in good health. S to eat. S and yes. Eating midday or having dinner. F. Perish from. Disappeared. Vagella. Word. Also used as a derogatory reference to a gay person. Fantasier. None who builds castles in the air. Forbidden. Embittered. Bitter person. Farblanc set. Lost. Bewildered. Confused. Forbidden jet. Mid-career. Forbutcher. Craig. Carmen. Dang it. Distressed. Worried. Full of care. Anxiety. Argument is vain, and a blessing or a merit by doing a good deed. Ardrizage Demcock. Dash go drive yourself crazy. Ardros. Resentment. Disappointment. Sorrow. Farfulin. Lost. Farfoiled. Mildewed. Rotten. Decayed. Farfoiled. Frozen. Farjessen. Forgot. Farfalone. Too emotional to talk. Ready to cry. See the glove. Farfalone twist. Not being able to walk right. Clumsy as in clumsy feet. Far left. Engaged. Far cat. Taboo. Dungy, shitty. Online sauce boil. Dash shut up. Quiet. Lid. Shut your mouth. Farm turned. Tired. Farm hushed. Befuddled. Farm unshit. Worn out. Fatigued. Exhausted. Farmers. To get all dressed up to the nines. F. For shilled. Nearly rotten. An analogous meaning could be that a person's mind has become senile. Partially to cramp, flameless, endless matter, lid, a sickness that hangs on. Marshallginer refers to a mixed up or shaken item. Generally indicates something of little or dubious value. Marshmate, highly excitable person, always on the go. Marshall current, drunk, high as a kite. Farshishkit, living, drunk. Farshst, dash understand. Farshed top, stuffed. Farshed honking, smells bad, stinks. Farshfest, sweaty. Farting, finished, ready, complete. Farshit, confused, bewildered, befuddled, as if by fumes. Gas. Farsicker, for sure. F, Fecker, N, K, Say, Dash, it stinks, it's so good. Finger omelet, scrambled eggs. Pinchmaker, highfalutin. Fendo, pan, bird, horse, slave, fool. Broken trapona, twisted up, scowling face. Washed puna, hidden face. Fat, obese. Fetter, uncle, also uncle. Against her own glitching, miserable, red, dark and slippery. F, this finger, toes. This lap, chickens slash ducks. Feet, often and shut. Fleego, vowels, brain. Fudge, fan. Foigle, smart guy, red. Boiler, lazy man. Boileristic, foolishness. Old Nick, dash or baby. Old Nick again, dash quite a distance. Why should I do it? It's hardly a word that often speak through the nose, or just interrogate. Dash bon voyage, travel, peace, appetizer, fort. Example, a foul, soul-smelling font. Frasier, question. Frange, happy. Frask and pisk slap in the face. Friend. Mr. Friender, stranger. Press, eat, pig out. Frisson, eat like a pig, devour. Frisson, gormandizing, by adding the English suffix into the Yiddish word fress, a new English word in the vocabulary of American Jews has been created. This is from, Vernet, pious, religious, devout, healthy, speaker's fluff, air, my Yiddish buddy, address, Toy A Toys, 5400 Depot Street, West Minus 23, Whitesburg, Pennsylvania 19137. Attention, follow us. Side map, help, glossary, recipes, products, testimonials, other sites, Toy A Toys, Santa Matza Man, Mikushka, Candy Expressions. My Yiddish My Yiddish Glossary of Yiddish words and phrases. A B C D E F G H I J K L M N O P Q R S T U V W X Y Z. Yiddish is a hybrid language and takes much of its vocabulary from medieval German and Hebrew. Words from Aramaic, Slavic, and Romance languages, and many of the words come from the specific cultures with Central and Eastern Europe. Yiddish glossary has a structure on its own. While the language is based on a mixture of Hebrew and medieval German, its alphabet is based on the Hebrew alphabet. The Yiddish glossary are not either of the parent languages. Yiddish went through a decline in popularity over the past 100 years but has found a resurgence in recent times and is taught at several prominent universities around the world. Next time you use a word of Yiddish origin, remember that you are speaking a foreign language. Right to happen, to do all talking, to have the greatest say or authority. Abroad. Dash oh hell. Damn it. A curse. Abroad sue dear. Dash a curse on you. Abroad sue Columbus. A curse on Columbus. A for a chain, a blessing. A chaser applies to chaser. A pig remains a pig. A corp. Oh, what a disaster. OST. An expletive. A cholera of deer. Dash a plague on you. Lit. Wishing someone to get cholera. A day J habit. I don't care. I should worry. A flashlight to crank. A chronic ailment. A fire someone truth. He should burn up. Lit. A fire should meet up. A fence to recall a mouth dying cough without dying head to its face. A horrible wish on someone. A dark dream. Nightmare. On your head. Hands and feet. A foil or tattered dream. A lazy person has to do a task twice. A dish act hot nished. I don't care. A gazoon of dying cop. Dash good health to you. Lit. Good health on your head. A glig of deer. Dash good luck to you. Sometimes use sarcastically about minor good fortunes. Big thing. A glig hot deep good draw. Dash big deal. Sarcastic. Lit. A piece of luck happened to you. A gory wager. A big shot. Sarcastically. A grubber young. A harsh young man. A break. A catastrophe. A casual dichotomy is sushi. A thought that the bride is too beautiful. A clock is near. Dash war is me. A clock soon line a sign. Dash a curse on my enemies. A later lunch. A tall person. A long noodle. 11 of dying kettle. A life on your head. A grandparent might say to a grandchild, meaning you are so smart. 11 of deer. Dash you should live. And be well. A long only the great life dare knows. Stop talking yourself into illness. Lit. Don't imagine one can deliver upon the nose. A maid'll make a ladle. A ponytailed nymphet. A maid'll make a brave. A cutie pie showing off her new dress. A match on lip is a toy or match. An unlucky person is a dead person. A match trapped to a dog locked. A person plans that God laughs. A fancy frog neck. It's a steal. Lit. A bargain for a thief. A neglect in a fool remains a fool. And the tiger talk. Dash forget it. Lit. A day that's a night.
Cameron, you're 19 years old.
Unleash it. Dash and a right. A push and a four. This one a klezmer. Dash a beautiful font is like a wedding without a band. A piece to carry. A shallow person. An empty barrel. A rich incog. Crazy. In the head. A short smell. Bad luck. Lit. A black ear. A short and soft. A bad end. A shindig on a charbe. A shame and a disgrace. A shivering one. Loose found movement. A Schlickfleischmitzweigen, a piece of meat with two eyes, insult. A Sticklotus, a great joy. A shy for long, constipated. A soft, dash legs infant. A tuckhouse at home, a person with a very large backside. Lit, a backside and a half. A wolf followed same one, a brunette same nature. A wolf loses his hair but not his nature. A leper cannot change his spots. Happy isn't. Dash as long as you're happy. Happy is responsibility. AFN only friend dogs hit him. He thinks everyone knows he committed a crime. A thief's hat burns. A fear jazz on. Dash I wish it could be said about me. Source in trouble. IFN's tech is its guts of passion. Someone else's ass is easy to smack. Sandwiches lit just to get someone angry, anti-watched, disappointed, Oz's opponent, and we don't fellow. Cultured or finicky. Able Jefferskit, delicately brought up. Anna, son-in-law. Anna, grandchild. 8A, advice. AI verboten, absent-minded, mixed up. A. Political shalom, TVPs. Used in response to the Decree Shalom Aleichem. Aleph Bez, alphabet, the first two letters of the Jewish alphabet. Aleph. Dash it should happen to me, to you. All Simon Glicken, not what it's cracked up to be. All seven lucky things. Alles anonymous nicht to be kinda, all in one person, is to be found in no one. Alright, one who has succeeded. Alright, from the form of Alright. Altimoy, spinster, old maid, Alderosher, bachelor, Alderbach, old goat, Aldercocker, an old man, an Altamigashady, an old witch, an Alterbicator, an old acquaintance, an Alter trumpeting, an old bum, an Imis mace, and, absolutely, true tale, Albicorus, an unbeliever, a skeptic, an atheist, clerk, come in, a roast orphan, thrown out, wasted opportunities, a roast for guilt, thrown out money, wasted money. Orange flipped, dash, Arab, street urchin, person who runs around. Beta, son-in-law, inkling, kid, young, sure, very dormitory. Should have such good luck. Austin purple, Chibitz, siege of wine seed. Dash of my grandmother's hecticals, champagne microphone. Osrier, no hunt, guy Fenwish ticket. If one wants to eat a dog, one finds a stick. Oz all come by. Dash tough luck. Too bad. Misfortune. Ost's second shy girl. Leaves such dare try to schlag. If two people say you are drunk, the third one goes to sleep. If two people confirm something, it's true. As boy, dash really. As boy get us. Dash that's how it goes. As boy gets. Dash so soon. As boy for dog's kitchen's fortune. Dash that's how the cookie crumbles.
Thank you. Very good, Red Band. And literally for 34 on the night.
Babka, coffee cake style pastry. Gotcha, jester, merrymaker, or master of ceremonies for a wedding. At the end of the meal, he announces the presents, lifting them up and praising the giver and the gift in a humorous manner. Background, to bury, base, testicles. Day libertine, persons of high standing. Radish, quiet, respectable, well-known. Pay libertician item, respectable Jews, people of substance and good standing in the community. Pay Booster, mistress of the house. A compliment to someone who is a terrific housekeeper. She is in Bella Booster. Pay Lagua, truck driver, or sloppy person of low standing. Down watching, and sometimes we sarcastically deceive an expert. Bounce, local worker, foul toilet, phone man, scholar, bald shore, bandit, menace, outlaw, pain in the neck. Legs, small suction cups, usually the size of a common shot glass, used to cure many ills in the past. Some people still swear by the effectiveness of this treatment. Barely enough to gossip. Taboo, fornicate, elder, annoy, villain, braggart, show off, bashert, faithful, predestined. Vasyakai, a female only child. Bashertzi, to be destined. Badammed, tasty, delicious. B. Gather, someone without a trade or a regular means of livelihood. Basics like Ethan River, regret strongly that beggar, blind goblin, pygmy, animal, cow, when referring to a human being who needs to live it. They mere us do check wild. You've got no way with me. Big kid, a lonely child. Big kid, to yearn for what to long for. Being shocked, homesickness, nostalgia. Bench, to bless, to recite a blessing. Bench and let, recite prayer over the candles on Sabbath or holy day candles. Very efficient, competent housewife. Sesame Trash, Synagogue. Bialy, named for the Polish city of Białystok. The Bialy is of Jewish origin. A Bialy is a fairly large, about 6 inches, chewy brown yeast hole. Somewhat similar to a bagel, it has a depression rather than a hole in the center, and is sprinkled with chopped sautéed onion before baking. Bicola, Disney the sick. Panic, cheap, inexpensive. Wistflesh Jane, dash are you crazy? Item please. Blanchette, to wander, be lost. Overgate, a female water. Bob, a punch. Bummer, bum, mask. Bobbergate, bum, surface, barefoot. Borscht, beet borscht which the wealthy could afford. Borgs, pastries with cheese inside. Beans, borscht, beet soup. Borscht Circuit, hotels in the Catskill Mountains of New York State, with an almost entirely Jewish clientele, who are fond of borscht. Term is used by entertainers. Orvis, barefoot. Botany borscht, borscht made from leaves for the pork. Borchek, young boy, term endearment. Boyd, stomach, abdomen. Boycotted, stomachache. Yeah, creature, animal. Riot, choice. Breast, circumcision. Breasts. Bridgebrook, head of family. Lid, breadth. Brentford, whiskey. Breeches, not non-speaking terms. Tune, virgin. Bubby, grandmother. Bubby Mace, grandmother's tail. Bubby, friendly term for anybody you like. Butley, endearing term for anyone you like regardless of age. Bull, man built like an oxen, boorish, horse, 1%. Bupkis, nothing. Something totally worthless. Lit, means. Butch, chat, telling tales. C. Child, Hebrew word for life, comprised of the 2 Hebrew letters, Chet and Yod. There is a sect of Jewish mysticism that assigns a numeric value to each letter in the Hebrew alphabet and is devoted to finding hidden meanings in the numeric values of words. The letter Chet has the numeric value of 8, and the letter Yod has the value of 10, for a total of 18. Religious school, Hayyahu, Annie Tom, Dick or Harry. G-Lang recruiter names, criminal government, jailer, evil monkey, probably derived from cholera. Chanson, faint, holla, ceremonial and bread, hiding out or shaped gong. Used on Shabbat and most religious observances with the exception of Pesach, Passover. Jalashes, nausea, faintness, unconsciousness. Chamuel, donkey, jackass, numbskull, fool. Chandelier to bacon, dash, blockhead, you don't, you pass. C. Hanukkah, also known as the Festival of Lights, commemorates the rebuilding of the Temple in Jerusalem. Hanukkah is celebrated for 8 days during which one additional candle is added to the menorah on each night of the holiday. Chop again, dash beat it, live, catch away, catch a road. Chop pioneers in the sheep, dash may you suffer an ugly fate. Chop it, dash take it easy, not so fast. Live, don't grab. Chopsing, catch him. Chasing, wedding. Chasing nation, to plan and execute a wedding. Chascolera, dash God forbid. Chapel, friend. Shay, animal. Chase it, canter. Chisholm, wife of Chaser, canter. Chaser, a pig. One eats like a pig. Chas, swirl, pig's feet, anything bad, unpalatable, in other words, junk food. This word can also be used to describe a lump of household or other kinds of junk. Cheshire, a pen, slow-lit room or house. C. Jacob, taboo, nothing, infinitesimal, worthless. human dung, Chevron man, bunny, Julie, dash vein, punch, slam, wallop, choke, a wise man, sling, a wise guy, choke me, wisdom, right saying, witticism, cholera, cholera, a curse, plague, Joshua match, man of worth and dignity, elite person, respected person, chosen, rapid fan, Chauson, bridegroom, Chauson Kelly, bride and groom, engaged couple, choice of region, make fire, mercure, cream, horseradish, carpet, snow, chocolate mouse, happy, chuck, activity group, chupa, canopy under which a bride and groom stand during marriage ceremony, expo, greatness, basin, expo, ambulance fellow, chilling, ocean wave, Columbus is Medina, it's not what it's cracked up to be, Columbus is country, D, Donegan God, dash thank God, Darth man gain and called, dash for this I went to college, usually said when describing a menial task, Debian, Crane, Dejanish, dash don't worry, dare me strike on God locked, man thinks, hands, and God laughs, Deroid Deroid Iraq is a girl, the world is stupid, Dare take toys, Noid just like his father. Dare University, Dare son, old man, Dare their heads, respect, Dare lab, to live to see, I should dare live to see him get married, already. Dare streak, expression, Justin's supposed to bear, dash you should show comment. Chemie, chemistry. D. Leafskin, old woman. Leafskins, old women. Leafskin 9, old men. Die gold in Medina, the golden country. Diantish Sherry, the bottom line. Dynasmtech, yeshiva students would arrange to be fed by various householders on a daily basis in different houses. Live, eat Demon, bargain, hire, engage, lease, rent. Disdain Schneck, it's starting to snow. Disdain Zaharakin, it's starting to rain. Das Jeffet Mir, this pleases me. Das Einsat Mir Jazal, my heart told me. I predicted it. Das is outs, that's all. Das is obey, the same. Trainer Netcam, dash don't bother me. Lid, don't twist my head. Drazage, dash keep moving. Trey icon, scout grave. Tree, spinning top Houston again is associated with the holiday of Hanukkah. D. Drag, human dung, feces, Europe excrement, inferior merchandise for work, insincere type of excessive flattery. Drug out, mean spirited, sorry was the dot crop on a plate. Drug leader, absolutely nothing, it's not worth anything. Dredges, the sticks, lay on the wall. Do things showing off, dash when you starting puffing up. Du kannst auf meinen working patient near 7 classes organist. You can't pee on my bag and tell me that it's rain. Dump cop, dump hair, dumps, lid, dump head, dirt frame, flop or failure. Diluc, so condemned to wander for a time in this world because of its to escape the perpetual inflicted upon it by evil spirits, the book seeks refuge in the body of some pious man or woman over whom the demons have no power. The book is a Kabbalistic conception. Etch, a groan, a disparaging exclamation. Etch, X, humorous, disparaging remark about anything. For example, American Pie, Etch Mirror movie. Sure, maybe, could be. Dash Yiddish exclamation equivalent to the English show. English words, stubborn. Intonga, dot, done. Yahweh, the evil eye, Hazel, fool, domo, Eggfeld, end of the world, Eames, the truth. Emitzer, someone. Sculpting air, well excused me. Could also be used in a non-sarcastic manner depending on the tone of voice and situation. Towaged, disappointed, X, something. Her, Murshkiet, he talks nonsense. Drinks a share of Forts and Russell. He remembers the night of the flood in a barrel. Aimless. Arrest by no friend. He eats as if he just recovered from a sickness. Pressed by fire. He eats like a horse. Perhaps an AK. He has nothing at all. Lived. He has a boil or minor hurt. E. Perhaps absorbed. He hasn't got a worry. Or is an nitrate tiger barrel. Dash he's a low down for nothing. Short two. Dare nothing. Dash the nuisance is here already. A tall fun down. He ruins it. Zagnish flies in it. He pretends he doesn't know he is doing something wrong. Example, sneaking into a movie theater, or sneaking to the front of a line. He's no good, worthless. Bird-like snack, lid. He's throwing himself. Example, he's getting angry, agitated, his tongue. Its toy life spells. He's restless. Lid. He sits on pins and needles. Resolve accent bites eye belly. Medium cop injury. Dash he should go like an onion with his head in the ground. Hera, she is so well. Land of Israel. S. Brand we often harms. I have a home burn. Escape. Dash it doesn't work. It isn't running smoothly. S. Jeff Almir. I like it. Lid. It pleases me. It's hot, said choice gels in a boy down. Dash nothing came of it. Lid. There's nothing up there but a small attic. E. S is a shade for any kinder. Dash it's a shame for the children. S is Sue Schmidt. It is too late. S gives loves me. It is conceivable. It is imaginable. S not your noise. It doesn't matter to me. S is an danger shift. It's none of your business. S passionate. It is not becoming. It is not fitting. S technique or say okay. Dash it gives me great pleasure. Often said sarcastically. S type nearby. I'm sorry. Lid. It sorrows me. S type nearby. It hurts me. S for real finster and the origin. This is a response to receiving extremely upsetting information or news. Lid. It's getting dark in my eyes. S fit cornet health. Dash nothing will help. S fit health and buy a toilet box. Dash it won't help any. Lid. It will help like cutting on a dead body. S got line for equal she eyes got line for dash it like a bird. Shit like a horse. S bench. Say mensch. Sweet. Pray. Don't act like a jerk. S just enter hate. Eat in good health. S tweet. S and Nick. Eating on a date or having dinner. F. Perish fine, disappeared. Vagella, bird, also used as a derogatory reference to a gay person. Fantasia, man who builds castles in the air. Fire, embittered, bitter person. Flyblot set, lost, bewildered, confused. Flyblot jet, and warrior. Fly butcher, cook, pumpkin. Barday it, distressed, worried, full of care and anxiety. Bargaining in this game, and embracing all merit by doing a good deed. Patronage, tampon, dash go drive yourself crazy. Andros, resentment, disappointment, sorrow. Orphan, lost. Foiled, mildew, rotten, decayed. Frozen, Jessen, forgot. Farcoland, too emotional to talk, ready to cry. Sevacoland. Farcoland this, not being able to walk right, clumsy as in clumsy feet. Pronounced, engaged. Forecast, taboo, dungy, shitty. Farming does oil. Dash shut up, quiet. Lit, shut your mouth. Farm turns, tired. Farm hushed, cut off. Farm hatchet, worn out, fatigued, exhausted. Photos. To get all dressed up to the nines. F. For shimmed, muddy, or rotten. An analogous meaning could be that a person's mind has become senile. Partially to cramp, fruitless. In this matter, live, a sickness that hangs on. Foreshadowing refers to a mixed up or shaken item. Generally indicates something of little or dubious value. Fortunate, highly excitable person, always on the go. Fortune alert, drunk, high as a kite. Fortune loaded, drunk. Forced, dash you understand. Forced stuffed. Forced Lincoln, smells bad, stinks. Forced sweaty. Finished, ready, complete. Fortunate, confused, bewildered, fed up, as if by fumes, gas. Farcical, for sure. F, fecker, capable. Today, dash 3, it stinks, it's no good. Encryption omelet, scrambled eggs. Fishmaker, highfalutin. Findle, ham, bird, horse, slang, fool. Broken component, twisted up, scarred face. Flushed connect, liquid face. Fat, obedient. Fetter, uncle, also uncle. Against her own milkshake, miserable, lit, dark and slippery. F. This finger, toes. This lap, chickens slash ducks. Feet, off to Hampshire. Eagle, cow's wing. Coach, fan. Foigle, snort guy, lit, bird. Boiler, lazy man. Boilastic, foolishness. Fold Mick, dash obey me. Fold Mick again, dash quite a distance. Why should I do it? It's hardly worth the trouble. Falcon, speak through the nose. Or just hate. Dash bon voyage. Travel in good health. Fresh peas, appetizer. Forms, font. Sensible, foul, soul-smelling fart. Frasier, question. Frauch, Abby. Frost and his slap in the face. Friend. Mr. Friendly, stranger. Press, eat, pig at. Frisson, eat like a pig, devour. Fressing, gormandizing, by adding the English suffix into the Yiddish word fress, a new English word in the vocabulary of American Jews has been created. Fully, Mormon. Mrs. Fry, Fernet, pious, religious, devout. Friendly, speakers fluff, air. My Yiddish weapon, address. Toy Bay Toys. 5400 Deedon Street, West Minus 23. Hartsburg, Pennsylvania 19137. Attention, puppy. Follow us. Site map. Home. Glossary. Recipes. Products. Testimonials. Other sites. Toy Bay Toys. Samamat Saman. Makashka. Candy Expressions. My Yiddish Love.
Sorry to call in.
My Yiddish Love. Glossary of Yiddish words and phrases. BCD. FGHLNOPQRSTUVWXYZ. Yiddish is a hybrid language and takes much of its vocabulary from medieval German and Hebrew, but with a smattering of words from Aramaic, Slavic, and Norse languages as well. Many of the words come from the specific cultures within Central and Eastern Europe. Yiddish glossary has a structure all its own. While the language is based on a mixture of Hebrew and medieval German, its alphabet is based on the Hebrew alphabet. The rules of Yiddish glossary are not the same as either of the parent languages. Yiddish went through a decline in popularity over the past 100 years, but has found a resurgence in recent times and is taught at several prominent universities around the world. Next time you use a word of Yiddish origin, whether you are speaking a foreign language. A. Episode, a little. Up by so, a very little. A great how big. Dash I have no alternative. A great help. To do all the talking. To have the greatest say or authority. Of all. Dash of hell. damn it, a curse, a rhapsody, dash a curse on you, a rhapsody Columbus, a curse on Columbus, a blockchain, a blessing, a chaser blight, a chaser, a pig remains a pig. Oh, what a disaster. OST, an expletive. A polyate deer. Dash a plague on you. Blood, wishing someone to get cholera. A DJ Hobbit, I don't care. I should worry. A flashlight to crank, a chronic ailment. A fire sovereign truth. He should burn up. Lead, a fire should beat him. Offense terrible enough, dying call from dying head twin to face. A horrible wish on someone, a dark dream, nightmare, on your head, hands and feet. A foil or double twin, a lazy person has to do a task twice. A jet lag published, I don't care. A gazoon of dying call. Dash good health to you, good health on your head. A herd of deer, dash good luck to you. Sometimes use sarcastic good fortunes, big thing. A click hot deep drive. Dash big deal. Sarcastic, good. A piece of luck happened to you. A blizzard soldier, a big shot, sarcastically. A grubber young, a harsh young man. A good a catastrophe. A casual comedy song. A mirage, a tall person, a long noodle. A weapon of time cap, a knife on your head. A great parent might say to a grandchild, meaning you are so smart. 11 of deer. Dash you should live, and be well. A line on Libra or 5 deer knows. Stop talking yourself into illness. Live. Don't imagine one and deliver upon the nose. A maiden myth fatal, a ponytail infant. A maiden myth proclaimed, a cutie pie showing off her new dress. A mensch on luck is a toiler mensch. An unlucky person is a dead person. A mensch trapped in 12 act. A person plans in God acts. A Betsy for a native. It's a steal. Live. A bargain for a thief. And their left and a fool remains a fool. And a tiger top. Dash forget it. Live. A day that's a night. A nishtakiet, dash in a body. A fish on a force is like a skin of plasma. Dash a bee without a font is like a wedding without a band. A piece of cake, a shallow person, an empty bear. A rich in cop, crazy, in the head. A short swan, bad luck, red, a black ear. A Schwartz and soft, a patent, a shindig on a charbet, a shame and a disgrace. A shitter home, leaves span movement. A shtick fleisch mit Zweigen, a piece of meat with 2 eyes, insult. A shtick notches, a great joy. A shy from love, constipated. A soft, dash Lexington, in it. A tuckers on a hollow, a person with a very large backside. Lit, a backside in a half. A girl follower saying more, and her name saying nature. A wolf loses his hair but not his nature. A leper cannot change his spots. Happy is it. Dash as long as you're happy. Acca is responsibility. AFN home if Brent dogs hit him. He thinks everyone knows he committed a crime. A thief's help burns. If Mir does all, dash I wish it could be said about me. A source in trouble. FEM's tech is satisfaction. Someone else's ass is easy to smack. A pussy which is spiteful, lit, just to get someone angry. Entourage disappointed. Causes panic. Ambivalent fellow. Aid. Culture. Finicky. Aid judgment. Delicately brought up. Ada. Son-in-law. Unethical. Grandchild. Aid say. Advice. AI. Rotelt. Absent mind. Next time, Alaikum Shalom, DBPs, used in response to the Shalom Alaikum. Allah Faz, alphabet, first 2 letters of the Shalom. Dash should happen to me, to you, all 7 key things. All 9 is nicht to pay all in one person, is to be found in no one. Alright, you have succeeded. Alright, feminine form of Alright. Alter, spinster, old maid, alter bush, adjective, alter back, old goat, alter copper, an old man or old woman, an alter shady, an old witch, an alter Peter, an old acquaintance, an alter trumpet, an old gun, an Miss Mace, and, absolutely, true tale, multi-chorus, an unbeliever, a skeptic, an atheist. Orbit, come in, arrest orphan, thrown out, wasted opportunities, arrest for female, thrown out money, wasted money, arrows flicked, dash plucked, nicked, arrow, stream tension, person who runs around, Ada, son-in-law, incline kid, young, sure, very derogatory. As a young leader, I should have such good luck. Ozzy Burgle, chickens, procedure like seed. Dash it, my grandmother's had testicles, she would be my grandfather. Osmir Hilschlieb, Schmuck Hunt, got a feminist ticket, if one wants to beat a dog, one finds a stick. Osma Conway, dash tough luck, too bad, misfortune. Second Shiger, meets such dead rubbish level. If two people say you are drunk, and third one goes to sleep. If two people confirm something, it's true. Dash ratings, as breakage test. Dash that's how it goes. As breakage. Dash so soon. As wafer dust kitchen scratching. Dash that's how the cookie crumbles. B. Vodka, coffee cake style pastry. Belgian, Chester, merrymaker or master of ceremonies or wedding. At the end of the meal he announces the presents, lifting them up and praising the giver and the gift in a humorous manner. Background, to bury, base, testicles. Bailiff team, persons of high standing. Well-banished, quiet, respectable, well-mannered. Bailiff petition young, respectable Jews, people of substance and good standing in the community. Bailiff mistress of the house. A compliment to someone who is a terrific housekeeper. She is in Bailiff Houston. Bailiff Law, truck driver or sloppy person of low standing. Found logic inexpert, sometimes used sarcastically or is he an expert? Balancing miracle woman, valedictory, lone man, scholar, sure, bandit, meanness, arabia in the neck, banks, small suction cups, usually the size of a common shot glass, used to cure many in the past. Some people still swear by the effectiveness of this treatment. Better than women, togasm, vile, taboo, obligate, other, annoy, violent, show off, bashert, fated or predestined, Asiakai, a female child, basher, to predestined, badant, tasty, delicious, without a trade or regularly slightly finger yet strongly wine bottle. Referring to a human being who needs to avoid it. Baby or has to do check miles. You've got me away with me. Been a kid of a lonely child. Beacon, to yearn for or to long for. Milk shaft, homesickness, nostalgia. Bed, to bless, to recite blessing. Pensionette, recite prayer, burn candles on Sabbath or holy day candles. Baby, efficient, competent housewife. Best midrash, synagogue. Bialy, named for the Polish city of Białystok. Bialy is of Jewish origin. A bialy is a fairly large, about 6 inches, chewy round yeast roll, somewhat similar to a bagel. It has a depression rather than a hole in the center, and is sprinkled with chopped sauté done in before baking. Vital colon, visiting the sick, billing, cheap, inexpensive. Bistmesh Jane, dash are you crazy? Budget please. Luncheon, to water, be lost. Order case, a female board. Dog, a pouch. Boomer, gun, mask. Bomber, surface, barefoot, borscht, meat borscht which the wealthy can afford, buns, pastries with cheese inside, borscht, meat soup, borscht circuit, hotels in the Catskill Mountains of New York State with an almost entirely Jewish clientele who are fond of borscht. Term is used by entertainers. Wordless, barefoot. Botany borscht. Borscht made from leaves for the poor. Boychuk, young boy, term of endearment. Boy, stomach, abdomen. Boycotton, stomach ache. Bri, creature, animal. Briar, choice. Breast, circumcision. Risen, breasts. Head of family, lid, bread giver. Brenton, whiskey. Breeches, not non-speaking terms. Sweet, virgin. Bubby, grandmother. Bubby mace, grandmother's tail. Friendly term for anybody you like. Endearing term for anyone you like regardless of age. Bull, man built like an ox, bullish, horse, person. Bupkis, nothing. Something totally worthless, lid, beans. Foot, chat, telling tales. C. Chai, Hebrew word for life, comprised of the two Hebrew letters, chet and yod. There is a sect of Jewish mysticism that assigns a numeric value to each letter in the Hebrew alphabet and is devoted to finding hidden meanings in the numeric values of words. The letter chet has a numeric value of 8, and the letter yod has the value of 10, for a total of 18. Religious school. Chaim Yaakov, Annie Tom, Dick or Harry. Shmiang Bokuder News, the perennial gecko. Chaileria, evil woman. Probably derived from cholera, chilshin, faint. Challah, ceremonial egg bread, either round or shaped long. Used on Shabbat and most religious observances with the exception of Pesach, Passover. Nauseous, nausea, faintness, unconsciousness. General, donkey, jackass, numbskull, fool. Warrior to either. Dash your blockhead, you don't. You ass. C. Hanukkah, also known as the Festival of Lights, commemorating at the Temple in Jerusalem. Hanukkah is celebrated for 8 days during which an additional candle is added to the menorah on each night of the holiday. Chapagay, dash beaten, lid, catch away, catch a road. Chapman music machine, dash beaten, you suffer monthly fit. Chapman, take it easy, not so fast. Lid, don't grab. Chatsing, catch ham, chasing, wedding. Chasing major, to plan and execute a wedding. Chat parallel, dash God forbid. Chuckle, friend, shay, anyone. Chazen, canter. Choosing the wife of Chazen, canter. Chaser, pig, or means like a pig. Jazz, swirl, pig's feet, anything bad, unpalatable, rotten. In other words, junk food. This word can also be used to describe a line of household or other kinds of junk. Chazers, pig pen, slovenly kept room or house. C. Shake up, taboo, nothing, infinitesimal, worthless, unimportant, lid, human dumb. Chubber man, buddy. Humiliate, dash bang, punch, slam, wallop, choke, a wise man, slang, a wise guy, choke me, wisdom, right saying, witticism, cholera, cholera, a curse, plague, choshever mensch, man of worth and dignity, elite person, respected person. Chosen, rapid fan. Chosen, bridegroom. Chosen, Calais, bride and groom. Engaged couple. Choice of nation. Make fun of. Ridicule. Cream. Horseradish. Problem. Snore. Shuffle out limbs. Activity. Chuck. Activity group. Shabbat. Can of p.m. in which a bride and groom stand during the marriage ceremony. Uxbay, brazenness, basin, uxbinic, ambient villa, chilling, ocean wave. Columbus's Medina is not what it's cracked up to be. Columbus's country. D. Duncan got. Dash thank God. Darwin in college. Dash this I went to college. Usually said when describing menial tasks. Debbie, pray. Diminished. Dash don't worry. Dear man struck uncalled. Man thinks, plans, and God laughs. Dear Roy, Dear Roy, is a goyle. The world is stupid. Dear Tate Horace, just like his father. Dear University, Dear son, old man. Dear Garrett's, respect. Dear lad, to live to see, I should only live to see him get married. Dear Roy's drink expression. Dear State's goals to Garrett. Dash you should show comment. Chemistry. D. Dayskin, old woman. Dayskins, old women. Dayskin 9, old men. Die Golden Medina, the golden country. Diane Tertiary, the bottom line. Dynasm's yeshiva students would arrange to be fed by various householders on a daily basis in different houses. Lit, E-days. Demon, Borean, Hire, Engage, Release, Rent. Despain Schnag, it's starting to snow. Despain Hurricane, it's starting to rain. Das Jacket Mir, this pleases me. Das Outside Mir does all. My heart told me. I predicted it. Das is out. That's all. Das Selbay, the same. Dreamer can't come. Dash don't bother me. Lit, don't twist my head. Drazich, dash keep moving. Dre icon, scatterbrain. Jewel, spinning top used in a game that is associated with the holiday of Hanukkah. D. Drag, human dung, feces, manure or excrement, inferior merchandise for work, insincere talk for excessive flattery. Drug out dim teller, mean-spirited, valueless lip-dot grab on a plate. Drug medley worth absolutely nothing. It's not worth anything. Drudges, the sticks, way out in the wild. Do things showing off? Dash, are you starting up again? Du kannst nicht auf meinen Rücken fischen für second classes readiness. You can't pee on my back and tell me that it's rain. Dumb go, dance, lit, dumb head. Dirt flop, failure. Dibble, so condemned to wander for a time in this world because of its sins. To escape the perpetual torments inflicted upon it by evil spirits, the book seeks refuge in the body of some pious man or woman over the demons having no power. The book is a cabalistic conception. Edge, a glow, a disparaging exclamation. Edge, mere, X, humorous, disparaging remark about anything. For example, American Pie, Edge, mere, movie. Edge, maybe, could be. Dash Yiddish exclamation equivalent to the English O. English words, stubborn. English Tonka, dumped, died. Round away, the evil eye. Rising, fool, double, egg end of the world. Eames, the truth. Ignizer, someone. In Scotch layer, well excuse me. Can also be used in a non-sarcastic manner depending on the tone of voice and situation. Deranged, disappointed, X, something. Bulbet Murshkiet, he talks nonsense. Drinks a share of bad words and lessons. He wanders around like a fart in a barrel, aimless. Arrest thy naked friend. He eats as if he just recovered from a sickness. Refreshed by a bird, he eats like a horse. Or how to make it. He has nothing at all. Lit. He has a boil or minor hurt. Eat. Or how to absorb. He hasn't got a worry. Birds and I drink tiger curl. Dash he's up and down good for nothing. Earth shrink to. Dare nothing. Dash the nuisance is here already. He pretends he doesn't know he is doing something wrong. Example, sneaking into a movie theater. sneaking to the front of the line. Toy type. He's no good, worthless. Revived Zach. Lid. He's throwing himself. Example. He's getting angry, agitated, pissed off. Here's his toy Eichschwitz. He's restless. Lid. He sits on pins and needles. Resolve X side belly. Medium cup. Dash he should go like an onion, with his head in the ground. Arab she's so well, land of Israel. S friend often harms. I have a heartburn. Escape it. Dash it doesn't work. It isn't running smoothly. S check out near. I like it. Lid. It pleases me. S hot sit choice jobs and avoid him. Dash nothing came of it. Lid. There's nothing out there but a small attic. E. S is a shindig for a kinder. Dash it's a shame for the children. S is Sue Schmidt. It is too late. S conjugal. It is conceivable. It is imaginable. S not your Nicholas. It doesn't matter to me. S is not danger shaft. It's none of your business. S past it. It is not becoming. It is not fitting. S technique per se. A. Dash it gives me great pleasure. Often said sarcastically. S Techmere Blah. I'm sorry. Lid. It sorrows me. S Techmere Blah. It hurts me. S Near Finster and the origin. This is a response to receiving extremely upsetting information or news. Lid. It's getting dark in my eyes. S Fit Gordon Health. Dash nothing will help. S Fit Health and Viatoid Nuance. Dash it won't help any. Lid. It will help like blood pumping in a dead body. S by ein for equal she ice like ein foot. Dash eat like a bird. Shit like a horse. S bench. Say mensch. Eat. Pray. Don't act like a jerk. S just enter hate. Eat in good health. S to eat. S mimic. Eating the day we're having dinner. F. Perish fine. Disappeared. Fagella. Also used as a derogatory reference to a gay person. Fantasier. Man who builds castles in the air. Forbidden. Embittered. Bitter person. Farblon set. Lost. Bewildered. Confused. Forwarding jet. Inferior. Forfeiture. Cook. Hungry. David. Distressed. Worried. Full of care. Anxiety. Bargaining. Misplay. A blessing or a merit. By doing a good deed. Fardrising. Stand Dash go drive yourself crazy. Fardris. Resentment. Disappointment. Sorrow. Farfallin. Loss. Farfoils. Mildew. Rot. Decay. Farfallin. Frozen. Forjustin. Forgot. Farcollect. Too emotional to tap. Ready to cry. See collect. Farcollect this. Not being able to walk right. Clumsy and easy feet. Farnaft. Engaged. Farcat. Taboo. Dungy. Shitty. Farming. Farming. Dash. Shut up. Quiet. Lid. Shut your mouth. Farm hurt. Tired. Farm rushed. Befuddled. Farm luncheon. Worn out. Fatigued. Exhausted. Farm mixed. To get all dressed up to the nines. F. For shoot. An analogous meaning could be that a person's mind has become senile. Farshlepticron. Fruitless. Immatter. Lid. A sickness that hangs on. Farschlaginer refers to a mixed up portion item. Generally indicates something of little or dubious value. Farschmater. Highly excitable person. Always on the go. Farschnickerot. Drunk. High as a kite. Farschnishkin. Drunk. Farschs. Dash you understand. Farschstopped. Stop. Farschtanken. Was bad. Stinks. Farschwitzt. Sweaty. Fartic. Finished. Ready. Complete. Farchit. Confused. Bewildered. Befuddled. As if by fumes. Gas. Farsiger. For sure. F. Fecker. M. Capable. Fay. Dash food. It stinks. It's no good. Finkelchen omelet. Scrambled eggs. Feinschmecker. Highfalutin. Findel. Pan. also uncle. Finsterland glitchik, miserable, lit, dark and slippery. F. Fistfinger, toes. Fislack, chickens/ducks, feet, often in shell. Fleegle, fowl's wing. Foch, fan. Foible, smart guy, lit, bird. Foiler, lazy man. Foileristic, foolishness. Folkmick, dash or baby. Folkmick again. Dash quite a distance. Why should I do it? It's hard to avoid the trouble. Falcon, speak through the nose. Fortunes and hate. Dash bon voyage. Travel in good health. Fresh peas, appetizer. Fords, font. Fort sans opera, a foul, soul-smelling font. Frasier, question. Frailch, happy. Frask and pisk slap in the face. Friend. Mr. Friendly, stranger. Fress, eat, pig out. Fixin, eat like a pig, devour. Fressing, pyramidizing, by adding the English suffix into the Yiddish word fress, a new English word in the vocabulary of American Jews has been created. Business from, frame name, pious, religious, devout. Speakers from, bearer, my Yiddish word. Address, 28 Rose, 5400 Dayton Street, West minus 23. Wrightsburg, Pennsylvania 11137. Attention, follow us, Sajman, home, glossary, recipes, calls, testimonials, other sites, 28 Rose, Simon and Samora, Nakashka, Candy Expressions.
Peanut butter whiskey, Hiltonian,
My Yiddish
beverage that you can take straight mix
glossary of Yiddish words and phrases. A B C D E F G H I J K L M N O P Q R S T U V W X Y Z. Yiddish is a hybrid language and takes much of its vocabulary from medieval German and Hebrew, but with a smattering of words from Aramaic, Slavic, and Romance languages as well. Many of the words come from the specific cultures within Central and Eastern Europe. Yiddish glossary has a structure all its own. While the language is based on a mixture of Hebrew and medieval German, its alphabet is based on the Hebrew alphabet. The rules of Yiddish glossary are not the same as either of the parent languages. Yiddish went through a decline in popularity over the past 100 years but has found a resurgence in recent times and is taught at several online universities around the world. Next time you use a word in Yiddish remember that you are speaking a foreign language. Episode, a little, a myself, a very little, a great habit, dash I have no alternative, a bread to hop, to do all the talking, to have the greatest say or authority, dash oh hell, damn it, a curse, a dog soon dear, dash a curse on you, a dog soon Columbus, a curse on Columbus, a virgin, a blessing, a chaser blood to chaser, a pig remains a pig.
Here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors of tonight's episode of
What a disaster. OST. And next one. A colony of deer. Dash a plague on you. Live. Wishing someone to get power. A DJ Albert. I don't care. I should worry. A flashlight to bring. A sonic air. A fire set in drift. He should burn out. Live. A fire should be out. Offense to a colon of dying off without steps between fists, a horrible wish on someone, a dark dream, nightmare, on your head, hands and feet. A foil or talisman, a lazy person has to do a task it's wise. A jeshet, Talmish, I don't care. A gazoomed of dying cars, dash good health to you, live, good health on your head. A good of dear, dash good health to you, sometimes use sarcastically about minor good fortunes, good thing. A good cod deep draw, dash good deal, sarcastic, Lived. A piece of what happened to you. A glorious teenager. A big shot. Sarcastically. A glover young. A Porsche young man. A break. A catastrophe. A casual dichotomy is sushi. A thought that the bride is too beautiful. A clock is near. Dashboard is me. A clock soon line in silence. Dash a person on my enemies. A linger watch. A tall person. A long noodle. A weapon of time travel. A life for your head. A grandparent might say to a grandchild meaning you're so smart. A weapon of dear. Dash you should live. And be well. A little ugly but great life paradise. Stop talking yourself into illness. Live. Don't imagine one and go with your phone nose. A maiden with a bagel. A ponytail with fret. A maiden make a claim. A cute passion not her. Two dress a fade. A midge with is a further midge. An unlucky person is a dead person. A midge trapped with God locked. A person plans and God laughs. Let's see for a gainer. It's a steal. Live. A bargain for a thief. A hides in. A fool remains a fool. And a tiger top. Dash forget it. Live. A day that's a night. Punish Takiet. Dash in a light. A push on your force is biggest in a corner. Dash of pain without a font. It's like a wedding without a band. A piece of cake. A shallow person. An empty barrel. A rich income. Crazy. In the head. A short sword. Bad luck. Lives. A glossy. A short soft. A bandit. A shitty elementary. A shame and a disgrace. A shitty love. Blue spelling of a speculation of spider. A piece of meat with two eyes. Insult. A stigmagus. A great joy. A shot from us. Constipated. A salt. A salt. Dash Jackson. In it. A tuckus on the hall. A person with a very large backside. Live. A backside and a half. A ball father of Jane Moore. A redneck Zen nature. A wolf loses his hair but not his nature. A love cannot change his spots. A magazine. Dash as long as you're healthy. A rigorous responsibility. A headset on the front does. Someone knows he can make a crime. These have burns. We are dissolved. Dash I wish it could be said about me.
Decided to treat my old lady with some
Of divorce. Someone angry. Culture authentic. Interjected. Secondly brought up. Ada. Son-in-law. A grandchild. A advice. I love you out. Absent minded. A Alaikum Shalom. To the peace. Use the response that equating Shalom. I left as alphabet. The first two letters of the Jewish alphabet. Dash it happened to me. To you. All excited and clicking. Enough words cracked up to me. Also, lucky names. I finished to do a kind of all-in-one. Person is to be found in your how Reineck may succeed. How Reineck. Feminine form without Reineck. Alternative. Spinster. Old maid. Alteration. Bachelor. Alterbach. Old goat. Altercocker. An old man or old woman. An alternative shady. An old witch. An alternative. An old acquaintance. An alter tribal. An old bubble. An innocent mace. And, absolutely, true tale. On the course, an unbeliever. A skeptic. An atheist. Orbit. Hope. Come in. Roast forth from now. Wasted opportunities. Roast for female. Thrown out money. Wasted money. Punch flipped. Dash flushed. Arrow street urchin. Person who runs around. Vega. Son-in-law. A cleaner kid. Young. Sure. Very derogatory. Aussie yellow beer. I should have such good luck. Aussie Burger, chicken simple, siege of the North Sea. Dash it, my grandmother's had testicles, she would be my grandfather. Aussie Ashley, Schnurrhut, it's a strip. Has not come by. Dash tough luck. Too bad. Misfortune. Austin Simon Shaka. Leads Zitch der Dreierschlag. If two people say you are drunk, the third one goes to sleep. If two people confirm something, it's true. Husboy. Dash really. His boy gets house. Dash that's how it goes. His boy gets. Dash so soon. His way for Dust Kitchen Scotia. Dash that's how the cookie crumbles. Vodka, coffee cake style extreme. Batch, Chester, merrymaker, almost hysterical wedding. At the end of the meal, he announces the presents. With diplomat and praising the giver and the gift in a humorous manner. Diaper, to Mary. Babes, testicles. Hail of a team. Persons at eye standing. Well banished, quiet, respectable, well-mannered. Babe of Patricia Gatlin, respectable juice, hero of substance and good standing in the community. Babe Brewster, mistress of the house, accompaniment to someone who is a terrific housekeeper. She is in Bela Brewster. Bela Gore, truck driver or sloppy person below standing. That watching, an expert, sometimes sarcastically or
I don't even know. We're on the second floor of this shit. It's wild out here on these streets. Jeff, welcome to Austin. You've been on the show many times. You know how it works. A bunch of people signed up for the opportunity to do this stage here. If I told their name, I'm not going to get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know their time is up and you sound of a kid. That means they wrap it up then, or else they bring out the newest Hollywood Bear. And that interrupts them if they go over their time. Are you guys ready to start the show? After they're set, I interview them. We find out more about them and what makes them different on this planet. And we're going to start the show with a bang tonight, ladies and gentlemen. We've been starting the show with regulars for quite a while now, and I have decided to switch up the format. So the comedian going first tonight is the longest standing regular in the history of Kill Tony. Touring all over the country, headlining his own shows, featuring for me, featuring for Duncan Trussell, the man who we have watched grow here over many years. Make some noise for the big red machine, William Montgomery. Come on, guys, make some noise for William. Alex Jones owns $40 million. Alex Jones owes $40 million. Holy shit, that's almost $5 for every made-up Holocaust victim. Yeah, that was a pretty good one. I wish I didn't fuck up the beginning. Jeff Ross is here. You can't have Jeff Ross here not tipping to roast him. After all, he is the roast master. Nobody can hold Jeff Ross back. Nobody, except casting agents. Okay, that was stupid. Olivia Newton-John died today. I wonder how her husband Elton is taking it. I'm sure he's devastated. I think they were married like 40-something years. It's very sad. Environmentalists are angry that this year Taylor Swift has already taken 170 flights on her private jet. Swift claims she only took 8 of the flights, and the rest of the time it was loaned out to other people. Apparently, the only thing loaned out more than Taylor Swift's jet is Redman's mom. Elon Musk will buy Twitter, but has the nerve to send my girlfriend flowers? On our anniversary? Yeah, no, really. Elon Musk will buy Twitter, but he sent my girlfriend flowers on our anniversary the other day. So, not really a joke. Yeah, we go silent. We got it here for the admission that can you believe that, Jeff?
Yeah, you want fucking by Twitter reasons, fucking here, no fucking flowers on our anniversary.
You should have sent her flowers.
I know, I'm thinking about it, but it just, I don't know, we're in a fight. I thought I was supposed to.
You know what Olivia did with the shots last words were?
What?
I got chills. They're multiplying.
I love it. I mean, nailed it. Too soon, everybody? Come on. Come on, Austin. I thought we were tough. Our body's still a little warm. William, are you done with your comedy set, by the way? You don't know how to close comedy set. Yeah. What do you think about that, Jeff? Brought him on board when you ran out of shit to talk about. What a hand for William, everybody, out here. Would have been the joke of the year had you nailed that Alex Jones landing, but I was like the third word that you said into the microphone. It was nose, and you meant to say those. I know, I was horrified in my brain. I was like, this is going to be a good opportunity for me. This is a really good joke. That's what it is what Alex Jones was saying. Yeah, but it didn't work out. Fuck up, so sue me. Alright, we'll see if that's actually a thing that you can do. Why the thing about Elon Musk sending your girlfriend flowers? Like, what part of that were you like, okay, I'm going to talk about this on stage? I don't know. I was thinking it was funny. The idea of Elon sending my girlfriend flowers. Set up to a joke. On our anniversary, yeah, I just took the setup of that one. And obviously, that was the most silent I think I've ever fucking heard it. Yeah, so I'll keep that one going. I'll use that one. Yeah, to the second part of the joke is usually part of that. That's important. Yeah, I left it at the first part. I was making mistakes of fucking soup. Fucking mistakes. I think someone's got a new catchphrase. I do believe it appears as though soupy is something you started saying this week. William, what else is going on? What's going on in your normal life? Catch us up. I'm actually starting on GoFundMe. I'm very excited. I'm taking a jet ski from Lake Austin to the Gulf of Mexico in a couple of weeks. I think it's like a 3-month-long journey. But yeah, I'm flying a jet ski. I'm going to take it from Lake Austin to the fucking Gulf of Mexico. Oh my goodness. I haven't yet. No, I was doing some preliminary research. I think it's doable. I think it's a doable task. But yeah, are you gonna have like a backpack on, or are you gonna drag like a backpack, a lot of sunscreen, and a bunch of it's a fucking jet ski. I'm not gonna have anywhere to hide out. It's really hot in the daytime. Yeah, it seems like most of what you would have would be sunscreen. A big bag of sunscreen. And bringing some food along with you. Yeah, I'm thinking some granola bars. I mean, literally, it's a 3-month-long journey. And Jeff, I was wondering, is there any way I can tempt you to go make a long journey with me? No. But you were happy to see me when you went out. Maybe that's why I was very happy to see you. So if you have a regular set, we got to have some fun together. And I love the vibe that you bring. I don't know why you're sniffing the microphone. Do you see that? It confuses me. It makes me wonder what's going on all around. Maybe there's something else happening with you. Do you smell that? Do you have it? I don't know how often they clean the microphones, but it's a special thing. He's only allowed to hold the microphone when he's on stage. He tries to do it in the grainer. We don't allow it. They're holding it the way like the told some cow. So, yes. But I enjoyed your jokes. It's 1 minute though, right? 1 minute. Yeah. Lose that slip of paper, and then you just whatever you remember, you'll remember, and you'll have more fun. I know. Focus on the word, the reading of it. Because you're writing it like on a little tiny thing. Like, it's so hard to read.
excited to announce to y'all I got a new sponsor! Wow. This is absolutely incredible. Yoplait Yogurt, it's a 7-year, $1.4 million fucking contract. Wow. That's why I even thought about buying the jet ski. I was like, what am I going to do with all this fucking money? I was like, okay, I need to get a jet ski. And then I was like, what am I going to do with this jet ski? And I was like, has it ever been done? Somebody going from the Gulf of Mexico, from Lake Austin? It's never been done, people. I don't know why this fucking guy's laughing so hard. You're the only guy laughing I appreciate it. Why is it so funny? Because you made it. You fucking go fuck me, and then you said how much money you were making from yoga. I sense some impropriety here. Do they have fruit on the top now? Why did they pick you? Oh my god. Red man. I don't really get that. Seriously. Oh my goodness. Sorry, man. I'm a gay. Alright. I'm gonna cut you off there. I look like a big gay. I look like a gay. So, wow. You can't believe you have a yogurt sponsorship. Right, man. So one has fucking sucked my dick before. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about me being gay. Yeah, it's shit on the bottom, free on top, I guess. Okay, or Yoplait jokes on Red Band that are not easy to digest, unlike Yoplait yogurt. William, I love you. What a great way to get tonight's show kick-started. That's the great William I've got for everybody. All right. Now things get interesting. My hand goes into the bucket, and I pull out a random name. Could be somebody we're meeting for the first time. Could be the return of a local legend. Anything that happened. Your first comedian going up tonight out of the bucket. We know this young man. He's been on the show a couple times. Make some noise for a new minute from David Centofanti, everybody. Here we go. David Centofanti. It's been a while. It's been on the show before, though. I remember David. He's a local up-and-coming comedian. Everybody, this guy up. Hell yeah, look at him. Make some nice for him. It's David Centofanti, everybody. Come on. I lost 60 pounds thanks to psychedelic mushrooms. Who knew how badly I needed vegetables in my diet? I was tripping balls looking at the food pyramid going, who built this? Is it aliens that want me to have this much spaghetti? Because I'll fucking do it. I took mushrooms back in Detroit recently, went to the casino. Don't recommend it. And I thought I could see where the roulette ball was going to land. And then I started playing dice and dominoes. And I started having the thought that dice are just dominoes that realize they live in the third dimension. And I went and told everybody at the casino. They're like, sir, you need to leave the room. They got this tip. 59 seconds. David Centofanti with without a doubt has to be your best performance on the show. One of my favorite things about this show is sometimes someone gets pulled out of the bucket, they have a really bad set, and then you see them a couple months later and they're a little bit better, and maybe they go backwards and then they're better, and that was solid the entire way through, David. That's incredible. You're doing the right thing, putting it all together. And Jeff called it on your way to the stage. You're literally like rubbing goop out of your eyes. You look like you just fucking fell off a mountain or something like that. How are you, David? How did it feel? I'm great. Yeah. I came from upstairs, so I just took a deep breath and stayed in the zone. That's it. Guy as big as you probably takes a few deep breaths today. Sir. David, how long have you been on stand-up? 5 years. And is Detroit where you're from? Yes. Okay. It's interesting that you said that because yesterday, I did Mushrooms with Detroit Danny Brown. You guys know who that is? Friend of the show. Unbelievable rapper. The universe is funny like that. I was tripping my fucking balls off yesterday, and Danny, who ate more mushrooms than me, kept insisting that I wasn't tripping. So for 6 hours, I'm like completely fucking in another universe. And Danny just kept going, "You ain't even tripping, man! It's not gonna only eat a little bit of mushroom." And I'm like, "Danny, I'm fucked up." He's like part of the table, like looking at me. "You ain't even fucked up." Every 10 minutes I hear it, no matter where I went.
I took mushrooms on tax day this year. That was a mistake.
Tax day?
Yeah, like on April 15th, we were celebrating my birthday, and I totally forgot to pay my taxes, so I had to fill out turbo tax while I'm tripping balls.
Wow. That is not easy. That is not 1040 easy either. What form did you use? Oh, tax form jokes, no respect. Under dependence, did you write drugs and alcohol? You can use that for your minute next week. So, what do you do for work, David? How do you make a living?
I'm actually interviewing tomorrow to sell solar panels during the day.
Oh, okay.
Right now, I produce the Best Medicine comedy show. That was
Okay, there you go. Cheap plug-in. Let me ask you this. You're going on a job interview tomorrow for solar panels. How do you think you should try to sell us a solar panel right now? All right. So you're at your job interview. I'm the guy. Hello, David. How are you? I see here you do your taxes the day of. Sell us a solar panel, David. Go right ahead. This is David Santafonte. He has a big interview tomorrow. Can I be your wife? Can I be your wife? Yeah. Honey, sometimes, I heard rumors that these solar panels, they don't look like silver roofs, that they can break very easily, so I don't know. Yeah, you know me, I'm a real American. I like burning fuel, so I'm not really that interested in solar panels. Plus, like you said, babe, they're ugly. Yeah. And I want to fuck tonight, so I'm going to agree with you. Why should we get these?
Well, Tony, I too am American and love to burn fossil fuels, but like all of us know, sometimes things can get crazy, and that fossil fuels may be not reliable or not be available for any time. So if you plan now, pending future,
Are you kidding? The world is ending? Babe, let's get out of here.
This guy, if you look like you're gay,
Good luck with the interview. That sounds like it. Unlike solar panels, I think you have really good energy up here tonight. Obviously, you've been very productive. You've been, I love it, David. Good jokes. That's good jokes. Yeah, you did good. Really rock solid at the beginning, man. Thank you so much. Hey, actually, I would love to have you on the secret show first. Wow, look who just got booked for a real show. Do you have one of these junk books?
I already have one.
You have a big one? There you go. David Santafonte. Everybody follow him at David Santafonte. Back to the go. You see that? That's how it works. You guys having fun out there yet? Okay, this looks like a new name. I'm excited about this. Make some noise for Roro Jose Abejo. Roro Jose Abejo. God damn it, how about one more hand for this band we got up here tonight, huh? You can't take a moment for granted in this world. Here he is, one more time for Roro Jose Abejo.
Austin, Texas. USA! 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 Wow, hey! America's the greatest intro to don't let anyone forget. And that's coming from a Caribbean that moved to Australia. Like, to get a green card in Australia, it took me a marriage and 14 years of my life. It was actually fun. So, if you want to say, oh, my number is, no, this will be fun. So, yeah, after 14 years in Australia, I
USA Avejo has arrived. Holy shit. Oh my god, that was bad on every level. Let's talk about it, my friend. Did you think any of that was gonna work? No. My god.
I was trying it.
You got big reactions on America is the greatest country in the world and USA. And then the Great Fall began.
What's happening right now?
Huh?
What's happening right now?
What?
Sorry.
Jesus, why are you asking any questions right now? You should be on your knees pleading for forgiveness for Jose Avejo. Meanwhile, you're asking me fucking questions? What is going on? I like how you're wrapping up the cord to make a noose. Can you use it? There you go, Roro. Okay, so Roro, you basically admitted to being an illegal immigrant during your set. How long have you been in America? What are you doing here?
I lived in Australia, but a month ago I went to Peru, shot some cocaine. No, sorry.
Weird path for a terrorist to take. But obviously you saved all your bombs for your performance here tonight. So.
And then I was pretty disappointed because I realized
Your accent is wacky as fuck, huh? That Australian visit got the best of you, didn't it?
it did.
Wow, incredible. So, how did you end up going to Australia in the first place? Tell us about your life. Because your comedy sucks. So I want to fish a little bit. I want to find interesting stuff about you that you can potentially talk about next time you're out in public.
All right.
I say I'm from Peru.
Yeah, right. I was born in Peru. Played rugby in Peru. It's a really good sport to play in Peru. Ended up in Australia for rugby.
Okay.
Played for a band. Studied at university. Married an Australian girl. She was good. I sucked. Continued to. And then like a miserable threesome ruined my marriage.
A miserable threesome ruined your marriage? Were you in the threesome?
Yeah, but she found out about it. That's when it was miserable.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
I am Latino. I'm Latino. And if you know something about Latinos and Latinas, we're like,
incredible. So, it's you and two dudes, and then what happened?
I mean, like, I was going on it and, like, can't go to my phone and whatnot. So, yeah, someone were conscious, I guess. You know, it was annoying.
Incredible. Really absolutely incredible. All right. So, how long have you been in America?
I arrived last week.
Okay, so this is a true, like, visit. You have to go back to Australia.
I'm going back to Peru, and I'm hoping to move to Maryland. So, these new advice.
Oh, you really gave a great advertisement on why an American girl should marry you. If you want to be cheated on by an unfunny Peruvian, the market is wide open right now.
We're wearing some Gomez Yeezys right there. I seen that stolen.
Oh, yeah. All right. What do you do for work? Convince us on why we should let you move to our country.
It's been property.
What? You're a property developer. You should learn how to say that better if you're going to do that for a living. Oh, what do I do, Tony? Oh, shit. All right. Developing properties, huh? All right. What do you like to do for fun? Tell us something interesting about Jose Avejo.
I don't know. I'm from Peru, so we like to
A
drink.
lot of Australians have cocaine habits. Did you pick one of those up there?
Me too. I had it before I got there.
Okay.
It's a transfer. It was really easy.
We just got to the three-way.
It was great. It was fantastic. It was 4 times. It was 4 mistakes. I would make again for sure. Like, I mean, if you're a guy and 2 girls do that, like, you gotta say yes. Like, if you don't, like, on you, but you know, yeah.
That's one of the saddest moments we've ever had in the Restream the show. Convincing yourself that you made
I wish to be honest, like, trying to imagine in the right place I was. Just between those two girls, like, looking at it and going, like, smells so good. So wrong.
We're all gonna stop here.
I'm sorry. You need the book. Get it back into the news, eh?
You're a wild, wild boy. So what else do you plan for your trip to America?
So I was in Miami last week. This is my third time at the stage. I've been trying this for a bit. It's silly soccer.
Wait, where else have you been performing?
I did Creek and Cave last night for a stage right to the USA bit. It responded much better.
Wow.
I'm seeing immigrants. I think the show is still famous now. Like fucking USA.
We'll teach you how to say that like an American, Sam. You're the greatest country in the world, the USA. All right, my friend. Well, congratulations on getting pulled out of the bucket. Is this like something that you've always wanted to do, stand-up comedy?
Yeah, it's pretty shit and do nothing for a living.
Right. Jeff, you have any parting words for Laura's Wednesday?
I like your attitude. I think you did very well here in America. Thank you very much. I know that immigrant was important to be able to take a joke here and did that. Thank you. What are you giving me here?
That's a small joke book by the great Bones. It's a leather joke book. You can take that back with you. I'll give you a small one so it fits on your bags back to Peru. You can smuggle it back into Peru and your gaping asshole. I don't know why it said that. That wasn't very nice at all. And I don't know why I would assume his asshole's name.
You're making dreams come true. It was his dream to come make our show.
Yeah, absolutely. Dreams can turn to nightmares very quickly. I believe it was the great Meek Mill that once said that. I pulled a name out of the bucket. You guys ready for more? Your next comedian goes by the name of Dallas Turner. Dallas Turner. It's true, some of these people sign up for months and months. We've had some people, William Montgomery once signed up for a year before we pulled him out and then made him a regular. A year. Here he is, everybody, Dallas Turner.
So I do 90% of CEO billionaires and have in common with Hunter Biden and my Uncle Greg. They all got shell put on their fucking laptop. So I'm also escaping Canada, but I'm not retarded. Although I was forced to take the vaccine to cross the border, so I'm probably a little retarded now. Yeah, Canada's cool, I guess. If you're gay. Any vaginas, your penis inside, any mouths either, is what a sexually transmitted disease. So I've been putting my penis in a lot of buttholes.
All right, Dallas Turner. Very, very good.
Hello.
Hell yeah.
Hello, Tony.
I believe you got your stand-up notes and your journal notes mixed up before you came here. I love it. Welcome to the show, Dallas. What part of Canada are you visiting from?
Vancouver, just like wherever these.
Wow, look at that. Look at that. And they're all howling at one another, everybody. The old Canadian howl. Very good. So how old are you, Dallas?
I'm 26.
26 years old. What do you do for work? You look like you're going to a Travis Scott concert.
I just came from one.
Love it.
These shoes are fucked from rolling out.
What do you do for work? Oh, just Christ. Oh my God, you really are Canadian. Look at those things. Did you walk here from Vancouver?
I was rolling loud. I was really loud. It was good. I just watched.
Yeah, well, I know you didn't perform there. They didn't ask me to go on stage, Jeff. Incredible.
Yeah, but I am a rapper. My name's Lil God with all these.
Lil God?
Lil God with all these, just how I like it.
L-I-L.
L-I-L space G-O-D.
G-O-D.
Double D's.
Okay, double D's. You want a beat from these guys? You guys want to hear it rap a little bit? I'll tell you. I don't know if you guys know about Canadian rappers, but there's only one of them, and it is very romantic Drake. So here he is, making his Kill Tony debut rapping. This is Lil God. One more God that you don't want to believe in. Who the fuck this kid instruction that we made? Who the fuck that put me in the fucking face? I want to do this enough the damn day. I'm gonna do this enough the day, okay? Okay, I'm starting over. Friend is over. I'm paying lower. Money's lower. And that's the shit I don't fuck with. Kid, that's the shit I don't fuck with. I don't need your help. Wow. Lil God. Doing some Canadian rap for you.
Wait, keep it going, keep it going. I also drop. Yo, I seen this guy. I thought he was on. Goes by the name of Lil God. He's on Kill Tony. He ain't no phony.
He's also not funny. It has weird money.
Hey, to be honest, this is my first time doing this.
No, we love you. You're great. First timer, everybody. Coming up here. Much better than Roro Jose Amejo, and he's done it 3 times before. So. I love it. Do you know that you rap like you're mad at your parents? I don't want to clean my fucking room. I told Red Man I was gonna fucking kill him. You really sound like that. Hey, you fucking don't want to do it anymore.
You should hear my music.
Really? Let's look up. Are you on Spotify?
I'm everywhere.
You might be able to catch me rolling loud. Wait, what is that?
Sleeping in the parking lot.
Yeah. You might, if you look at like row 103B, you can catch me at a lot of festivals. I'm everywhere. I'm fucking everywhere. Look at my shoes, dude. I'm everywhere all at once. Deep Madness is making fun of your shoes. That's when you know you have a problem. Those fucking things is ugly as shit.
I'm taking a picture.
Oh my god. This is the ultimate.
I dug these shoes out of a child's grave.
Wow, very good. Oh shit, wow, you're actually successful. Wait, this is like a trick. Hold on, it's not a trick. Stop. You have like hits on Spotify. These have a lot of clicks. So you actually are like, that's very interesting. Okay, look at you. You're actually talented.
I'm here because of you, man.
I love that. Wow, that's so cool. So you've
My
been a fan
initial
for a long time.
My initial
Madness hates.
glossary of English words and phrases. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z.
When D Madness decides you
Yiddish is a hybrid language and takes much of its vocabulary from medieval German and Hebrew, but with a smattering of words from Aramaic, Slavic, and Romance languages as well. Many of the words come from the specific cultures within Central and Eastern Europe.
really. My goodness.
Yiddish glossary has a structure all its own. While the language is based on a mixture of Hebrew and medieval German, its alphabet is based on the Hebrew alphabet. The rules of Yiddish glossary are not the same as either of the parent languages.
Versus African.
Yiddish went through a decline in popularity over the past 100 years but has found a resurgence in recent times and is taught at several prominent universities around the world. Next time you use a word of Yiddish origin, remember that you are speaking a foreign language.
Going up first, ladies and gentlemen, this is Dallas.
Episode, a little, of myself,
You guys
a
ready,
very
guys?
little, a alternative. I bred to happen, to do all the talking, who have the greatest say. A rock, dash of hell, damn it, a curse. Susha curse on you. A roll to Columbus, a curse on Columbus. A bloodchain, a blessing. A chaser blood to chaser, a pig remains a pig. A cord, oh, what a disaster. OST, an expletive. A colony of deer, dash of lay on you. Lid, wishing someone to get powder. A DJ hybrid, I don't care. I should worry. A flashlight to drink. Chronic alien, a fire salamander, he should burn up. Lid, a fire should be down. A fence turret coil nine columns out of diamond between fists. A horrible wish on someone, a dark dream, nightmare, on your head, hands and feet. A foiler titled being a lazy person has to do a task twice. A gesture taught wished, I don't care. A gazooed of dying cock. Dash good health to you. Lid, good health on your head. A good dear. Dash good luck to you. Sometimes used sarcastically about minor good fortunes. Big thing. A quick hot to get draw. Dash big deal. Sarcastic. Lid, a piece of luck happened to you. A coarse nature, a big shot, sarcastically. A clever young, a coarse young man. A capri, a catastrophe. The capture into the clay is too shame. A fuck that the bride is too beautiful. A clock is near. Dash road is me. A clock zoom line ace on all. Dash a curse my enemies. A tall person, a long needle. Dying cow. A grand say to a grandchild meaning you are so smart. 11 dear. Dash you should live and be well. Right I've just stop talking yourself into a mess. Lid, don't indulge with your nose. I made a new baby, a ponytail will cut. I made a queen, a cute pie show will fit. New dress. A man. My leg is a torment. An unlucky person is a dead person. A man trapped in flat locked person plans have gone mad. A med's bargain. It's a steal with love. A bargain for a thief. A red light and a fool remains a fool. And the typewriter. Dash forget it. Lid, a day that's the night. A wish type it. Dash nobody. A fish on the forts is why they smell a klezmer. Dash a pea without a fart is like a wedding without a band. A piece to carry. A shallow person in an empty barrel. A rich in a cop, crazy, in the head. A short seal, bad luck. Lid, a black ear. A short soft, a bad luck. A shade on the charbay, a shame and a disgrace. A shitty log, leaves foul movement. A shit fish mental spider, a piece of meat with two eyes, insult. A stigmatis, a great joy. A stifle mob, constipated. A song. A song. Dash. Let's sing it. In it. A tacole, a person with a large backside. But a backside and a half. A little father, same form, overlit, same nature. A wolf loses his hair but not his nature. A leopard cannot change his spots. Happy as you. Dash as long as you're healthy. Agrihes, responsibility. AFN on this friend jobs hidden. He thinks everyone knows he committed a crime. A thief's hat bronze. A familiar Jezite. Dash I wish it could be said about me. Source, intro. Afiana's tuckus is guts of action. Someone else's ass is easy to smack. Surgeon spitefully. Lid, just to get someone angry. Anti-lashed, disappointed. Causes puna, arrogant fellow. A, cultured or finicky. A, judged, delicately brought up. Adam, son-in-law. Anago, grandchild. A, advice. A, verbute out, absent-minded, mixed up. A later shalom, to be peace, used in response to every shalom. Aleph alphabet, the first two letters of the Jewish alphabet. Eov. Dash it should happen to me, to you. Always I've been looking, not what it's cracked up to be. All seven lucky things. Alice and finished to bake Anna, all in one person, is not to be one. Outright, one who has succeeded. Outright, feminine form of outright. Altoid, spinster, old maid, altar worship, adjective, altar rock, old goat, altar cover, an old man or old woman, an altar negotiating, an old witch, an altar bookender, an old acquaintance, an altar tribunic, an old bum, an MS mace, and, absolutely, short-tail, ambiguous, an unbeliever, a skeptic, an atheist, orbit, org, man, come in, a roast orphan, thrown out, wasted opportunities, a roast for female, thrown out money, wasted, errand forest, dash cleft, no, Aramota, street urchin, person who runs around, Leda, someone, inkling kid, young, sure, very derogatory, Aussie young of mere. I should have such good luck. Aussie vocal of all the siege of mine see. Dash if my grandmother had testicles, she would be my good father. Oscar Welsh, no hunt. Guy Finnish Tekken. If one wants to beat a dog, one finds a stick. Oscar Khan right. Dash tough luck. Too bad. Misfortune. Lost Sagan Shocker. Leaks switch dare try to schlafen. If two people. Kitchen search. Dash that's how cookie crumbles. Coffee cake style pastry. Veg. Chester, merrymaker or master of ceremonies. Waiting. At the end of the meal, he announces the presents, lifting them up and praising the giver in the gift in a humorous manner. Background. To vary. Base. Testicles. Baylor team. Persons of high standing. Badish. Quiet. Respectable. Well-mannered. Baylor. Tishayayi. Respectable Jews. People of substance and good standing in the community. Baylor Houston. Mistress of the house. A compliment to someone who is a terrific housekeeper. She is in Baylor Houston. Baylor Rule. Truck driver or savvy person of low standing. Down watches, an expert, sometimes used sarcastically with, is he an expert? Bounce, miracle worker, loud to a rate, grown man, Jokes and take dummy before begging, Bible call, visiting the sick, blank, cheap, inexpensive, Christmas sheep, dash are you crazy?